Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. Pardon me. And there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. So here we are. And that is it. So here we are. Good to see you again. Always good to see you again. When is it never? It is in my interest to see you. So it is always with gratitude that I do welcome you. So there you are. Here I am. And here we are. And here we go. So here we go. The usual protocol. Just click on the like button, please, as you're coming in. Just do that because that helps, of course, as you already know with the YouTube algorithm. So do that. If you're not already subscribed, then please do that as well. For the same reasons, it helps with the YouTube algorithm. So if you spend in an inordinate amount of time here, which a lot of you do, then really you should really be clicking on the like and subscribe. That will be the right thing to do. So do the right thing. Click on the like and subscribe. So having done that, the invitation for you to come and join us on the studio is the one that we're pushing the most. Do you understand? The invitation for you to come and join us on the studio is the one we're pushing the most, only really so that it continues to expand the conversation. No matter what your politics are, there's a conversation around it. So you don't necessarily have to agree. I mean, if you've watched the session, then you see that it is a home for all opinions. All you have to do is to hold that opinion true and be able to articulate it. That's all. You're amongst friends. So new voices especially welcome. And that hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to come and join us. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us. Now, the hyperlink showing on your screen are an invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So that one is not being pushed with any aggression. That's entirely at your discretion. If you're feeling inclined, click on it. 3 easy steps, you buy your host cups of coffee. If you're not inclined, then just abandon it. So no pressure on that one, but of course you're invited to do it. So all that, click on like, you must do that. Click on subscribe, that is compulsory. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, it is highly encouraged. And the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, entirely at your discretion. So fulfill all righteousness. So as you fulfill all righteousness, let me remove this hyperlink that says about your host cups of coffee. It's there if you want to use it. And so as you set about doing all the clickings and whatnot, let me introduce you to what the talking points will be for this session. So we are kicking it off with this, and this one, like a bombshell, lands in the middle of the political firmament. Foreign lawyers flown to Nigeria can't stop Tinubu's inauguration, Festus Keyamo. So there it is now. It's been long since that this election has been internationalized. It's been long since that this election has been internationalized, and we've seen all of it playing out. We've seen it play out on the streets of London, where the Nigerian embassy was picketed. We've seen it play out in the White House, where the White House itself was picketed. We've seen it play out in all of the major broadsheet newspapers in America, where op-eds were written by senior voices within the obedience space, people like Chimamanda Adichie. So it's been internationalized. So then this comes as no surprise. Foreign lawyers flown to Nigeria can't stop Tinubu's inauguration. Festus Keyamo, the Agbero spokesperson of Tinubu, making that news. So Festus Keyamo, of course, a man not a stranger to the headlines, a man that is equally not at all an odd name to see in the headlines, is the what some people describe as the Mauritanian running mate of Peter Obi. He's at it again. Peter Obi, boycott Tinubu's inauguration. Baba-Ahmed begs Buhari, Chief Justice of Nigeria. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Is walking a very thin line. This our brother from the Sahels is walking a very thin line because, of course, off the back of that interview that he granted Shehu Okinbaloye, all manners of allegations, threats of treasonable charges. But is he repentant? Certainly not. Peter Obi, boycott Tinubu's inauguration. Baba-Ahmed begs Buhari, Chief Justice of Nigeria. So there it is right there. I suspect that maybe heavy hands has to be applied in order to just invite this guy to the seriousness of some of these commentaries that he does run. And by the way, there are still spaces in the room for whoever is inclined to join us. On to the next. In London, Buhari restates satisfaction with outcome of 2023 election. So as you know, everybody on this planet, even if you are living under a rock, you know that something significant happened in London today, the coronation of a new king for Great Britain and the Commonwealth and all that. So Buhari, of course, here representing Nigeria. And in the course of that, he had an interaction with the Commonwealth. So there you see Buhari then standing on that rostrum, speaking his Fulanglish or Fulanglish It's actually speaking is full English too. I'm sure everybody there has a subtitle because we don't understand what he's saying in Nigeria. So what expectation then that these people will understand anything he has to say? But the upshot of anything that he does have to say, in London, Buhari restates satisfaction with outcome of 2023 election. So why I'm actually bringing this to you is that at every opportunity, Buhari has signaled a finality to the electoral cycle of 2023. So, of all of the things, the good or bad that he has done, this he wants to be his epitaph as he departs the center stage. So this election, nobody is going to really significantly, because there is no reason by Buhari's understanding that anybody should in any way significantly vary this election, because he had done, by his own understanding, the best he can to provide a progression in democracy in Nigeria. So he's now gone to London to tell them that what happened on the 25th of February is categorical and final. In London, Buhari restates satisfaction with outcome of 2023 election. So if you've ever heard the term fait accompli, that is what that means right there. Fait accompli, embedded in the thing, accomplished fate. At the end of every sentence, you put full stop. So that is the full stop then that Buhari is putting to that electoral cycle. So onwards and upwards and on to the next. So this one now, we like to infuse a little bit of human interest storylines to some of these sessions. So this now constitutes then what will be the human interest storyline for this session. Why we decided to undergo cosmetic surgery. Nigerian female celebrities open up. So this now seems to be, over the last decade or so, over the last 10 years or so, this now seems to be a recurring decimal within celebritydom within Nigeria. Before you know it, up they whip and quick they're on a flight to Turkey to have a tummy talk, a boob job, or a bottom up, or whatever it is that they do. Liposuction, suck and talk, and all of that. So what's propelling all this? Because I can't, anyway, let me not get into that, but in the readouts, because this is a very new space to the Nigerian space, it's only really over the last 10, 15 years now that this has become essentially a commodity. And I think this is coming off the back of, was that woman married to Kanye West? It's coming off the back of her publicity a decade ago, and people are now going in that direction. Why we decided to undergo cosmetic surgeries, Nigerian female celebrities open up. So we already know, of course, why else would they be doing it? It's just another form of selling their bodies, isn't it, really? Yari defies Tinubu, refuses to step down for Akpabio. So at the cut and thrust, the horse trading of who eventually occupies that seat in the red chambers, at the front seat in the red chambers. So that's still in play. Ganduje, I am not sure if I will hand over to APC or NMPP. So I'm going to read you this actually, because not all of the headlines. I'm not going to read all of the headlines, but this one I will read. Because part of the political discussions is how Kwakwanso won Kano State. But it looks as though the margin of that victory is very thin. And there were several anomalies in that election, which is at the tribunal at the moment. And there is a real possibility that it might well be overturned and handed over to the APC. I am not sure if I will hand over to APC or NNPP. So that's the dollar-loving, outgoing governor of Kano State. Tinubu's cabinet, I am not lobbying to become chief of staff. This is El Rufai now. Having now seen that position has been cornered, he now waves the red flag, or not the red flag or the white flag. So having now seen that space has been cornered, that office has been cornered by Gbajabiamila, of course, he now waves the white flag. Tinubu's cabinet, I am not lobbying to become chief of staff. So that's the diminutive little man from Kaduna State making the news there. So we're still at the Senate, of course, because even though it seems nailed on that Akpabio is going to be the Senate president until all of the front runners have indicated that they are no longer vying, they're still, because the thing is, the permutations don't often instances work out in Nigeria until you get the result. Senate presidency, Dave Umahi abandons OJIKUTU of Southeast, steps down for Akpabio. So does that go on to further solidify that seat now for Akpabio? It's a real turn up for the books. In all of the imaginations, I never imagined that we will wake up one day to find God's will Akpabio as the Senate president, but that's looking like a real possibility. Senate presidency, Dave Umahi abandons OJIKUTU of Southeast, steps down for Akpabio. So there it is. That is what we have so far, and we'll be inviting the panelists. That is, if they do turn up, you know, that's you are always at the mercy of what goes on here. So that is it so far. So we'll be wrapping conversations around that and inviting the panelists to bring forward what has caught their attention in the news cycle as well. So that's how we're going to go. A rich and diverse menu. When is it never not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it to. Oh, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez, who starts the session off on a positive note. Welcome to you all. Let's be civil, please. So that is Alexander Gomez, the Chief Executive Officer of the platform. So thank you, Alexander. Keep them coming, not just Alexander, everyone else. We always say we want the place illuminated in the multicolors of Superchat, but I don't know. We never really truly see that. But Alexander kicks it off. Maybe that will happen today. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just exactly as I said, click on the like button just as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to the studio, and you're invited to buy your whole cups of coffee if you feel that way inclined. So let me take a micro musical break before we could go to the readouts. Let's go first, though, to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. A powerful, potent prayer, as I always say, by the Kegites. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to start it off with this. Let me start it off with the. let me start it off with foreign lawyers being imported into the Nigerian political space. So let's kick it off with this one. Foreign lawyers flown to Nigeria can't stop Tinubu's inauguration, Festus Keyamo. The spokesperson of the Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, has berated moves by some unscrupulous characters to legally stop the inauguration of the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, before the 29th of May. In a tweet, the APC chieftain noted that some legal practitioners have been flown to the country to achieve the purpose. Keyamo, however, described the thought as illiteracy, saying unscrupulous characters are taking advantage of these poor fellows. He tweeted, "I read somewhere that some supposed learned fellow is assuring the nattering nitwits that the inauguration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu can be legally stopped before May the 29th, and yet another story that some foreign lawyers have been flown to achieve that purpose. And I read many excited reactions from these nitwits. Then I shook my head and murmured under my breath, illiteracy is truly a disease, and it is sad that some unscrupulous characters are taking advantage of these poor fellows. The president election, that should be presidential, by the way, the Presidential Election Tribunal had fixed Monday for the commencement of the hearing of petitions filed by candidates of PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and Labour Party Peter Obi to challenge the victory of Tinubu. Meanwhile, Aso Rock is wearing a new look as preparation for a peaceful transition continues to gather momentum as President Muhammadu Buhari prepares to hand over power to Bola Tinubu on May the 29th. So there it is right there. So essentially the obedience space importing foreign lawyers as a final throw of the dice. So a final throw of the dice. But what especially, that is striking, but what really struck is this now last paragraph. Meanwhile, Aso Rock is wearing a new look as preparation for a peaceful transition continues to gather momentum as President Muhammadu Buhari prepares to hand over power to Bola Tinubu on May the 29th. So, outside of all of the noise that is circling around the political space at this moment, there is something that we've not actually yet acknowledged. Obasanjo handed over power to Yar'Adua, and then so Obasanjo handed over power to Yar'Adua, and then Goodluck Jonathan handed over power to because I'm not going to say Yar'Adua handed over power to Goodluck Jonathan because he died, and then Goodluck Jonathan handed over power to Buhari. So now Buhari is going to hand over power to Tinubu. So what we're seeing is actually this is our democracy maturing. We've never had, this is a first in the history of Nigeria when we've had true transitioning of democratically elected governments in a peaceful and an orderly manner. So that is what, outside of the back and forth, the trust and parry of politics, is actually what pausing for a moment to reflect on that. So we're making seismic moves as a democracy. And if and when on the 29th that power transitions from Buhari to Tinubu, then it's almost certain then that we're never going to have a military sort of administration again. So it is well worthy taking note of that. So we take note of that as we go back to matters political. So we're going to Yusuf Datti with this one. So now let's now see what the wayward man from Mauritania is up to next. So the wayward man from Mauritania, Peter Obi, boycott Tinubu's inauguration. Baba-Ahmed begs Buhari, Chief Justice of Nigeria. So this guy, if they don't arrest him, I'll be extremely surprised. The vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Yusuf Baba-Ahmed, has appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari and the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, to boycott the inauguration ceremony of the President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu on May the 29th, 2023. Baba-Ahmed made this call while speaking in an interview on Channels Television on Friday. According to him, swearing in a ticket that has not yet met constitutional requirement is tantamount to violating democracy. The Labour, and by the way, Channels Television is already on a warning for this, and when they start to apply punitive measures to Channels Television now, they'll stand accused then of partisanship and trying to stifle free speech. So they are already on a warning regarding the utterances on this on and off this guy Yusuf Baba-Ahmed. They are already on a warning on account of this guy around the same sort of commentaries, and they still facilitate that he's able to make these sort of comments again. The vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Baba-Ahmed, has appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari and the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, to boycott the inauguration ceremony of President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu on May the 29th, 2023. Baba-Ahmed made this call while speaking in an interview on Channels Television on Friday. According to him, swearing in a ticket that has not yet met constitutional requirements is tantamount to violating democracy. So, I don't know, man. If they shut down that channel, then they shut it down. The Labour Party vice presidential candidate said the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, should not have issued a certificate of return to Tinubu. Baba-Ahmed, he describes, that doesn't read well, but let me read it how it's been written. Baba-Ahmed describes the process that produced Tinubu as president-elect was flawed. Baba-Ahmed said, swearing in a ticket that has not met the constitutional requirement of the Constitution, whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement must not be sworn in. Mr. President, do not hold that inauguration. CJN, your lordship, do not take part in unconstitutionality. And by the way, these are relatively new utterances, so although it seems to mirror something that he has said previously. Recall that the Labour Party vice presidential candidate had on national television on the 22nd of March 2023 said the swearing in of Tinubu would be tantamount to inviting the military to take over the affairs of Nigeria. Now, Baba-Ahmed had on March the 22nd edition of Politics Today on Channels Television called on Buhari and the Chief Justice not to swear in Tinubu, whom the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC declared as the president-elect. He insisted that declaring Tinubu as a winner and issuing him a certificate of return was against the Constitution. Baba-Ahmed's pronouncement met with criticisms as Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka described it as unacceptable because it alienates the people and it is a fascistic language. So there it is. We're back to where we always were. I for one, okay, let me actually give you the fullness of it. I was going to abandon it because it seems somewhat repetitive of what I had previously said. Yes. So there it is. Yusuf Baba-Ahmed still at it again. So Yusuf Baba-Ahmed still at it again. So Yusuf Baba-Ahmed still at it again. Let's go on to the next one. There's still a couple of spaces left in the on the studio for whoever feels inclined. In London, Buhari restates satisfaction with outcome of 2023 election. So this is essentially the language of fait accompli. President Muhammadu Buhari reiterated his satisfaction with the conduct of the 2023 general election in Nigeria before some Commonwealth leaders. He based his happiness on the turnout of voters and the generally peaceful atmosphere under which it took place. So let's pause there for a moment as I take a sip of water. So now, he cannot base his happiness on the turnout of voters because it was a disappointingly poor turnout for that election. It was a record low, I suspect. Don't quote me on that, but I suspect it's a record low. So, but the generally peaceful atmosphere, I think you can say that because the records show that we've had the lowest amount of incidents in terms of elections in Nigeria in this cycle. So yes, he based his happiness on the turnout of voters and the generally peaceful atmosphere under which it took place. Addressing colleagues at the Commonwealth Leaders Summit on Friday in London, the Nigerian president said the country learned lessons which would make subsequent polls even better. His media advisor, Femi Adesina, released a statement detailing Buhari's submission at the London summit. Many world leaders are currently in the United Kingdom to witness the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III as King of the United Kingdom and leader of the Commonwealth. So there it is. I wonder if the Commonwealth concedes that they want to be led by Charles. But there it is. That in many ways, anyway, let me not go in that direction just yet. This election saw a remarkable turnout of voters and proof that Nigeria's democracy is maturing, Mr. Buhari said. Despite some pockets of violence, we have demonstrated that a government can be elected peacefully and fairly. He said further, lessons have been learned and moving forward, we hope to perform even better. Based on this, I am delighted to note that we have taken another step towards deepening our democracy with peaceful, transparent, and credible outcomes. Though we are aware that challenges still exist, we are committed to working towards a greater participation of all Nigerians in the democratic process, including those in diaspora. So that is the first time, and he did say it, by the way, so because this is in quotation marks, so this is the first time then that Buhari has acceded to the idea of a diaspora voting. So that's the first time for that. But quite what format that will take is a different space. How do you even do it? Do you go to your embassy to go and vote, or do you do it electronically? But at least he's now reflecting on that. Though we are aware that challenges still exist, we are committed to working towards a greater participation of all Nigerians in the democratic process, including those in diaspora. The Nigerian leader noted that the Commonwealth sent a team to witness the conduct of the elections, adding that the elections were generally free and fair. According to him, the mood of the nation after the announcement of the winners so far shows that democracy in Nigeria is maturing and can only get better. And I think that's a fair comment. I think that's a fair comment to make. The mood of the country, if you because there are two barometers that you have to use to gauge the mood of the country. You can, if you gauge the mood of the country with the barometer of the obedience, then of course you get a high octane reading. But if you gauge the barometer of the country by the rest of the country, then you see that the rest of the country seemed rested and at ease with how the elections went, with giving it one or two skirmishes here and there, like what we saw in Adamawa, etc. So if you gauge the elections by the barometer of the general mass of Nigerians, because of course the obedience space does not constitute the general mass, they are just a little soupçon in a larger mass. But if you gauge the barometer of the wider Nigerian mass, there's a general at easiness with the elections. According to him, the mood of the nation after the announcement of the winners so far shows that democracy in Nigeria is maturing and can only get better. Mr. Buhari highlighted the key role Nigerian youth played during the election, as well as in support of our national development. He attributed a great part of the youth participation in the general election to the ascent. He attributed the great part of the youth's participation in the general election to the ascent of the not too young to run bill signed into law by his administration in 2018. He announced that Nigeria would also host the Commonwealth Youth and Student Summit for African region with the theme Making Change Happen in Abuja on May the 9th to May the 11th, so etc. So it goes then into just mundane stuff. So there it is right there. So you know when you hear the loudest noise, it's not necessarily an account of what is going on. This is what Buhari is saying. The fact that you're hearing all this charged up atmosphere is not to indicate that the country is not at ease with the election. Very much so. The country very much at ease with the elections. So the country very much at ease with the elections. Let's take a pit stop then to go to the space. Why we decided to undergo cosmetic surgeries, Nigerian female celebrities open up. So we're opening up then to this. Okay, maybe I'll give you just about 4 paragraphs because it looks like an essay. A number of female icons in the Nigerian entertainment industry have admitted that they underwent cosmetic surgeries at certain times or the other in their lives. Cosmetic surgery seems to be becoming the new norm for many Nigerian celebrities as they go under the knife in a bid to get the body they desire. Many of the female entertainers give different reasons why they underwent the surgery in a compilation done by Daily Trust. So, and by the way, gone are those days when these people live in denial of having done these things. So they do it and they do it with pride. Now they do it in public glare. And of course, Tonto Dike, when a video of Nollywood actress Tonto Dike's post-surgery moment went viral, the internet went buzzing with comments. After the procedure, Tonto told BBC Pidgin that she felt a lot more secure. In a 3-hour, 25-second video, Tonto said, Brazilian butt lift, my bum they give me confidence. So there it is. I think I'll stop that one right there. So let's go on to Caroline Danjuma. Caroline Danjuma. Actress and businesswoman Caroline Danjuma was one of the first individuals to have surgery. The mother of 3 underwent a complete body makeover just before it was discovered that she and her wealthy husband, Musa Danjuma, had separated. Caroline underwent boob surgery, the Brazilian butt lift, and liposuction. So, quite what a mother of 3 is still doing looking for body beautiful is beyond me. What more does she want? Who is interested? Who is looking at a mother of 3 for her to be wanting body beautiful? But there it is, vanity. Toke Makinwa, the best-selling author, TV host, and radio host, has never been shy about having surgery. So she's on that list as well. Iyabo Ojo with a storyline. Mercy Eke, I'm sure she has a storyline too. Nengi Hampson, Nengi Hampson, whoever she is. So there it is. So the new norm within the Nigerian space, the new norm within the Nigerian space. So should I give you one more? Let me give you one more, and then I'll see if there's anybody there to have a conversation. Let me give you El Rufai, and then we'll see what the room looks like. Let me say, pardon me. I was going to send the link again, but I think the link should be to hand. Let's just do that one more time. So let me give you one more readout, and then we'll get into the conversation. So let me give you this one. Right. Tinubu's cabinet. I am not lobbying to become chief of staff, El Rufai. It's almost impossible to imagine El Rufai. It's too big a personality. That's just the thing. Governor Nasir El Rufai of Kaduna State has dispelled the rumors of him jostling to become chief of staff to President-elect Bola Tinubu. El Rufai stated this in Gombe on Saturday whilst addressing newsmen. Reports claim that El Rufai was in the state to inaugurate the construction of 550 housing units and Gombe Geographic Information System, etc. He described the report in different portfolios. He described the report on the different portfolios being assigned to him and published in national dailies as mere speculations. The governor said he was more interested in contributing to the development of Nigeria than jostling for positions. El Rufai noted that being in government was not the only way to contribute to Nigeria's development, saying even if he was not in government, he would remain committed to the process to the progress of the country. I have not had that discussion with the president-elect, and I do not like to speculate. I read in the newspapers all kinds of portfolios being assigned to me, but I am a committed Nigerian. So there's somewhat of a change of tack in tonality from El Rufai, because previously all of his tonality was that as soon as I finished at Kaduna, I'll go off to Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard to go and do my PhD, and you will never see me again. But now, this language is a language of a hustler. He's hustling for a position. You see, power is so sweet, especially within the Nigerian dispensation of it, that once you've tasted it, you never want to let go of it. I have not had that discussion with the president-elect, and I don't like to speculate. I read in the newspaper all kinds of portfolios being assigned to me, but I am a committed Nigerian. I want to see my country make progress, and whatever I can do to contribute to the development of the country, I will do. But I don't have to do it working in government. Everyone is working either in the private sector or civil society is contributing. There is not just one way to contribute to the country, and I will never stop working for Nigeria's progress. The governor said upon leaving office in the next 22 days, he would take a break, but be available to provide advice where needed on how to move the country forward. I will be in the private sector, not in any chief of staff. I will take a break and advise people like Governor Yahaya, which is the incoming governor of Kaduna State, if they need it, he said. On Tinubu's presidency from May the 29th, El Rufai said Nigerians would not regret voting the president-elect, stressing that better days were ahead of Nigerians under Tinubu. So there it is right there. So that is the language of our hustling right there. So that's the language of hustling right there. I think you've probably had enough of my reading. So let's bring on the panelists such as they are. We've got Bishop joining us. We've got Gideon joining us. Des almost starting to be in a truck somewhere. And then the progressives, otherwise known as Akim. Let's kick it off actually with Des. And hear from Des. So Des, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Are you in a truck somewhere, as I said?
Yeah, I'm actually in a truck.
Yeah, there it is. You see, and I'm sure that Bishop is in a vehicle somewhere as well.
A hustling life.
The dollar has to be made.
The dollar has to be made.
Yeah. So how are you? How was your day?
My day has been good. It's been good. Just Do
you hop from hotels to hotels? Is that do you live a hotel life, or do you have a cabin in your? Do you sleep in the truck, or what's the lifestyle?
Most of the time, I stay in a hotel, but when I don't feel like moving, because sometimes I just move my games to the hotel and I just chill out there. But if I don't feel like moving my game, I just stay in. I have a cabin.
What's a game? What's a game for
game, us? Video game.
Oh, right. Okay, that's what you used to occupy yourself.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Once you get a madam, that's the end of all this.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think anybody will stop me from playing video game.
No. All this life on the road.
Oh yeah, I know that. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind. I'll just assign this truck to someone else, and um,
How many?
I'll probably
How many trucks do you have?
right now this is the fourth one.
The
I
fourth
have.
one.
Yeah.
So you've got employees up and down motorways in America. Eh?
I mean,
Look at
that
that.
kind of thing.
Young millionaire. All right. So to the politics then. So let's get straight to it then. El Rufai being somewhat coy regarding this. It says he doesn't want to be chief of staff, and he says he's going to take a break from politics and just be in an advisory capacity. Who is that? Who is he fooling?
I mean, when he said that, we already know he's just joking. I mean, power is something that is so addictive, and you can hardly see someone that that just lets power go. It takes a lot of humility to taste power and let it go. It takes a lot. I mean, power brings out the beast in people and the nature of humanity.
They kill for it. They kill for it.
Yes, they do. They do, and I don't see him. I don't see him retiring to wherever he wanted to say he's going to stay and advising people. He wants to be there. He wants to be relevant, and I mean, it's obvious that he's going to get what he wants, even if he pretends. The next time we'll hear that he's a chief of staff, it's very obvious. And
Do you think it's a misstep that is missed out on the because the chief of staff has to have a close and personal relationship with the president, and I don't quite see El Rufai in that mold. It's too much of a wild card, isn't it?
I mean, I don't think that is what Tinubu is feeling, because Tinubu is a man that wants to how will I say like reward the people that worked for him, and obviously Tinubu wouldn't mind rewarding him with the chief of staff, regardless of even if they are not close. He would want to reward him with that. So I don't think it's gonna be a problem because of the kind of person Tinubu is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to talk about the cabinet that is about to come in, because I don't want to solidify the whole thing that is happening. I don't still believe that is happening.
You don't want to give your you don't want to give your positive energy to them.
Yes, I don't want to. I don't want to believe it's happening yet.
Well, sorry. Well, there
until
it
May
is.
29, then
May 29.
I'll start talking about it. And
well, it'll be very difficult for me to have a conversation with you, because a lot of it is wrapped around all of these things. So, like Ganduje, for instance. Okay. What are you looking at in the news? Let's start it from there. What are you looking at in the news?
I mean, let's go with something that you just talked about. The news about what's it called? Yusuf Baba-Ahmed.
Yes, yes.
That is the more pleasant one for me.
Right.
Talk about, and the one with the girls that have big ass. That's trying to get big ass.
All right. Let's leave that one till later. Because this has told us there are some children watching. But let's go with Yusuf DATTI then. The guy is getting somewhat reckless in his language, and he thinks he is covered by virtue of him being of Fulani Arabian stock or Northern Arabian stock. But really, is that one step to that step too far? But is this now this step to that step too far? Inviting boycott is a bit of a nonsense, of course. Boycott Tinubu's inauguration. He begs Buhari CJN. So why does he even do these things? Is it clout chasing?
I really don't. I don't really think so. Whether he's basically saying what he feels to be true, and when he says Tinubu shouldn't be sworn in based on the 25% of a thing, I mean he's on his right to say it because the Constitution. I believe I think I heard somewhere that the court actually ruled on that 25% one time ago, and said that you have to have a 25%. I don't know when, but I think I heard something like that. So he has the right to make that statement that if you're sworn in Tinubu in, it's probably illegal based on the previous
I'm not
ruling.
sure. I'm not sure that I should be saying that. He has no legal training. So what even?
He don't need to have legal training to say what you understand on when you read the law. I mean that's the mistake we made. Nigerian constitution sometimes it's just like what is this constitution talking about? But sometimes it's clear, you know.
You
Uh,
don't, guy. Don't say what you
I
just
mean,
said here.
one,
Don't say it
one,
in public. Oh, I
one
know.
man, one man. When
You don't need legal training to interpret the law.
It doesn't
what we
matter anymore,
do.
Mama. Anything goes.
Make a
You know
dance.
what we do, one man. It's
Eh?
more like when a policeman catches you and
Yes.
read what's it called? Is it what's it called again? Oh God.
The relevant statutes.
Citation,
Yeah,
citation,
Yeah, all
there's a
right.
word for it, but yeah, read that
citation. They read the
citation
citation.
for you,
Yes.
which is in the constitution. They have to read it, and when he reads it for you, it's not open for interpretation. It's very obvious. You have the right to remain silent and all that stuff. You don't have to like, okay, what is this thing saying?
But
It's
Des,
just what
he
it
said,
is.
Des, you have the right to remain silent. You have, then they now continue and said you have the right to an attorney.
An attorney,
Anything,
yeah.
yeah. So that means whatever is telling you is not final. You can still challenge it in court. So that's reading you the citation doesn't
No,
mean
no,
you still don't
listen.
have the right to interpret the law.
Yes, you don't understand what I'm saying. When he reads it, you understand what he's reading at that point. It's not
All
like you
right.
don't understand it. Do you
All right.
understand it?
Make your way back to Yusuf. Let's not unless you
Let
have
me
legal training. Then
get to you.
yeah.
So, yeah, what I'm saying is that the constitution that Yusuf read, he understood it the way he read it, and he made a statement based on it. So I don't see anything wrong or anything bad with him saying that Tinubu shouldn't be sworn in. Of course, I know that Tinubu is not sworn in.
Yeah, breaking up.
So happens. So he's just making a factual statement based on what
No,
he.
no.
I
You're
don't.
breaking
Am I
up.
still breaking up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me know if
No.
you have me back because I don't know.
Yeah. Say a bit more, and then we'll see if I
Oh,
have you.
okay. I'm just going to.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. I'm here. I don't know if I'm not. Okay.
No,
So
carry on.
he's,
If you
he's
can hear
making
me,
a
then carry on.
factual
Yeah.
statement. Yeah, I can hear you. He's making a factual statement based on what you understand in the Constitution, and I don't think it's wrong for him to make that statement. If you're saying that he's basically constituting a nuisance, I mean, it's the people in power that he's constituting a nuisance for. For people like us, he's saying the truth, and a lot of people are like,
Guys,
like me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think Akim wanted to. Yeah, Akim.
Yeah, what is the truth? He said he's saying the truth. What is the truth?
I said he's saying the truth based on what he understands by reading the Constitution of
The
that
truth cannot be based on
25%.
the truth cannot be based on what you understand. The truth is the truth.
Come on. The truth is based on what you understand.
No. That's not the truth.
No, listen. Let's say this. If you're reading a book, yeah? If you're reading a book and it says you understand it to be Obi is a boy, it's your truth. And another person understand it to be Obi is a girl. That's your
No.
truth. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
If you
God.
read the book,
Oh,
if you
God.
read the book and in that book
I
say
beg,
Obi is a
I
boy,
beg to differ.
if you say
beg
if
to
the book
differ.
say Obi is a boy, that is the truth.
Okay, let's say this.
Should you be talking in public at all? There, should you be talking in
I don't
public?
want to like. The truth is whatever you feel
Can
to
I
be
can
the
I
truth.
can I have a second?
Yeah,
That's just what I'm saying.
I'm coming to you in a moment.
So
I need to address something with you, Bishop.
one man.
Yeah.
One man. This is like have you heard the word alternative fact?
Yeah,
the one
this is
Donald Trump people came up with them. Alternative fact.
You know, my truth, your truth,
Come on.
everybody's truth.
Is the thing now? That's what we're saying. You're not the. Oh, how will I put it? You're not gonna say that what you're saying is the truth based on you said it. How about what I feel about it to be the truth? Then it's my truth. Truth can be defined in any way.
No. You've lived in
That's just what I'm
America.
saying.
You've lived in America for too long.
There's my truth is I am a white underage middleman from Tennessee. That's my truth.
I don't know for you. For you, in your mind, is your truth. That's what I'm saying. It depends on what
you've lived in America.
And there's probably a lot of people like you like that. Do you understand? So I don't know about that.
I identify as white. I identify as white.
It's just like what we are talking about. This transgender of a thing.
Peterman says, hold on. Peterman says, according to Desi's logic, one man is an Asian lesbian. You know why? You could even call me a gorilla. Not that.
I don't. I mean, this is what Nigerian politics is, isn't it? We tell lies and make it true. And you guys want to sell it to us that is the truth. So I don't understand, and we want to believe it. And I'm now making that someone read the Constitution and believe it to be the truth of what is.
What Constitution? What truth? There's what Constitution? You keep saying Constitution. What Constitution are you talking about?
It says, let me read it out. It says that before you get elected, I don't want to say the whole thing, you have to have 25% of the FCT. That is what it says.
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that, but that's how I understood it.
Oh God!
So if I go out there,
the case is in court for interpretation. So what is the problem?
I know that until they interpret it, that is when you say, okay, I'm wrong. But since it's not interpreted, then I'm saying what I.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is Abuja a state?
Abuja is not a state.
Right, well, so there you are. So if they want to say you get 2/3 in 36 states, including Abuja, how would they say it?
It says and.
Yes.
FCT.
Yes.
What do you mean? How would they say it?
Don't worry, we've been there before. Let me play you this clip. Notice Atiku Abubakar in this clip and Peter Obi. So watch this.
Thank you. Thank you. Come now.
Did you say that's making the rounds? How Atiku snubbed your man?
I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't even know what happened there.
It's only 9 seconds. It's something that's just circulating.
Thank you. Thank you. Come now.
I mean, I don't know what happened there. Like, you couldn't really say he snubbed him because we didn't know if they were talking before he entered the car. So I can't really say anything about that video. I don't believe that Atiku would snub Obi for any reason. I mean, they are politicians, and politicians don't seem to snub anybody. They just like whenever they meet each other, they smile, they talk and all that stuff. So I don't think he snubbed him. But
all right. Let me take you to this last space, and then I'll go on to Bishop. Dave Umahi snubs OJIKUTU of Southeast, steps down for Akpabio. So all the lines seem to be lining up. All the elements, all the stars seems to be lining up then for Akpabio to be the Senate president.
Oh man, like I said, whatever they want to do with their cabinet is their business. I'm not really up for that. And I don't believe that. I hope it doesn't happen. And if it does, then, you know, let's see how 4 years is going to look like. That's just what I'll say. I don't want to talk about Ababio and Ojo Zakalo, whatever, whoever wins the senatorial seat, the Senate president, you know, good luck to him, and, you know, well done for him to play his politics well. But I don't really care about, you know, any of them, to be honest.
All right. I'll come back to you with the fat bottom celebrity in a moment. But let me take.
Well, yeah, there's a statement I wanted to. About the statement that Buhari was making on the election.
Yes.
Talking about he's basically trying to sell to us that what he's been promising, that this election is gonna be the best election. I'm sorry, you know, Buhari. I'm sorry. This was a sham of an election. You know, if I'm to say, it is a big sham.
Are we back? Are you back? Are we back to in my opinion? Are we doing in my opinion?
No. He made a point that his first point was that the turnout was good, which you said it wasn't good. We all know that. And he made another point that it was a very peaceful election. I mean, does he even understand the meaning of peace? I mean, does he even understand it? Why would he say it was a very peaceful election when we had so many killings?
Yes. Why did you jump? He said bury some violence. But bury some skirmish of violence here and there. It was largely a peaceful election. That was
he shouldn't call it peaceful at all. He shouldn't even call it peaceful. You know,
it was relative to what were previously obtained.
What are we judging it on? Because if you're judging it
on previous elections, that's what we're judging it on.
Before you continue, can I make a statement to this?
Yeah.
There's an active shooter going on somewhere in Texas now. Does that make America not to be peaceful today?
Who says America is peaceful? Are you deceiving yourself to say that America is peaceful?
Really? So why is it that the passion is up? Don't see that.
Why is America not peaceful?
So why is America?
If America is peaceful, I don't think I would have a peace. You know, I don't think. What are you talking about?
America, you don't think you will have what?
Okay, I will have a peace. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't
America
understand.
is far from being peaceful.
So what is America?
You know what a peace
America is in
is?
chaos.
Oh.
You know what a peace is, right?
I don't know if you tell me. Peace as well. PEACE.
A gun.
No. Oh, okay.
Ammunition.
Yeah. Yes. If America was so peaceful, I mean, we all see people dying. Nobody is even saying America is peaceful. I mean, no. America is not even close to being a safe country. It's just that we see ourselves here. No, I mean, if we are being realistic.
All right, Bishop. Let this land, and then I'm going to do a 5-minute round because the room has populated sufficiently so that we get everybody's voices in. But I'll bring it home there, and then I'll do a 5-minute monologue from everybody.
Yeah. So I'm saying that this election was not peaceful. I mean, if we recorded more than, I don't know how many it was, I think more than 60 or something, then it wasn't peaceful. You might say that they were less violent to, you know, others, you know, you might use that word, but when you use the word peaceful, it feels like nobody died, basically, you know. It wasn't peaceful at all. And let's stop deceiving ourselves. Yes, somebody has been elected and he is gonna be, you know, the president very soon. But we should stop.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say? So I didn't hear that. Repeat that.
I mean, I cannot.
Is this the final stage?
No, I cannot deny the fact that someone has been
Uh,
elected,
look at this
and I
guy.
cannot deny the fact that he's gonna be the president. I can't deny that fact, But what I would deny is when someone come and tell me that it was a peaceful election. Sorry, it's not. That's just what I want to say for that one man.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ades. We'll still come round to you. Let me take the conversation to Bishop. So Bishop, you're up next. But before we get into the conversation, it was brought to my attention that after I left yesterday, there was an incident where you showed extreme aggression towards one of the panelists.
There's extreme what?
That girl that is always chatting with her. Yeah.
Extreme what?
Aggression.
I don't know what they mean by aggression. They were not seeing me. I know. I said I don't know what anybody means by aggression. Nobody saw me. I was talking. I was interjected. I left I gave the something for interjection for a long time. I was practically forgotten. Nobody came back to me, and that does not matter. Somebody was talking. I wanted to interject, and everybody was shouting me that I cannot interject. I said, why can other people interject that I cannot interject? Just tell me, why is it that other people can interject me and I cannot interject when there was something very important for me to say? That I should shut up. And practically, just let me finish. Let me finish, please. Please, I beg you. And if anybody cannot tell me any reason why I cannot, I said, that's fine. There's another tomorrow. Good night. And I left. So where is the aggression there? Did I address her in any way? Did I insult her? Did I abuse her? Did I call her names? Because I don't even know her. I knew somebody was saying something. I needed to interject. I was interjected, and she vehemently said, no, I cannot interject. And I insisted that interjection is allowed. So why is it? It's there. You can play it back and listen to yourself listen to it yourself before you come to a conclusion. Because if anybody said I show extreme aggression, I think that's an unfair thing to say.
All right. I have actually gone to listen to it back, and it was somewhat aggressive, I have to say.
Okay.
Hold on. Your voice was quite. It was aggressive. That's just the only way.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
I interject.
Right.
I think Bishop narrated exactly what's happened and how it happened. And I think we advise us to leave it like that. Maybe we just have to just let the bishop know that if he tried to interject and someone insisted or said, oh, please don't interject me, maybe he should just let that person go and not insist that, oh, that is the rule. Bishop was insisting on the rule that, oh, look, interjection is allowed. Why don't you want to let me interject you? That was what happened. And because she insisted, and Bishop insisted too, that no, interjection is allowed. You should let me interject. So it wasn't. I don't think it's. We shouldn't see it as if Bishop was aggressive. It wasn't aggressive. It was just trying to, ensure that the rule is followed. That interjection is allowed. Why don't you want to allow me to interject you? And the other side was saying no. So I think both sides, we have to explain to both sides. If somebody trying to interject, let that person do it. If a situation happen that somebody doesn't want you to interject, or maybe saying, oh, let me run down, let me finish what I'm trying to dish out. Person trying to interject should just hold it and let that person go. So I don't think that Bishop was I don't think it was aggressive, but it was just a miscommunication between both sides, and let us just leave it like that.
All right. All right. We'll leave it there as directed by Jan Lekokobo. I'll just say, gentlemen rules at all times. We all know this, and it's only really so that we can have conversations in a safe environment. So gentlemen rules at all times. So you're still up, Bishop. So what has caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Thank you, Baba John Lekuku. Before I go ahead with that, let me just state that I'm sorry if I came out somewhat overtly aggressive. I was just trying to be emphatic, because it has happened to me before on this platform. And you say, "Oh, let them interject," and you actually was very clear when you said that, look, interjection is allowed, and I've been interjected.
Yeah, but hold on. Hold on. The interjections is at the discretion of whoever has the floor.
Now that I know.
Yeah, so
if somebody wants to interject me, I can say, please don't interject me.
Yes, yeah, you can say, let me finish my thought or something, yeah. But carry on.
So let me finish. First thing I said was that I apologize if I somewhat overtly, but I'm just laying the premise because I don't want us to go front and back on this. I was just being emphatic because there was a need to correct. Sometimes I come in because some facts have been misplaced. Some things we throw out because a lot of people listen and they take some things they pick from here as facts. And that was what I was going to say when this man was saying that do you know how many people that his statement can enrich, can rile up and influence to do things when we are presenting your own facts as the real facts of the matter. So if somebody says something, I can't remember what she said, but it was completely not correct. Disinformation is dangerous. It's as bad as you are allowing somebody to swallow poison, because some people listen to it and they're wrong with it. So I wanted to draw that thing. I wanted to call attention to that thing because it was important. I can't remember what it is rightly again. And she was very vehement. And I expected the moderator to just, okay, both sides, okay, listen, okay, you give her a minute to lay down. But everybody was trying to drown my voice. And I said, no. I was not offensive. I was not abusive. There was no single abusive word that came out of my mouth. I was just emphatic that interjection is allowed. And if it is allowed for other people to interject, then I should be allowed to interject also. Having said that, like I said, I apologize if I come forward as being unnecessarily.
Yeah, let's file it on that miscommunication. Let's get quickly back to politics, which is what we're all really interested in. So the political space, a gift that just keeps on giving. And what emboldens actually this guy, this Ali Baba, that they just be casually throwing out commentaries within the Nigerian political space, inviting Buhari and the CJN to snub the inauguration. Just empty words, of course, but with free speech comes responsibility, and there are no absolute rights. So should this guy now, Yusuf Datti, should the law now be brought into force with this character?
Well, woman, good evening, everyone, everywhere you are. Thank you for joining this evening. Please do the necessary things. Like, share. The last time I checked about a few minutes ago, we are about 126, and there were just how many 30-something likes. So please, if you can do the like, share, and if you have not subscribed, we are. One man said we are targeting 100,000 subscribers. Please do. Having said that, I think you have already said all that needed to be said on this DATTI Baba-Ahmed. Now, you have said everything that needed to be said. I will only add that we are destroying this, our fledgling democracy. We are creating, we are creating divisiveness amongst the people, because all these people have followers. Some of them are really, really blind followers. They cannot think and take decisions of themselves. So if leaders keep being reckless in their utterances, this same Datti was a minister. He stole a mandate, but he was sworn in. The other man went to court and collected his mandate. It is the proper way. But we have supposedly and I'm choosing my word very carefully, and leaders and elder statesmen now joining to change the law, because this time around it doesn't suit them, or it does not go in the direction they wanted it to go. We're really doing so much disservice to ourselves and our nation. We're making the way we want to demonize the leader that we don't like by every way and means, and make him look like the evil, digging up things when they are not even necessary. It will come a time there will be, and I predicted this some years ago, there will come a time there will be no acceptable president in Nigeria. Not a single one. If he comes from the north, these people of the south, we see him as enemy. They will with vitriol and attack and abuse for the whole year. The day he will come from this particular side too, they will be paid back in the same coin. And those other people can make life more miserable than the thing they are doing now. Because person we first do, no be in the papers. So if DATTI Baba-Ahmed thinks that it can continue to be reckless, someday, sometime, maybe something will happen. He will mistock the one that will put him in this place. So like I said, you have said all the things. I think we're just...
Do you think he should be arrested?
No, I don't want him to be arrested. I just wanted him to be... it will just be enough for him to be cautioned. Just put a word there. And look, let us be. And I expect responsible people, responsible leaders in the society to come and say, look, where we are, I think everybody should hold the gun, hold the fire. Let's have the outlaw. Let's follow the way it has always been. Buhari went to court. He lost. Atiku went to court throughout the last something. He lost. Who again went to court? Buhari went to court against Yaradua. He lost. Even though we knew that that particular one was a broad day robbery, that 2007 election. There are more grants to have nullified the election. The heavens did not fall. Even if you cheat somebody out, heavens won't fall. It will run this course and it will go. So for me, we should just try as much as we can. Let people, leaders of thought, elder statesmen, let them not join in all these rhetorics. Let them call everybody, you know what, I think we've had enough of this bitter, what do you call it? Let everybody calm down. Whatever the court says. Look at the way we are disparaging our judges on the social media. Let's all eyes on you.
I was watching one of those extreme obedient platforms earlier on today, and what they were saying was to go and start researching the judges to get their address, their profile, their children, everything.
That's very unfair. Those people, there is a category whereby all the people that participated in that space can be arrested. When they arrest them now, they will shout, there is no freedom of speech in Nigeria. Where in the world can you be setting up judges for attack, whether it is physical, whether it is verbal, whether it is online attack? Where it's that one condoned? And we're doing it with pump and play.
Sorry, Bishop, quick interjection. In America, yeah, they do that. It's called doxing. I think that's what they're trying to copy.
It is not acceptable in America. If you go and attack somebody, justice will be met with you. We saw a boy that mistakenly went and knocked on the door of a wrong house because he wanted to pick his younger sibling. He was shot. The man was left off. So Americans carry gun for a purpose. There are things you can do to people and they will take it out of you physically. We are saying we don't want to be like that. All these verbal virtual attack, those things that they were saying, that was how people told us that October 20 was okay. But do you know how many people have been jailed for the role they played in January 6? Those are the facts. So for me, if it is good for America, I don't think it is good for us because it keeps making it more toxic. So leaders should be able to say, you know what? I think you people should shake your sword. Let the course, the case run its course. Let the tribunal finish. Don't set tribunal up. Okay, now we are threatening attack on judges when they now say, they cannot continue with the case, and that is what PDP, Labour Party is going to do, to shoot themselves in the foot. Let me tell you what will happen. if the case is going on and they are targeting the judges on the panel, and somewhere along the way, one or two of the judges say, you know what, the attack on me and my family is getting too much. The threat, I recuse myself. They will not ask the chief judge to come and appoint another person. Maybe that one will take another 50 days. And by the time you know it, 180 days is complete. And that means it is already statute bar. So who is losing? Who has lost ultimately? Because if it happens, you cannot extend that day of the course by 1 day. So immediately 180 days complete, and you have threatened one judge after the other, and they have recused themselves. And when another new judge comes and say, I don't know how far you have gone on this matter, let us start from the beginning. I don't know the legal terms they use for that one. What I'm saying is that it is not right for people to be setting judges up for attack. It is not right. I'm not going to challenge the fact that you said it is done in America. I'm not saying it done, but I know that it is not right. They are doing their jobs, for crying out loud. They did not just get
what are you making of the conversations that the sessions should be live streamed? So there's an argument for transparency, because if there's one thing that the space needs to legitimize the elections, is transparency, which a lot of people are claiming has not been transparent. But if they live streamed any of those sessions, are they not then, knowing what we know of the backdrop of the goings on of the highly charged up atmosphere that we have at the moment, are they not putting the lives of people at risk? So the argument to live stream it, what's your take on that?
Well, listen to me very carefully. The live stream, I don't have any problem with it. But in this circumstance, it is a no-no. It is a no-no because the judiciary, the Nigerian judiciary, is being blackmailed to do the will of some people. That if it's either you do it our way or no way, that is a no-no. These people are not, I mean, look, I don't want to use extreme words. It is a no-no. So even if they have considered it, the fact that they are making it to look as if it is either you do it our way or there is no way, it is a no-no.
Bishop,
let me say, hold on 1 second, please. Just 1 second. Streamlining
live streaming.
Live streaming it or streaming it live does not in any way have any effect on the proceeding of the court. These people are just living in a bubble. You are saying Bishop, yes,
hold on. Yeah. There's a saying that justice not just to be done, but seen to be done.
Yes.
And that will satisfy that space, justice being seen to be done.
No, the court is not going to be behind closed doors. The court is an open court. The court is going to have representatives of the both sides. The lawyers are going to be there. If you want to bring 100 lawyers, so be it. If you want to bring other people, if you want to record it verbally. So every step of the way, you see things that you don't like, you challenge it. They bring facts to the table. It is not via emotion. It is not via blackmail. It is not via sentiment. It is based on facts that you are presenting. So if you are saying justice seen, it is not justice seen on television. No, it is justice according to the law. If they are, you not see that it is not been delivered according to the law, go ahead. Already people are already, the other day I saw one of those things, somebody played some of them, and they were already discussing about the possible judges of the Supreme Court that we preside over this. The judges of the Court of Appeal that have been selected are judges that have stellar record, stellar records over the years. They did not just get there by accident. They're not judges of 5 years or 10 years or not even 20 years. So they have paid their dues. For just some riffraff on the social media, yes, I use that word, riffraffs, to be calling them names, saying that we know where their children live. One child is going to school here, one child. For what? So that people could go and harm them?
Bishop, let me say this, because we understand that all these things are happening in social media, and this whole tension is happening. I don't know how much you live your life social media. Probably that's why you're angry. This election, if you're saying they shouldn't stream it, and you're afraid of, what will happen. We've had this election that.
Hold on.
No,
I am not afraid.
Or you're saying these people it has a tendency of doing something.
Yes.
If these people that you're thinking that have the tendency of doing something, if they didn't do anything after this election and they were calm,
what could they have done,
trust me,
Please, what could they have done?
Thank you very much. They couldn't have done anything. So even
So
if
what are you
they
talking
stream
about?
it, that's what I'm saying now. Calm down. I'm landing. Even
Okay.
if they stream it
Yeah.
and they whatever want to happen, even if they don't, it doesn't go in their way, nothing will still
No, no,
happen.
no. You misquote. You
No, no,
misquoted me. No, you did not understand what I said.
no. You just said nothing. What would they do? That's what you
No,
said.
no,
They
no,
can't
no,
do
no,
anything. They don't
no,
have
no,
the
no. You did
power
not
to
understand.
do
Can I repeat what I
anything.
said?
Yeah.
I said, and please
All
listen
right.
to me, even though I'm not be able to quote myself verbatim, but listen to me. I said, I don't have anything against live streaming it. I'm sure you heard that one, right? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Carry on.
Good. I
No,
now said, but
yeah, I had
they
it
should
clear.
not
No,
live
no,
stream it.
that's all.
And I said they
Sorry, carry
should
on.
not live stream it because that would mean the choir, the apostles or the whatever, the proponents of they must stream it will seem like they have intimidated the judiciary to do their bidding. And that is dangerous. A precedence we are laying. Why I don't have anything against streamlining it, but the manner in which they are insisting, like it is either our way or no way. That is the more reason I would say they should not stream.
Live stream.
They should not live stream it. So that's what I said. I'm not saying they're going to do anything. So don't. I might have added that one, but I did not. Let's just let the facts be straight. This is what I said. That don't let it appear that. So anytime things is not going against you, you can just band yourself together. You blackmail, you intimidate, you threaten, and they will now quickly do it your way. No, we should not have. We should not live in a country like that.
No, hold on. Sorry, Des. I want to move around quickly, and then we'll get into the topics later. But Bishop, finally, was there anything that caught your attention?
No, you said two things. You said two things, about 2 or 3 things I would like to talk about more. The El-Rufai issue.
I'll still take that round. I'm just doing a 5-minute each so that because it's been brought to my attention that people are left hanging around for so long. So I want every voice documented in the first phase, and then we get into the meat of the conversation. But I'm asking everybody also if there was anything else outside of what I've brought forward that caught their attention in the news cycle.
Okay, apart from the things you have listed. Okay,
yeah.
I was just waiting to make a comment. I would have thought for the. I never knew that this Baba-Ahmed would take this long. That's fine. I was going to make a comment on the El-Rufai offer to serve or not to serve, but that's okay. We can move ahead. I'll be up in about 30 minutes time. I have a meeting to attend to, so I'll join you guys back in about 2 or 3 hours. But I'll be there for the next 30 minutes.
All right, brilliant. Let me go on to my ASAP. So good to see you again, my ASAP. So you're up next. Let me kick it off then with that question that I put to Bishop. Was there anything that caught your attention in the news cycle today? My ASAP.
Good day to everyone. Good day, one man. It's nice to see you again.
Good to have you.
Well, yeah. The thing that caught my attention is what you still mentioned, but nothing outside of the news. So if that's what you mean.
Where are you based?
In the US.
Oh, all right. So you would have not been following the coronation of the.
I wanted to just mention it now, but I don't know if that was going to be in line with your.
No. Well, it's everything now. So any and everything is up for discussion. Yeah, so, what did you make of it? The pomp. Nobody does pomp and pageantry like the UK. If there's one thing,
exactly,
they know how to do pomp and pageantry.
Exactly. So I've been following that news as well, and it was quite a how will I put it, a coronation,
a spectacle.
And a lot of records were set. And then one of the things that also struck my attention, I don't want to talk outside of the context in which our space is in. So I will speak in the context in which it affects Nigeria, and because of the way Nigeria is positioned. And then I really, I think I read that our president as well is also going to be among the delegates to have a meeting with as among the, since we are part of the Commonwealth, that we're going to have a meeting, to deliberate on how Nigeria will be properly positioned, during this new dispensation. with the coronation of the king. Although he has been king since, but at least this is the ceremonious part now has been done. And then I think I saw one of our envoy. I think that's is it Tunji Ishola, something like that. I think he was also there and spoke on CNN, and then he also mentioned some of the things that were going to be discussed. And I think one of those things was in the issue of reparation in terms of Nigeria and the acknowledgement of the role that that Britain has played, in during the colonial era. And then he also talked about the fact that there will be also discussion on the business side of things with regards to how UK and well, all in all, I think the relationship between UK, that's what I'm envisaging. We are not God, but we are human. I'm expecting that the relationship between UK and the monastery and Nigeria would thrive as usual. We've always had this tete a tete between us, and I expect that to also continue.
All right, brilliant. A lot of people were suggesting that Buhari should use the window to bring up the Ekweremadu matter. Is this something? Is this something? Do you anticipate that? Is there a window for that?
Thank you very much, sir. So well, okay. I don't want to. I think that President Buhari would be well. I don't know how proper that would be considering the timing. I think he was already sentenced. Was it not yesterday? Yeah. Okay. So now this is coming after former President Olusegun Obasanjo wrote a lengthy letter, in his usual characteristic manner, to the UK government on the issue. That was some months back. I believe maybe March, right? And after that, I believe at the House of Rep, is it the House of Rep or Senate, I'm sure, that also wrote another letter. I know I read in some places where some of our obedience were saying that I don't want to call it obedience. Let me just say some people on social media were also castigating the federal government for not being involved. And I was like, I think I remember where then is it the House of Rep or House of Representative also wrote a letter to the effect asking that the UK government temper justice with mercy. And despite all of this, we still see that the ruling yesterday also, they sentenced them, I think, to 9 years in jail. That should suggest the kind of position that the UK government has taken. If Buhari will want to, I believe, will want to.
So he shouldn't go and embarrass himself. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Exactly. He might need to, because the body language has already suggested that no, it's like as if they are saying no, you cannot interfere with our judiciary system. Because here's the thing. Let's agree. Let's even say that somehow President Buhari can weigh down, on the decision. What does that connote? It means that they are setting a precedence that they can be influenced by an external body. And if there's anything that is important to any country, it is your judiciary system. Once your judiciary system can be influenced, then there's nothing else again, because it's your judiciary system that they are the arbiter of your constitution, that the arbiter of your law. And let me just say this, because there are different ways we can. Somebody might be hearing me and we may be understanding what I'm saying from a different perspective. Please, I'm not in any way suggesting that the ruling meted out to Ekweremadu was something that he deserved. No, I'm not. I'm a Nigerian, and I feel for him, despite the fact that people may say a lot of things. And the reason why I feel for him is this: I put myself in that situation. That okay, this man. Yes, we can say he did a lot of things. He did this, he did that. The question is, I think his daughter came out yesterday and said she felt for her father and her mother. We have to understand the circumstances in which he made the decision he made. But was that the right decision? No, of course not. That was not the right decision. But but taking a human, human empathy will let you understand why he could take that decision. It might not have been in the best of decisions to take, but we can understand why someone like that can take. That is his daughter, and she was already. And we all know how this thing plays out. When people are on donation list, you are basically on a waiting list, and only God knows when you'll be called. So I can at least understand what could have driven him, but that does not mean I'm supporting the role, the method in which he took. But we are saying that okay, this is how this could have happened to anybody, and so Buhari might be very, very careful because one, the former president has already given his opinion on the matter, and yet the ruling still stood. The House of Representatives.
Sorry, SAP. Rational mind, switch on your mic so your device is able to. Yeah. So sorry, carry on. Yeah.
All right, sir. So I think that is what that might influence the president to think twice before he even makes such a request.
All right. Thank you. So let's continue to push it on and take it to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. Sorry, sir. I was thinking, can I quickly just say a few things regarding some of the things that my fellow panelists have said, since there's a bit more, I still have some time regarding the issue of my truth or your truth. If that's this is funky notions. Yeah, go on.
I really, my brother has a very, very interesting way of that's Mr. Des. If he has
it's one of a kind, though. It's a special breed. Thank God. It's from a planet. It's from a planet yet to be discovered by man.
It's not about how I view it. It's about when I say my truth, your truth. I will give you a very distinct example. If I go to a police station and they bring sort of a lie detector, right, a truth and lie detector, and ask me a question, do you believe that if Tinubu's sworn in is unconstitutional and whatever is not democratic? And I say yes, and if he's positive, what would they say? He's telling the truth. That is why I said it is his truth, because of based on what he saw. So don't try to think
not what he saw, what he believes,
what he believes. So that's what I'm saying. Don't think I'm just making it sounding like it's just what it is. Please.
Okay.
I did tell you that this is from a planet yet to be discovered.
No, there are different type of.
All right. Let
Des, you've not even allowed me to even speak. You don't even know the particular point that I'm trying to even.
Sorry. I thought you were trying to yab me.
No. You see, we this is the thing. I think maybe this is my opinion. I think we might be confusing opinions with facts. You see, there's this common thing that is in the woke community now, the leftists, far left, and the rest. And I understand, as living, having a Northern American experience, that we now have different definitions of truth. We have your truth, we have my truth, and all of these things.
I hate that phrase. Sorry to interrupt you. I hate that phraseology, and it's very much an Americanism. My truth.
Yeah, it is.
What is the meaning of my truth? What sort of a bastardization of language is that? My truth. What does that mean?
One man, can I surprise you? You see, somebody made a statement the other day on your show that was 2 days ago. He stays, I believe, in Nigeria, and he said he tried to caution us and said sometimes he noticed the way Nigerian diasporans speak. They speak with absolutes, and they talk about the way the media, and which is understandable. We're not presently on the ground, so we might not. What we only feed on is what the media tells us. And the person was letting us know that it's not necessarily the case that Nigeria is on a boiling, on a melting pot. Now, this issue of my truth or your truth, it's about the louder minority. I would want to surprise you that America itself, even within the American space, there are a lot of people who would argue with all this my truth or your truth, but and the funny thing is that they are in the majority, but they are not as loud as the louder minority. The people down south, and Mr. Des can bear me witness, they are conservatives. They don't believe in all these things. They are on the right, and they push back on these things. So it is most. That's why you see that when in my coinage, I said that it is the far left, the woke mob that tends to use that kind of language. Now, here's the truth. Let us now look at something. Let's go to the school of academia itself. There's nothing like my truth, your truth. We might have relative truth. We might have absolute truth. But to have subjective truth, that is only a new postmodernism ideology. It just came up recently through the left. So, because if we begin to say things like, for example, and I want to apply it to Des itself. Des, remember you just said just now, during your take, you said if someone asks you, because somebody made a statement and said, well, the election was peaceful, and you caught that person immediately and said that either you don't agree with it. Now that is it. That is, if I now told you that what you said is also your truth, and that person is actually, then they will now become, all of us are now at loggerheads. But you seemed so much convinced that election was not peaceful. And you were very, very convicted that it was not. And it didn't seem that you wanted anybody to be opinionated about that issue. And I was like, wow. So this is also demonstrating what he's also condemning. So that's the thing. Look, no matter, these things, actually, when this issue of this woke mob came up, we have issues like, Matt Walsh talked about something like this, if you remember, when they came up with the issue of wokeism and what is a woman, what is not a woman. It got so bad that even someone, I refuse to mention her name.
Is this language of what adjective do you define yourself by? Maybe I'm just out of this world, but I'm only aware of male and female. But you Americans, man, what you're turning this world into is unbelievable.
Sir, look, one man, I want to assure you something. You might not believe what I want to say, but please just believe it. Not everyone in the US agrees with this, and that's why I said it is part of the propaganda of the louder minority. I think Mr. Ola said a statement, made a proverb one day on this platform. That was during the heat of the election. He said, "Ẹni tó bá gbé ẹdìyẹ òtòṣì, ó gbé ẹdìyẹ aláròká." I will interpret that I will try my best to interpret that in English. The person who carries the hen of a poor man has also invariably carried the hen and the problems that come with a busybody. Now, and you know what a busybody can do? They will flesh out and embellish the truth. They will make a mountain out of a molehill. So it's in the American context. In the American context, the CNNs of this world, the ABCs of this world, the NBCs of this world, they are more in terms of their space, in terms of their reach. So it makes America appear as though, when of these woke ideologies, when they come through the media, and the media on the left has done a better job than the media on the right. It's only recently that the media on the right has started to push back, and that's why you have issues like Fox News and the rest. And even within the Fox News, based on what has been happening recently, there have also been rancor even in their midst. So, but I want you to let you know, the rural majority, the ones based in the South, the level-headed ones, even in the Northeast and the Midwest, as Californians, they know that something is wrong. They know that is not.
But they call those ones redneck, don't they? We are in an era of relativism now.
Yes,
and that seems to be where we will be. So we're not going to. We're never going to revert to traditionalism. Because we've been in relativism for the last 2 decades now, and it continues to. It started with female empowerment, and then when you had female empowerment, or all the auxiliary satellite sort of manifestations, they then came off the back of that to start to claim rights. And then you had gender empowerment and right, and then you had gender definition. You know, there was a time they did a session on it on the BBC, and you know, they counted at least 50 types of description that you can use to describe your gender. I mean, my goodness me, it's you Americans, isn't it?
This is the good thing about it. It's now actually the rooster has come back home to roost. Is now actually working against them. What do I mean by that? You might have heard recently in the news that there has been a lot of issues, and Mr. Des can bear me witness to this too, where men, white men now, have now been engaging that woke mentality and been identifying as women and entering into sports and into events that were once dominated by women and winning based on the issue of
no, there was one female. What's that female name? Is it Kelly Jenner or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and so
once upon a time, a man
in the fashion world. So now they are now at a crossroad. They are now at a dilemma because now they've now seen that what they once were using, you know, to get their way. Now other people have now begun to come in to take advantage of it and as it were rub it in their face. You know, recently the last one that recently happened, I think last week, was where someone came in. You know, was it in California? I'm not sure. I'm not sure one of the states. I don't want to be wrong. And he entered. He is a white male, but there was a poker event. I think you know this poker game that they make, this poker game, and it was for women. And this man, he registered for the event and said, "I identify as a woman." And obviously, they could not do anything about it. And this man, who would not naturally beat the best poker male category of his own gender, won that event. Not only won that male, broke a record. And they were like, okay. The women were just complaining and saying, okay, we don't want this man. But the law itself has already.
There was one that I heard ASAP about this guy who went under the identity of a woman. And then he's a criminal, got caught and was sentenced in a female prison. Got 4 women pregnant, including the warden.
Yes, that
was it. That was in America as well.
Yes, that's it. So it's actually now beginning to bite back, and this is one of the things. That's why I say something. You see, there's this kind of, you know, someone said something. There's this kind of how will I put it now? Should I call it? I'll refrain so that I will not be misunderstood.
No, say it now. We're sophisticated enough to understand what the right is.
There's this way we try to, you know, unconsciously we might actually be downplaying the good, you know, virtues in our African culture that has existed up all till now. If we begin to take, sometimes we don't need to.
You can abandon those virtues. Sorry to keep it. Let me tell you why. During the 2014 elections thereabout, Goodluck Jonathan was under extreme pressure not to sign the anti-gay bill law, and a lot of people felt he was punished for that at the elections by the Americans. Yes. And then just as early as a couple of months ago, what was Kamala Harris? She was in Ghana to start to pressure them to amend their gendered laws. And they are pressuring Uganda, etc., etc. So the last bastion of traditionalism, which is Africa, they are going to crumble it, and then that is it. Then we are all fully woke.
But is this not a case of the world is basically changing? Because I think the past years in they tend to hide a lot of things.
What do you mean by that?
A lot of people didn't. Like a gay
can you cite an example?
How?
You can cite an example so that I can understand this.
I meant like the world is changing based on the whole transgender and the people. I mean, medically, or you know, it's very possible for a person to be born and you know have the D, and you know, start, having a boobs, that kind of stuff, and you don't really know what to. Medically, people are born like this, so you don't really know how to identify that person.
Medically, we are all born like that. We all carry both genders, but you have a dominant one.
Yeah, I know that woman, but in this instant that someone has a D and has a boobs at the same time, even if one is more dominant, that person is probably confused on how to identify himself, because the world at its worst, it's not being fair to him, because this has been happening for a long time. Just that a lot of people
Okay. Yeah,
hid it
no,
so well.
no. All right, thank you there. So what you're saying essentially is that liberalism is letting the Africans.
I'm not done.
Because I want to move
saying,
it on now. There's still so many people.
I'm saying if the world is changing, the world has to change. The people or the environment or the society has to change with it. What I think they should do is they should create sports for this kind of people. They should start creating stuff for this kind of people that has started coming out now, showing their self. That is just what I want to say.
Yeah, but that would be a reclassification, wouldn't it? If they identify, hold on, but if they identify as a woman, but you want to re-bracket them out of what they have identified as, then you'll be impinging on their rights.
Yeah, it's kind of.
See?
It is kind of.
It's not easy.
Yeah. It's not easy, finally.
It's not easy, man. But wrap it up ASAP, and then let's go on to Prince, and then
I think that's all. That's all I have. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, sir.
No, but it's an interesting space. I tried to open up that space once upon a time. Maybe we'll start to do more on those sort of because there's a lot going on around us that we're not paying attention to, only because we're subsumed and consumed by our own domestic matters. But
I would just say that we as Africans, we don't necessarily need to experiment along with the left ideology. We need to try to find a way.
Yeah, but what this is saying is that all of these things, homosexuality is an innate thing. It's not a cultural thing. It's an innate thing. But the African culture recoils from it. So the people that were traditionally homosexual within the African setting, they've had to repress it. But because of the liberalism that has now fleshed out in the world, now they have the opportunity then not to repress anymore. So you have to do not have to. What if somebody is innately that way inclined? What do you do? You can't repress it, can they? You can't start. You take them to pastor to be throwing holy water on them. What do you do?
Not at all. So I don't subscribe to anything that would lead to suppression of any group. I would not subscribe to it at all. And I think what we were talking about was with the issue of what is subjective truth and what is absolute truth. So, but if we now go into the aspect,
is there such thing as absolute truth? Is a thing,
So what I would just say is that in itself is as well is also subjective, because then you would now begin to talk about an absolute deity, and then people will now begin to question you, because if you are saying there's absolute truth, it means we are also subscribing that there's a being somewhere, like an habitat to that absolute truth, and it's more of a philosophical question. So it's very, very, very difficult to say that. But however, we know what is facts. We know things that are established as fact that we can see, we can feel, we can touch. For example, now if you present color white before 10 people, there's a given chance that some people will still see white and will give you a different interpretation to white.
Yeah, but the color white is white only because we are universal in agreement that it is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. So
that's relativism.
Oh, so we must at least have something, a reference to which to base our argument, or else all of us will end up with relativism, and that's I don't think we can make progress with that, because that's where we can have issues that somebody can say an election was not peaceful, an election was peaceful. Let me say for a fact that the election that was conducted in Nigeria is to me, I'm not going to talk about whether it was peaceful or not peaceful, but to me it's credible. And this is the reason why I can say it's credible, because it reflects, the projections of a reasonable majority. Because we've been on this platform, a lot of people have come in, and you can at least say that that's the expectation of what you would have. And one of the main reasons for that is that we look at the way Obi has already an Obi split between the PDP, had already helped to create an emergence for Tinubu, and then the results itself reflected that. So if we now begin to say, oh, okay, that election was fraudulent, the question is, on which basis are we saying that? And some people might say, what about the election that the President Olusegun Obasanjo and Maurice Iwu, conducted? I mean, till date, Mr. Des, I would like to say, till date, that election in 2007, I believe, someone can correct me, is still on record the one of the worst elections in the world. So when we begin to talk about Nigeria's past election, there's the way we paint it as though there have not been worse election than that. And nobody has killed anybody. Nobody has done anything to anybody because of that election. We've moved on as a country. So I believe that this is the time when we need to at least let bygones be bygones. That election is not perfect. Yes, we agree. There were a lot of irregularities. Yes, we agree. But there's no country on earth that has had elections without its own shortcomings.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's move it on and take it in the direction of Prince Daddy to have his opening monologue. So Prince Daddy, to you.
Yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. How you guys doing?
Yeah, good to see you again.
Yeah, thanks. So, where do I start? What topic?
I was just kicking it off with if anything especially caught your attention in the news cycle today, it can be Nigerian, African, or global. What piqued your interest in the news?
Well, I haven't paid too much attention to news today, but a lot of things said so far are kind of interesting, I would say. On the issue of perhaps the world becoming woke, talking about transgenderism and whatnot. You see, we're not there yet. See, the internet, social media is really providing a false sense of reality to many Africans, maybe especially Nigerians, because let's talk about the judges of the courts. The need to want to expose the identity of these judges in Nigeria, it's a thing that's being done here right now in the West, especially in America, right? You guys knew about the Roe v. Wade change in law. The Chief Justice, I believe was Alito, was pretty much some people went over to the house, actually his residence, private residence, and they were protesting right there, right in front of his house, and threatening him and his family. This kind of a behavior, it's foreign to Nigeria, but again, the internet or the social media has brought everything into like one global village, so to speak, as they say. And we don't do that, and we can afford it. I don't think we can afford it. As somebody said earlier, most of the people making noise are really in the minority, absolute minority. And but everything is overblown on the internet, on social media. You think, just like somebody said earlier, you think Nigeria is about to crumble into pieces because of this election, but that's not the case. You see, most of the noise in Nigeria right now is mostly from the southern part of Nigeria. In the northern part, I think it's quite peaceful. I think people have decided, they've concluded the election, and they've all decided to move on. It's we in the south, or the southern part, especially the people in diaspora and on the internet, are the people making the noise. Like, like the country's about to be in smithereens overnight. But that's not really the case. Just a bunch of disgruntled people, like DATTI Baba-Ahmed, you know, being careless with his words and his position on the matter. And on the issue about, if the election was this past election was peaceful or not, and everything is relative. We're talking about truth here. Truth is relative, okay, based on the understanding of the person observing the situation or perceiving the situation. So it's kind of hard to come by absolute truth. But if you ask me, the only absolute truth I would say is that there's God, and Jesus Christ is the Son of God. To me, that's absolute. Every other thing that has to do with man, because in fact, truth can be in a continuum, right? Something that's true today, next year or years to come may not be true anymore. So truth is in a continuum. Therefore, in any distant society, I mean, that's why it's good to have a really robust, good justice judicial system in any country, because that'll really be the foundation for any successful country to be peace, to have peace in such a country. And yeah, so on the issue of absolute truth, it's hard to come by. When we have standards, when we have laws in place, then when something goes wrong, we can use the event and match it up with what the law says. Okay, well, of course, one life too many. If one person died during the election, it's one life too many. That person's life belongs to somebody's mom or dad or family. Uh, we don't want Nobody wants anyone dead because of election. But nonetheless, um, we have to look at this past election in comparison to other previous elections, right? There've always been violence in all elections, even here in America, So, but to downright say this election was the worst election and it's not credible based on things that happen that have obviously have happened in the past also is not factual. Just like the last person talking said, you can't say the election is what did it say? You can't. The election was credible. I think the election was credible. Now, a lot of things happened. There were a lot of shenanigans that happened all across the country, but that does not nullify the election at all. And to the previous discussion we had in the past about what is it, 18,000 polling units were in contention in the courts. Well, what percentage of those polling units to the overall um, um, polling units of over 170,000 polling units across the country? What is the percentage? That's what we have to look at. We can't just use one example in one bad place or one bad city or state and throw out the election because one person's not happy. We can never get anything right or absolute. We human beings. We're human beings.
Prince, what are you making of Buhari being in the UK at the moment and the suggestion that that he should use the opportunity to speak on Ekweremadu's behalf? People on this platform are saying that he may well end up embarrassing himself, but should he not use that window of that occasion just to at least maybe for clemency at some point in time, for a reduction in a sentence or something?
Yeah, I heard earlier. I thought about it also. Actually, was it today or yesterday? I thought about it. Well, it'd be a good opportunity, perhaps, to engage the King Charles about Ekuramadu's situation. But I don't think the timing is good. However, if it was able to meet with Charles a day before or two, perhaps that would be a great opportunity to bring it up. but to want to make it a frontal topic for a big occasion as the coronation, I don't think it'll be ill-timed. I would say I don't agree with it, but nonetheless, and I don't think Buhari is the kind of person that's so diplomatic and skillful in trying to be a conversationalist. I don't think he is, but maybe someone like Tinubu or perhaps somebody else may bring it up that, hey, I have something.
Buhari has a longer standing relationship with Prince Charles, now King Charles. It's known him since he was a boy. He's always had a relationship with the royal family.
Well, then that's a big plus. But that's a big plus. But at the same time, it doesn't mean it has to bring that issue frontally to him. But that's a big plus. But because in anything, relationship is great, it's big. So with that point said, I would think it's something you can say in passing to him that he would love to bring up maybe later when it gets back to Nigeria or maybe in another visit. I mean, yeah, since he has that strong relationship established already, I think it would be the right person actually to bring it up. So I do agree with that. But I'm not sure this environment, this atmosphere is the right time. But if you do have a relationship with somebody, just like you said, I think there's a way he can finesse himself, his way to bring it up to him, okay, in passing, and try to make something out of it for sure.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Prince Daddy. We'll do the topics round in a moment, just documenting everybody's voice in the opening phase. Let's go on to Kulata and to see, I'm sure he will have some economic thing that is agitating his mind. A tax collector, as he has been dubbed severally. So Kulata, the man with the data.
Actually, there's nothing that I've read today that interested me, apart from one Niger guy took a Niger girl and his girlfriend to the restaurant, and the guy refused to pay, and I think that's payback time.
Oh no, hold on, that's coming. No, hold on, don't do the review. Okay. That's coming. That's coming.
Okay,
I have the clip.
Okay.
I have the clip.
There's the. I mean, that's the only thing that caught my fancy. Okay, then I saw a headline. I didn't read it too closely, but I think Russia is complaining that there's too many rupees. I think because they're trading without dollar. So Russia has too many rupees in their hand and they don't know how to dump it. So all that talk about dollar going away, the BRIC trading partner, one thing. I think it may not work. Dollar is still king. And I think
they hold a very tight rein on the rupee. I remember when I went to India, and this is going back about 10 years, so I'm not sure if the rules are still the same. They wouldn't let you take their currency out of their country.
I can't remember. I didn't change money last time I went. I did not change money. So I can't remember. But I know, no, I can't remember. I did not change any currency. I did not spend a dime. So I don't know about the rule. But, I mean, if Russia is complaining about how, I mean, nobody needs rupees. So if they're trading in India in rupees, what are they going to do with the rupees? Except they use it to buy stuff from India. And if the trade relationship they have in India is not that great, then they need dollar. Because China is not going to take the rupee. Who's going to take the rupee? So when I saw that, I was like, well, because I think on this platform, we talked about the dollar, the fall of the dollar and all that stuff. I think the dollar is not falling yet. I think we're just over.
But the dollar is going to have to give way though, and I suspect ultimately not give way as in surrender, but he has to open space for at least the Chinese yuan. Because I think that currency is about to challenge the dollar somewhat.
But we can't. No, I doubt it, because China can't afford the Chinese yuan to be the reserve currency, because China also wants to make sure the Chinese yuan is not strong compared to the dollar. so they can maintain their export advantage. Because if everybody is holding Chinese yuan as a reserve currency, it will limit the kind of jiu-jitsu that they can do to the yuan. So they can't afford, China cannot afford for its exports to be expensive. So they always need to have yuan to be artificially deflated in value. So I don't know what implications, I mean, maybe because I've not sat down to think what the implications will be if everybody all of a sudden starts trading in yuan. Because if yuan gains strength, then China loses export because their goods will be expensive relative to other currencies. So have
they not showed up enough for them to now move to that phase? Because I think they've gone 2 decades of stockpiling money now, and I think I suspect in cash terms they're probably the richest country on the planet. So they have the leverage of money to challenge any currency, and if they can break that dollar hegemony, it will probably double their. I think they might well go after the dollar.
I'm not so sure it pays them to break the dollar hegemony, to be honest with you. And I don't know if it pays other countries for China to be able to manipulate the yuan in a way where they have to devalue it. I mean, it's not like America doesn't also play tricks, but because America is not an export-dependent country, China being an export-dependent country puts some constraint on how far they can go with their currency. Because, like I said, they have to maintain the value artificially low so they can be competitive. Like a lot of American companies are moving factories from Vietnam into other places because those places are getting cheaper than China. So, I mean, we should watch the space. The topic can get very complex.
Yeah, hold on before you come in, Des. Hold on, Des. Before you come in, do you remember when the Ukrainian war broke, and as part of the punitive measures put in place, they kicked the Russians out of the SWIFT system, and that nearly crumbled their economy before they made some psychedelic moves to shore up their currency. But then that signal to a lot of spaces. The Saudis reacted to it, and there was a stockpile of money. The Chinese reacted to it, there was a stockpile of money. The Indians reacted to it, there was a stockpile of money. So now, it has now been identified that the Americans, and by extension the West, they can use currency to fight, and the rest of the world, they don't want to be vulnerable to what the Americans did with that SWIFT thing. And then I think the world is ready for another portal. And I think that the Chinese or the Russians, and certainly the BRICS, they might open up that portal.
Yeah, but the practicalities of it right now is not panning out. And that's why, well, I did not read beyond the headline and maybe a few sentences in what I saw, because I was very lazy today. I've been watching Netflix all day. So, but they're making noise because it's not like they're not just realizing that America uses dollar as a weapon. Everybody knows they use dollar as a weapon. It's not news. This is not news. And what happened to Russia too is not news. The only thing is because Russia, what they sell is critical goods because Europe is dependent on what they sell. So that's why Russia could afford to do what it did, because Europe hasn't found an alternative to buying gas, to get constant supply of gas from another country, and they rely heavily on Russia. So Russia could survive by selling them gas and let the ruble gain more. The ruble gains strength, but the ruble gaining strength, fine is not like, how will I explain it now? The ruble gains strength, but Russia is still in the position of weakness. But I don't know how to explain it. Bottom line is,
we'll continue to monitor that space, Kolata. But the one thing, and I think this wants to come in. But let me just add this quickly, and then you add that, and then Kolata can wrap it up. you are saying that it is in the interest of China to continue to keep their currency low for reasons of export.
For reasons of export, yes.
Yes, but the Chinese have broken the back of manufacturing in the West. They've broken it completely, never to recover again. Who is manufacturing? Where are they manufacturing anywhere in the West?
No. Now, if you notice, the West, because of COVID and the supply, we had a massive supply chain issue immediately after COVID or during COVID. The West has realized that they need to move some critical manufacturing back to the West. So as we speak, they're opening up manufacturing back in the US. They took some out of China, took it to Vietnam, took it to Philippines, took it to other cheaper countries. So China now has to grow their domestic economy to be able to buy what China produces and not just rely on export alone. So China is trying to navigate that space. The next generation of manufacturing now is like robot. I mean, we've been doing robotic manufacturing since the 70s, but now it's almost going to be full autonomous. So there are things that are getting brought back, like semiconductors. We relied heavily on Thailand, and because Thailand can be easily taken by China, that's like a weakness area that they're bringing back to the US, because the threats that China has over Thailand makes it a problem. There's only one company, I can't even remember the name of that company, that's critical to that supply chain. And I think we have in South Korea. South Korea, the gun is getting pointed to South Korea from North Korea. And China can combine with North Korea to form South Korea. So they're moving those kind of manufacturing, they're moving it back. Like anything that relies on national security, they're moving it back. But China has a leg up in, what's the name of these resources? Precious. Is it precious? Oh, I can't remember. Rare earth. They have advantage. They have the biggest stockpile and the biggest deposit of rare earth elements that is critical in all this high-tech stuff. China has the highest deposit of those, like very high. And I think a few African countries have. So, but the biggest quantities in China. So China still has advantage in that. But in as much as it doesn't threaten national security and based on the lessons learned from COVID, they're moving some manufacturing out of China, and China is scrambling to build up their own domestic consumption. So they won't 100% rely, or they will rely less on export. So more like being like a more developed economy where demand is in-house. Grow the local demand for the goods they manufacture. Because if the West and the majority of the world don't buy from China, China will be in trouble. So there are many things going on. With Nigerian politics, I've not been able to keep up with that space a lot. But now that
there's not a lot happening in Nigerian politics anymore. We're just waiting for Tinubu's inauguration, and then
take this question. With the whole de-dollarization and everything going on, do you think what effect do you think is gonna be on cryptocurrency? What effect do you think is gonna happen to it?
I can't, that crypto space, man, I don't know. So crypto is an opportunity, but I still think the general world is still a bit skeptical with crypto. Sometimes you think they want to embrace it. Next thing you see that they're locking it down somehow. So I think it's still the future, some sort of crypto. Something along those lines.
Nigeria has adopted it, crypto. They passed a policy just about a week or so ago.
We have our own coin, apparently. I think so. Central bank has its own. They launched some crypto products. That's like even 2 or 3 years ago.
In Naira.
But in Naira, I think some sort of that is definitely the future. It's definitely the future. But I don't know if it's going to get democratized. I don't know how it's going to end up because it's right now it's all over the place somehow. It's not a place I closely follow because I'm a bit traditional with my investment. But it definitely all signs shows that that's the direction. I think. I don't think we can stay the way we are right now. No, I doubt it.
The one thing that's not going away, Kulata, is the technology that underpins cryptocurrency, which is the blockchain technology.
The blockchain.
Yeah.
That blockchain, we use it a lot at work for different clients, for different things. Blockchain is here to stay. There are many applications for blockchain. I just sell work. I don't do all those stuff. So I don't know all the details that people do, but there's a lot of opportunity there, and there's a lot of further advancements that will happen with distributed ledger and blockchain and all those things. So that's the direction of the future. But how we're going to coalesce around it, I don't know the specifics. But like I said, elections is over now. Maybe it's time I start paying attention again.
If anybody is in banking, there's a currency called Ripple. That's going to be the currency of banking. But Zeta, coming. Good to see you.
Hey, good day, everyone. Colata, I think you were explaining something on the currency. We said you didn't know what to call it when you were trying to describe.
Russia ruble being strong, but overall they're weak. Yeah.
Yeah. What actually is happening to the Russian currency is what is called economics of scale, supply and demand. That's what their currency is passing through. I think that's the word you were looking for.
No, not that. What I'm trying to say is,
you said their currency tipped up.
Their currency is strong, but their position globally, internationally, being because of the dollar sanctions, they're weak. So it's
That's
more
what
like
I'm saying now. I gave you the word. It's called the economics of supply and demand in currency. Because
I'm not sure that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a particular thing, but it's not coming to my mind. But I think the explanation is like this. Even though the ruble is strong, they're not able to leverage that as something. I don't know how to. I've read it somewhere, but I did not pay too much attention. I'm looking for some specific things.
I was going to say collateral real quick. Well, the ruble is strong with Russian trading partners, and that's what matters.
With Russia trading. Thank you. I think you're getting me to the direction.
Kulata, maybe you need to check it. When a currency gets stronger, it gets value, but it's not that strong. It's economics of supply and demand happening on that currency. How does it work? What is happening to Russia, in as much as their currency is strong, they're doing more of import now because they're in war than export. So no matter how strong their economy is, it's not, no matter how value their economy gains.
I'm not sure they're doing more export because of embargo.
Okay, now I get it now. Okay, I remember now. Thank you. Their economy is not strong. Their currency is just strong relative to their trading partner. So while trade volume and everything has shrunk, but because they're trading, the remaining trading partners they have, they're trading in ruble. So while ruble is gaining strength, the economy is contracting. And then again, the people buying from them are buying at a discount. So they're even losing more. Assuming there was no sanction, they won't have to sell at a discount for the people that buy. I think India, from what I read, India and China, they're getting a good bargain from Russia. So while the trading shrunk, their currency, the value of their currency rose because they're now trading in ruble. There's more demand for ruble, but the volume of trade is low. That's it. That's what I was trying to find.
Yeah, you're right. I was gonna say, well, they're selling low to Russia and India because they're trying to expand they're trying to circumvent actually the global trade. That's the
The
reason part
global
of the
trade.
reason. Yeah, they're trying to circumvent the global trade to be able to move their resources to Europe without being penalized.
And there's another problem. The trade with China is also physically constrained due to the media that they're using to trade. The pipeline is just a pipeline. You can't build additional pipeline to now pump more oil and gas to China. You get what I'm saying? They can't add more easily to the volume that they trade with them. And it's not, I don't know if Russia does LNG or if they're about to start doing LNG or whatever. That pipeline or whatever that they have going to China is that's the capacity that can support is what these guys will be able to buy from them. And then I mean, internationally, they've lost trade. So the ruble being strong is just strong for its own pocket. The economy has shrunk.
No, well, it's strong for its own pocket, but also the multipolarity of the world economy right now. It's a big factor also. So the global economy is being pretty much broken into different parts. The Chinese, the India, and the Russians are taking one part. So it may the ruble may be nothing in Nigeria or the US, but in that block of trading partners, it's very strong and it's been acceptable. In fact, many of these countries, even I think Saudi Arabia, they jettison the dollar and they're trading in actually in the yuan, in the Chinese yuan. Okay.
But you heard what we started with about hold on, Zita.
Yeah.
You heard what we started with. I did not read the news, but I sent one man the link about trading in rupees and I think it's Russia and not knowing what to do with the rupees. With China, if this thing is going to make the China yuan stronger, I think China will back out of this. This, I think, is just people making noise. I think everybody will revert back to the dollar.
You know, for the BRICS to work, they have to have a designated currency. You know, they have to have a designated currency. For the BRICS nations to work, they have to have a designated currency.
But everybody's reserves, like, I mean, the world reserve currency has been the dollar for so long. I mean, it's going to take a humongous challenge to do what they're planning to do. But
thank you.
Let's not be too confident.
No, we can't say that though, because if you look, what I would say, the Brazil, Russia, India.
One man, forget all that one. It's just everybody's threatening. They're trying to hold on. Let me just make 5 seconds.
Yeah, make that point there.
Then you can interject. I think when they saw what US did lately with Russia, they're just trying to show US that hey, we can fight back. But I don't think it's something that is going to be carried out fully because they're so vested in the US dollar. Is unimaginable.
What percentage of world trade? What percentage of world trade does the BRICS nation occupy? What percentage of world trade?
Is high now. They can't.
So that's the leverage, isn't it?
But whether it's high, they just can't take it away from the dollar like that. It has repercussions.
The BRICS nation constitute 25% of the world GDP. And
that's very high.
That of US is and that of US is like 24%. So it's like
but Europe. It's not just US. Though.
No.
But that's just US. What I'm saying is all other countries also trade in dollar.
Oh yes. I mean 90% of world trade payment settlement is done in dollar.
Yeah.
And you have to align the US and Europe as one block.
Yeah. I mean, they're also one block, not just because of it's also because of all this. Yeah, go ahead.
And 60% of the central bank reserve in the world is dollar. So for BRICS, you know, to overrun that, it's going to take them a long time, and
we'll see. We'll see.
They don't have that impact.
Okay, let's
let's hear from Zita. Yeah, Zita, come in.
Okay, you know, when you want to discuss the dollarization, you should first of all ask why, how, when, then what. If you are not able to get the why, consequences of the why, how, the consequences of the how, when, the consequences of the when, then what, the consequences of the what. That's
we know the answer to the first two, but carry on.
Okay, so now I'm even surprised. Everybody is discussing the dollar on trade. Trade is not the only thing that made dollar strong, but it's one of the things that made the dollar strong.
Defense.
I
said national defense.
It's petrol. That's the only thing that makes the dollar strong.
No,
petrol.
it is not. Because if you hike the dollar into petrol, then obviously you and I know that America wants to keep their dollar strong and globally accepted. So why is the technology evolving, and they're pushing for the evolving of the technology? We're moving out of petrol, you know. So it's a topic we have to discuss intensively. But I may say that doing the first thing, the last thing first, what they are trying to do, running around to form a currency and use it for trading, is actually the last thing they're supposed to do. If you think that the dollar became strong because of trade, and some people gathered around to form dollar and make it strong, then you are in for a long thing. That's all I can say. But they should do the necessary things that was done before the dollar became strong, instead of forming a...
No. Sorry, Zeta. You know that's already passe. What was done? The dollar really straddles on the barrel of a gun. But that leverage, it does. It does.
You're just speaking one man. You are just speaking one point or the other. If you can I finish my thought? Just a sentence.
Yeah, carry on.
If you are a student of the dollar, you will understand that there are a lot of things that make dollar globally accepted.
But name
it's not
a few
only
places.
trade. But never mind. That's not the topic of today.
Okay, well, name one or two more if you could, please.
Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Did you ask me something? I didn't get his.
Yeah, I was asking that name one or two more reasons why the dollar is strong globally.
Culture? Yes. Surprised?
Disagree, not surprised. Disagree.
Rita, can I rephrase what you say by culture?
I brought it. Okay, go ahead.
I will say influence, global influence. So that is the military might. However, US can influence you with military might.
See, there's a term.
What's it called?
I'm sorry.
With the secretary. The military might.
No, it's not just military. With secretary, what's it called now? That's soft power. What's that called? That's the thing that Secretary of State does. Let's just say global dominance, from military might to soft power, projecting soft power to any way that the US can control your destiny.
The Chinese, they have as almost as strong as a military as does the U.S. Okay, the only reason I would say
No. Don't say
I beg, when
Hold on,
we leave this
let him land.
topic, it's becoming tedious.
No, he
no,
said
it's not,
almost. He
tedious.
didn't say the same. He said almost.
Oh yes, I know where he's driving to.
They are very. It's not even close.
Let him drive that point home. Carry on, that Prince, because I think I know where you're going. Carry on, Prince.
Well, okay. Well, unless you guys are disputing that China has a strong military, even though the U.S. spends billions or trillions of dollars on its military expenditure, the Chinese probably spend like a quarter of that. But relative to their economy and the cost of labor and other factors of raw materials, they are actually very strong. Right now, I think the Chinese have the strongest or more fleet in the navy navy than the U.S. actually, and
Please,
of course,
point of correction, not strongest personnel. That's my husband's.
I think. Sorry, Prince. I think the better way to phrase it is that the Chinese are military strong enough to dull the potency of American military strength. But not that America cannot take them out, but it will take the whole world out if they go after each other. And
I accept that, but I mean, I hear some chuckling in the background, like the Chinese are joking in the military. That's kind of funny too, to chuckle at China's military, because not only the manpower, they have the hardware, and they produce more ship and more weapons than the U.S. currently, actually. If you guys don't know that. So, but in terms of the dollar, right? The dollar is only right now, the dollar has been artificial for such a very, very long time. I know we have heard the term dollarization of the global economy. The reason why the dollar is strong mainly is because it's acceptable in all parts of the world. That's why.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but if you bring it down, as I'm telling you, there's say in America also, there's a term also called the managed decline of America. That's a big term to keep in mind also. So really, that talks about the people managing America's economy and different parts of America globally, and they are doing a terrible, poor job at it. Okay, but do not diminish the fact of the multipolarity of the world in terms of in military and in the economy. Okay, so because the world is breaking up into different parts, you got to keep that in mind. The US dollar is going to be as strong and continue to be strong in places like Nigeria and Africa, where we have nothing really to offer. Okay, for the most part. But in the world of the Chinese, with the Belt and Road Initiative and other moves that the Chinese are making around the world, keep in mind, just last month, a few weeks ago, the Saudi Arabians have agreed in essentially to pretty much kind of trade with the Chinese in their currency. Okay, the Russians are already doing that. India is a big economy, and they also are in play. There are a lot of things going on right now. See?
Yeah, but wait. Before you are going way too deep. The reason the US is the reserve currency is because the US has the largest and the safest government bond market. It's what's it called? The rule of law is there, so that's why people feel safe.
But rational mind.
That's what we learn in the classroom.
Hold on this.
That's what we learn in classroom and grad school. But let's keep it real. If you pay attention
it's not just grad school, because let me tell you why these BRICS may fail. In addition, I mean, these are just countries with no joint defense pact. They have different national interests. You have Russia that may face one way, China face another way, India face another way. So there's no cohesion apart from just wanting to stick it to America with another fiat currency. So it's more risky, it's less stable, because US, you have instruments like World Bank, like IMF, they have many tools that they use. And then they have all this coalition to keep strong partners with them, the NATO,
when it comes to coalition, there's no coalition.
What I'm saying is the BRICS, they are very fickle. because they're just different nations trying to compete with America. And that's why I don't think they'll be successful, because nothing is as safe as the US government bond market right now. The only problem is lately, because of the inflation that just happened, post-COVID inflation, and the US printing more money. But it's still the safest bet.
What is really backing the US? What is really backing the U.S. Dollar? What I mean, it used to be the gold reserve, but that's been long
that's
gone.
what I wanted to say. The
That's
gold
long
reserve
gone.
Long gone now.
That's long gone.
So long gone. And trust me, in the U.S., what we do, say when the COVID came, what do? We print a lot of money. So now the Africans can do nothing, but here we print bunch of money. What is the money back with? Nothing. We just print some papers.
It's backed by your military might. That's what it's backed by.
Well, yeah, you can say that, but is it the military might against Russia? Is it against Russia, against China, against India?
That's where the collapse is. That's where I'm suggesting that the collapse will be,
because
the military might has now dulled.
It's a fiat currency.
Yeah,
nothing backs it. There's no gold, there's no oil. It's just
exactly. Currency. So it is nothing backs it, just like the Nigerian currency. So the point here is that the reason why the dollar is so dominant still is because it's acceptable all across the world. But I'm telling you that the world the world economy is fractioning. It's fractioning in the sense that.
Zita,
What is gold worth?
Price of gold now, I don't know.
1,002 per billion. I don't know.
No.
I don't even know.
I said, what currency is gold what? You said
what currency is gold
what? When you say dollar is not backed, I smile.
Yeah, it's a fiat currency. It's not backed by any physical asset.
America have the largest gold deposit.
The dollar is not backed by gold.
I said, what is gold? Gold is in what currency?
Gold is not in any. It's in any currency you want to buy.
It's not in any currency. Whatever you want, whatever you're going to pay for.
Talking about
gold is equated in dollar.
Yeah, you trade it in dollar for the most part.
I know they talk too much, you. I bet one man when you reach my.
If you buy gold for Osun State, no be dollar you go buy.
That's the power of the dollar now. So
it's converted.
It is converted to dollar. Yeah,
dollarized.
Gold is in dollar, and wherever you are buying gold in the world is dollar converted.
That's the power.
But you guys get my central point.
No, that's a nominal concession now. Is what our Prince Daddy was saying. It's so because it has always been so. That's a nominal concession. It's not set in stone.
But wait, if BRICS, do you guys think BRICS will be successful if they are not tied beyond economic interest? I mean, not beyond this monetary interest. If they don't have some sort of union, like defense pact, like joint something deeper than just we're BRICS, I don't think they will be successful because they won't be stable. They can fight amongst each other.
Kulata, you see, BRICS will surely come out with a currency, just like euro, that will be used as a currency among themselves.
But I think they're trying to see. I think this new economy, they're trying to bypass the need to have this one currency as a major trading instrument. I think they're trying to bypass that. Really.
No, they cannot bypass it. All of them are just joking. You see, this is what in the 80s, this is the way they were crying, they were shouting of euro is going to de-dollarize.
Exactly.
All the nonsense did not happen. Go and check euro. It's just within the European nation there. So that is what is going to a common currency among the BRICS. That is what is going to represent. It's going to be a currency they'll be using, for trade among themselves, and it cannot spread around the world. So,
well, see, that's where the Chinese come in. That's where the Chinese come in with the yuan.
Hold on. You see, China is trying to play a fast game above other members of Europe. China is the second largest economy in the world. They are trying to use others so that they can remain that second, continue to challenge American dominance in the world. So
See, China, if you ask me, China is only feeling a void, really, to tell you the truth. They're only feeling the void. It's not because, it's because of, again, America's mismanagement, the managed decline of America. That's why China is stepping into all these places.
Will you guys trust the transparency from China Federal Reserve Bank?
Of course not. Of course not.
So, will you...
And the power behind dollar dominance is military power, as one man was saying. That military might is the backbone of U.S., economic power in this world. And there's no power around the world that can challenge that power.
There is.
No, don't live in a.
Let me
now.
Yeah.
Madam Zita is right.
Not even for now.
No power that can challenge that United States military might, because if you put the most advanced country around the world.
Let me ask you a question. Can America move militarily against China?
Oh, China is a baby.
America. No. Hold on. Listen to the question. No, I'm not saying they can't defeat them, but can they afford to move militarily against China?
Why not? They already been circled by United States already. Do you know how many ships that we have in China?
Nah, see, I'm not a military strategist, but it doesn't make any sense. They can't circle China. They cannot.
They can't. They can't.
Hold on. You see the game that China is playing in Taiwan? It's to tell China that, look, our presence is here, and what they are playing in what do you call it? Philippines. They are there in Philippines. They have base in Philippines.
They've always had base, but quickly.
Hold on. Look, American military might cannot be challenged by any other country in this world. They have bases around the world. Every strategic
for now,
and so it's gonna be forever.
Ajale Koko, now you can't predict the future now.
Hold on now. Land. So to put 10 most advanced country, military advanced country in the world, put them together. Their military expenses is no match. Put them together. Cannot match that of US.
Okay, quickly, Ajale Koko. That's why I said though United States spends more money.
Hold on. Do you know how many aircraft
carriers?
How many aircraft carriers that United States have? Compared
do you know?
China,
do you know? Do you know how many Chinese has? Do you know how many the Chinese have?
Only one.
Huh?
Only one.
Prince Daddy.
Only one.
They only have one. No. They only have one.
Prince Daddy.
America have maybe over 40 or more than that. If
how many individuals in China has?
But let me say this: is that actually?
Hold on. Can I say something? I'm trying to address Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
How many individuals, private citizens of China that have fighter jets?
Private citizens?
Yes.
I don't know. How many in the US?
Find out. I know they like release information.
Look, don't look. This power that US.
No. Let me tell you. Let just quickly. Hold on a second. 1 second. Let me make a comment.
Economy and military.
Say no. Say at the end of the day, any strong nation's military's might is really boils down to the nuclear warheads that they have. That's at the end of the day. That's what it comes down to. And guess which country has the most right now? I think you know the answer.
And that is why America would never take China on. And that's the
Russia for that matter.
Russia has the highest nuclear warhead. Right.
Yes,
there you go.
Have it. Even China is no. China put that of China
But I wanted to ask a
Britain
question
and
there.
all countries in Europe, they are not even matched to that of as military warhead. Though.
I wanted
They
to.
cannot match that of Russia. So the
Okay, so that's the bottom line here. See, at the end of the day,
is between United States and Russia. China is even far behind. China is nowhere. It's far behind.
Let me make a statement, Angelico.
I mean,
let's even face it. Yeah, let's face it, because people are saying that China has won. I mean, which body actually monitors all these things? I mean, trying to know how many nuclear warhead a country has and all that stuff. Because I don't South Korea, North Korea, I don't know how many they have, because nobody knows what business is happening in North Korea, South Korea. I don't know where Kim Jong-un or whatever his name is. Nobody knows what business is going on in that country. So who knows how much, country has? So it's just basically what we see on the internet.
They have a ballpark figure. They do know, because North Korea, it did not start like years ago as did the U.S. or Russia, right? So they pretty much have an idea. It's well published and documented that the number of warheads or nuclear weapons that they have each country. They have that. So, but at the end of the day, the U.S. spends more money on its military because apart from a lot of waste. If the Chinese spends a quarter of that, trust me, they can produce as much or as many weaponry as does the U.S. They have the hardware. The Chinese definitely have the hardware.
Look,
one thing they don't have is the experience of fighting.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
The hardware that we claim Russia and China have, when they eventually get access to the hardware, they find out that they're very inferior. For example, the fourth generation jets the third generation jets that Russia claimed to have, by the time they shut it down and they eventually started looking at it, it was just 1960s technology upgraded a little bit.
No. They have, it's even the U.S. military document. They have a supersonic, or I'm not sure exactly what to call it.
I'm not saying they don't have, but when you look at it
in terms of quantity, it's about quantity.
Yeah, quality, because they will each military will demonstrate. Let me land my point. Wait, let me land my point. Then you can interject. When Russia demonstrates this, they make all sorts of announcements. They do all sorts of fancy demos. But I know of particular incidents, especially the third generation jet, that the U.S. overestimated it. By the time they shot one down and they recovered the aircraft, it was nothing. It was just an upgrade of their generation 2. I can't even remember the name of the jet. And the same thing, the equipment that Russia now, the equipment they're using. Yeah, give me the name. You know what I'm talking about, right, Zita? It was really nothing. The same thing is they're getting embarrassed now in Ukraine because of the level of technology advancement that Russia has. And China used to copy Russia, but China is now trying to make their own way because they are seeing that the technology level in Russia is inferior. But the only thing Russia is using to make noise now is hypersonic gliders. And the hypersonic glider is really not as advanced as what it's supposed to be. What they have right now is still 1960s technology that now they're using to.
I agree with you, but my point here is at the end of the day, the common denominator is how many nuclear weapons you have in stock. Unless you tell them they have fake ones also, then we can move on. Okay, but when it comes to the Chinese, for example, the weapons, their arsenal, we all know the intellectual property theft that's been going on for the past decade or more in the U.S. by the Chinese. So the Chinese really, they have a replica of Americans' weaponry for the most part. You can't call it inferior. They have really a replica of Americans' military weapons, because they stole all the technology to do it.
Has they tested it?
Of course they tested it. What do you think?
Where?
Yeah, they tested it.
Where? In which war?
I don't know.
In which war?
Well,
Ross, may we move this topic?
Well, you can move it, but that's okay. But the need to be dismissive of other strong. We're not talking about Afghanistan here or Nigeria or Iraq.
Saying that
Okay,
it's stronger, it's very strong, it's very strong. And
I
I just
never
asked
said
you,
it's.
have
I
you
never said it's
tested it?
stronger. I just, of course, what? Just like you build electronics and cars, do you not test them? Or what? I don't understand your point. Do you not testing that you build?
They've not tested it in any battlefield.
Okay, Kulata has answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah, but
Okay.
most countries have not tested their high octane weaponry in warfare now.
I don't understand. Yes, I mean, apart from America testing the atomic bomb in Japan, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki, where else have they tested it? Is it not on open field in the desert and places around the world, just like the South Koreans or the North Koreans do? So what do you mean they've not tested it?
North Korea have been testing its nuclear.
Whatever they make, they test it. And if you're saying because the Chinese
damn about any other country,
I said, have they tested it in war? I just asked the question.
Well,
it's somewhat redundant, that question.
Yes, it is a redundant question.
Yeah.
I mean, as the Chinese have not been to war.
I'm going to say it's not a redundant question, because that thing I told you about that Russian jet,
that's why I say
if it wasn't for conflict, they would not have discovered that the jet was not as advanced, because they used to Russia will just project fanciful tests and everybody believes what they believe until they shot that thing down in combat, and then people saw that it was nonsense.
Well, I see. There's always this propaganda, anyways. The story you're talking about, I don't really know. Well, they shut it down, and they think it's nothing. Well, keep in mind, the Russians were first on the moon before the U.S. So to look down upon them. And by the way, a lot of Russian scientists.
Not Russia, Soviet Union.
Okay, semantics, whatever. Okay.
How do you want to separate Soviet Union from Russia now?
I don't know, but that's okay.
Yeah, the same people.
I don't know.
Is Russia that all the power of Russia?
I know what I'm saying.
They are in the hand of Russia today.
What they have done. I said he's mentioning Russia, and what he's talking about is when they were Soviet Union. That's why I said Soviet Union. Soviet Union is confederation. Russia is a country of its own now.
Yeah, but all that power of Soviet Union is in the hand of Russia now.
Is it in Ukraine, or is it in Poland? Where is it?
Nuclear warhead.
It's still in Russia.
Most of them were in Ukraine.
A lot of the scientists came from Ukraine. I hope you guys know that. A lot of the Soviet Union scientists
from Ukraine.
They're from Ukraine. A lot.
Because that was part of Russia. Also, that was part of the Soviet Union, USSR. That was part of it. So it doesn't matter what part they tried to develop their technology. We don't have to.
I said Soviet Union, not Russia.
Well, we talk about the same people.
Is the one in control of that plant and all the programs.
Exactly.
Now.
Yeah. So they are the Russian people, not the Ukrainians.
Problem is,
the aerospace agency.
The ones Russia was in control of, they took it. The one I'm talking about is Soviet Union. 80% of them are still in Ukraine.
Russia is in charge of it now.
And the level of advancement, in Russia, especially when it comes to all this robotics and all that stuff, is lagged other world powers badly. That Russia now has to be staging fake robot demos. I don't know if you guys are aware about one time that they were doing this technology expo or something. They put a human being in a robot suit or something. It was embarrassing. I can't remember. If I find the detail, I'll send it to you one man. Russia has not been keeping up. But I mean, they've not been keeping up in electronics and all this computer and all this thing. I mean, what's a major computer company?
How come they are the one that they first developed hypersonic missile? What do you mean by that?
It's still 60s technology.
What do you mean by 60s? Hypersonic,
hypersonic has been since 1960s. Go and check it.
It's the most sophisticated missiles.
They've retweaked the 60s technology to glide. That's the hypersonic stuff.
I don't know, but they are
See, at the end of the day, as long as we're not going to war, that's all I care about. See, if they have 60s technology or whatnot, I know they have nuclear weapons. That I know, and everybody confirms that. I would say so. It doesn't really matter if what kind of weapons they have from the 60s or the 40s.
Pause. PUSLED.
What does that mean?
Never mind.
All right.
But I think we started with currency before we started talking about Ibon.
Look at that.
The bottom line is, I don't see the BRICS being a threat because I don't see what unites them besides the hatred for the dollar. And I don't think that's strong enough. At any point in time, any BRICS nation can backfight another BRICS nation. I don't think anybody can trust the China Reserve Bank or the India Reserve Bank or the Russian Reserve Bank. So I think it's going to fail.
That's why I said caution. And you guys went into who is superior in military and whatever. That's what
culture
that thing you just
not
said
the
now
same
fell
thing now.
under culture.
It's not culture. But one man, I don't know. There's this news that is in the space. I don't know if you want to talk about it. I heard Elon Musk is now accepting $5 million for a night in his hotel in Mars. So I don't know if it's something we want to talk about.
No, we can talk about it, but Elon Musk, it seems like a guy man to me. Anyway, it's a South African, isn't it? Which automatically.
But the notion though of going to Mars and staying there for however long they want to, the rich people anyway want to stay there. I mean, I have this kind of I don't know. I watch a lot of movies. What if this something happen and they bring this thing to our world, Earth, and alienate something? I don't know. I'm just like maybe thinking too much about this.
Doomsday apostasy, Abi. Doomsday apostasy. All right, look at this guy. All right, thank you. Let's take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Dewale, who's with us. So, Dewale, you've been very quiet.
I've been listening to everybody.
How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm great.
Good, so I've been listening to everybody.
Yes, we were waiting to hear your voice, so let's hear it now. I was inviting what people are, what they are digesting in the news cycle today, and as ever, the conversation meandered into where we had to reverse it back. So we'll revert it back to you. What has been foremost in your mind in the news cycle today?
When you first started, you talked about what this short man from Kaduna, his body language. When he was asked through the interview, and he said that he's probably not going to take any position or rejecting the chief of staff position in Tinubu's administration. And I think he has been hammering about public sector. I think he's really wanted to make more money in the, outside the government, other than being in the government. So I think him going back to school is probably like a small screen. I think he wants to make money because it seems he's not interested in becoming the chief of staff, or maybe probably he has a future ambition. He's still in his 60s. I don't know, but that actually caught my attention. Another thing that caught my attention is the fact that I read in the news. I think it's one of the topics you want to address today about the a foreign lawyer becoming part of Obi's retinue of lawyers going to, for the tribunal case. I don't know how true is that, but I laughed when I read that headline. Like, is he so desperate to the point that he has to import a foreign legal person to help them interpret the Nigerian constitution, or what would, bring that about? Because I've been trying to scratch my head to, to see what could also, bring that for them to have, spending money unnecessary to import a foreign lawyer. That also caught my attention. And the fact that the APC seems to have settled for Apabio and this other guy, Abbas. I think he's from where is he even from? I forget where he's even from. But where does that lead? And they might stepping down for Apabio, and that is kind of like significant as well.
Does that surprise you that Umahi will make it known to public because he's from the southeast, and OJIKUTU has not yet indicated that he was conceding. So does it surprise you that Umahi will align himself behind Akpabio?
No, that doesn't surprise me because I mean, if you look at it, who am I from Mboyi? What is the population of the whole entire Mboyi state? And the APC in Mboyi, you also have to, look at the fact that the Labour Party also is a stronghold to, they have stronghold in Mboyi state. So it has to, to me, it has to be a team player if you really want to go far because you have to be the way it looks like. It has to be a team player, also level-headed, because it cannot be seen, kind of like it has to be me or nobody. I mean, what is this? Is APC vote for a state? So I think that's where Akpabio has more leverage because Akpabio contested for presidency. And him being a very cool-headed person, I think he's also playing a long game because you have to show that you are compromising something for you to have leverage, in the future. And it speaks volume. When Akpabio stepped down for Tinubu, who would have thought that that will also play a big role? But I don't think that is only the significant reason why Tinubu is endorsing Akpabio. It must have been, you have to commit financially. Also, you have to, make some move on his behalf too for him to have said, you know what, this is the best choice. Other than that, but Umai has always been a level-headed person or a level-headed politician. So I see him playing a game of hide and seek. Let me give something maybe for the future opportunity. That's what I think the reason why. But for the position of speakership, I don't know. It seems the Goa is trying to, speak the same way, for supporting the candidate. But I mean, by now we all know that Goa was really, going at not just winning the election. He was gunning for speakership, knowing that the Southwest also has that position. So I think for him also becoming a team player, the news is significant, and it seems that it's settled. But I'm not sure the position of the both deputy of each of the houses. What I'm not so sure if they've settled for. But I think
that's immaterial, surely. But the deputy of the house, let's look at the Senate, for instance. If you have Godswill Akpabio as the Senate president, it'll be very difficult then to have a Southeastern as his deputy.
Why do you think so?
Because for the geographical balance.
So are you saying that the what do you call it, North Central would probably take the deputy position? Or
that would make more sense, wouldn't it, for the geopolitical balance?
Well, I mean, yeah, but where would that lead Southeast in all this position? Are you if
the deputy speaker?
Deputy Speaker, that role is more or less insignificant now or irrelevant in terms of power sharing. But I'm even thinking maybe there's a way Tinubu administration can pick Southeast as a secretary to the federal government. That's what I'm thinking of, because it doesn't seem that the position of
that's too close. It's too close to the seat of power now for them to.
I mean, if you have an ally, not necessarily that there has to be, if you have an ally that somebody in his inner caucus, I mean, you can decide to endorse that person, and see. And it's an appointment position anyway, so not necessarily it's not an elected position. So, but nevertheless, where would that lead the Southeast? Because if you share those positions, I would decided to neglect the Southeast.
But Dewale, didn't you read the news that Tinubu has settled for Tajuddin Abbas from the Northwest as the speaker, and then someone called Ben Kalu as deputy speaker? And Ben Kalu, that name sounds like a name from the Southeast.
I haven't read that one that endorses a deputy speaker position. I'm not. I haven't. I'm just hearing that from you. But if that is the case,
it's on premium. It's on premium. It's on premium terms. That Tinubu has anointed Tajuddin Abbas, the guy from Kaduna, I believe, as the speaker, and Ben Kalu from Abia State, Southeast.
Deputy speakership is like it's like a spear that is like a spare tire.
No, it's a high position now.
His position is relevant in the
was that sarcasm from you, Kulata? Was that sarcasm?
Possibly. The position is relevant in the House, but when it comes to national voice, I don't see him, playing the big role, having that big voice.
Adewale.
Yeah.
I don't know what you are. So what's your position? Are you looking for high-ranking position for the Southeast? Because it's like you are just scavenging around and looking for position for them. I don't know.
We all are. I am as well.
Why would you use such word?
Sorry.
We're all Nigerians, whether we like it or not.
Whatever. Let me tell you one thing. Whatever we
but
do,
are we really all Nigerians though?
No, if you can debate that on your
own. But Dewale, you can't have the presidency and then you want to give them another high position, because when the death gives Obi's mandate back, then Obi will be president. So what are we looking for again?
Yeah, we can't bank on. We don't know what will happen at the court judgment.
I've told you what will happen now. Des has found the missing vote.
Let me, Lord Adewale, let me ask you a question.
I don't know.
During the Jonathan second regime, what was the position of the Southwest?
It's okay. Kwara is not Southwest. Well, nowhere. We're nobody.
So what happened?
There was the Southwest was not in any position.
And so let me tell you, we have only 4 key positions, and we have 6 geopolitical zones. There's no way you can distribute 4 out of 6.
They make Southeast Hanan secretary to the federal government then.
And that is after the inauguration. We can be debating that. But now, whatever you want to do, all the permutation and combination is not going to favor Southeast. Once that senatorial this thing doesn't go there, cannot. That is it.
I agree with that. Sadly,
but another angle is the fact that you can retire the head of service and make a Southeastern man head of service.
No, that is a civil servant position.
Yeah, but it's still a big voice when it comes to nations. When it comes to
it doesn't. They don't control. It's only for civil service. Whatever, if they want to employ, that is what civil head of service is doing. It doesn't have anything to do with the economy or whatever or critical decisions.
Yeah, but head of service also attend the Federal Executive Council too, right?
I'm not so sure.
They do. It may not have that, may not be that significant role or status, but they also they have input in the Federal Executive Council discussion.
But nobody is just a silent position. Nobody
but
will
at least
that.
somebody. We have Irabo. Irabo is from Edo State. Okay, please. Oh God, this is.
Dewale, let's go through it, because there's a real danger that the Southeast, just by the doctrines of expediency, they might well be schemed completely out of the corridors of power. So you have Tinubu as the president, you have Kashim Shettima as the vice, and then Godswill Akpabio likely coming in as the Senate president. So now that deputy Senate president space, you cannot have Godswill Akpabio as the Senate president and then have a Southeasterner there, because the optics of that balance is not right. So it's likely to go to the northwest. So now Kulata is telling us that
why must it go to the northwest? Probably
not
or even southwest.
No, it's going
southwest.
To the north
no. The southwest is not getting.
It's confirmed. It's going to the north central.
It's only the southwest that we have the presidency, and that is the last position for southwest. I mean, I get it. I'm just kind of like, I'm being considerate. I don't just want them to feel because
no, Adewale,
deep
I know
down,
why. I know why you are feeling like that, and it's because of the bullying that's been going on and the shouting and everything. Because you have not been fighting. No, because before have you been fighting for that geopolitical zone who has been skimmed out of the position?
but the scenario then is different from now.
What is the scenario?
What we have now is what have actually led to where we found ourselves was that we have a political scene that was more divided by ethnic lines. Then it wasn't like that.
It has always been. It has always been. It's just usually that some group are just being. They are just being loud. They are just being loud. It has always been. Even before independence, we've been playing our politics along ethnic line.
But it wasn't as pronounced as one we have now.
It's because of social media and because they are very loud. That is it.
Whatever a platform that bring that to the front now doesn't matter. It has always been
Dewale, there are only 4 transition rules: the president, the vice president, the senate president, and then the speaker. Do you want to create a 5th one? Like the only 4 succession rules.
Yeah, now Chief Justice of the Federation now.
But that's already settled. That's already settled.
Already settled now.
That's the 5th one now.
Yeah, it's on the other hand, all the positions are being snapped up. I have never for once seen them mentioning a female name at all in the hierarchy of things. It's
First Lady.
What are we?
Which side they go?
No, I'm trying to be objective at the same time, trying to, find a middle ground in all that discussion.
I don't know why Adewale is having sleepless night over this.
See. What actually led to some of this uproar that we have in our political discussion is that, Southeast they have always been losing out in the scheme of everything. I don't blame them.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
But the fact,
I beg to differ with that. But let's go down memory lane and the history.
Wait now. The fact that they themselves boxed themselves into the corner because they've always been backing the wrong tree. They belong to the wrong political party.
They are not. They are not. You are just talking of a recent event at the
Hold on now. Let's take ourselves to the memory lane, back to when PDP was reigning supreme.
Okay, let's go.
They supported PDP, but not once did PDP ever look at their direction to reward them for being a very supportive.
Which reward do you want? Presidency or what? Which other reward do you want apart from not getting presidency?
I expect PDP to have rewarded them with the position of presidency this time around. But they were schemed out because perhaps they didn't have a good leaders to represent them.
Can I remind you of something very quickly, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Good. In the very recent past, I don't want to go far. When the southern governors met in Asaba and made their Asaba declarations about the presidency coming to the south, especially from PDP, because if PDP is bringing the presidential slot to the south, it was definitely going to go to the southeast, most likely. And do you know, prominent among the people that first backed out and said, I'm back another candidate, they were backing Atiku, were mostly from the southeast, that look, you don't begin to share what you have not had. I can quote Osita Chidoka on 2 of his interviews, that you can only begin to talk about sharing when you have gotten it, that they have not gotten it. So the idea of sharing, so they backed that northern candidate.
No, Bishop, you're not right.
No.
That's not what happened. That's not even close to what happened.
Will you let me finish?
No,
you correct me.
Yep. Okay.
No.
What are you saying is not right? That we have people from the southeast that back Atiku.
Do you want to?
You have to see the reason why they came in to back Atiku. You cannot. The reason is because
whatever the reason is. Hold on, please.
You cannot tell me
that. Hold on, please. The question is: did they back Atiku as against oh, the power must come to the South. Did they back Atiku? Yes or no?
But at that moment,
No,
at that time, they had the meetings.
Then, then that means they only want it when it is convenient. So when the chiefs are really down, no, I disagree with you. And that second thing, the number one thing is that, I mean, the idea of, because we have overflogged this word, this marginalization word. We have really, really abused it. I think it's about the most abused word in the Nigerian space. And it always, every section, every part of the country has one complaint or the other to complain. It is not all the time that it can always fall on, I mean, the way you want it 100%. For me, unfortunately, this time, we did not play the game well from the Southeast. That is the truth. But to now say, because, you say what? Yes.
Bishop, sorry to cut you short. APC does not owe Southeast anything. I agree with that. But PDP should have been the party to reward Southeast. But nevertheless, just like I said earlier, that they are the one that box themselves to the corner by backing the wrong tree. APC can still make use. You see, when
Southeast never backed the wrong party. Okay. PDP have been a very big party right from 1999. So you cannot say they backed the wrong party. It's just that the party was not the party. The party feel. In fact, let me say like this: PDP marginalized Southeast.
So that's the same thing I was saying now.
And it's not. What I'm trying to say is, you say, no, it's not the wrong thing. But you said I backing the wrong party. They have not been backing the wrong party. The party they are backing is the right party. And the PDP.
So the party that PDP. Hold on, the party that betrayed the Southeast, they are not the wrong party. APC is the wrong party.
No, it's now they betray the party now. Right from time, even from the time of Obasanjo, you cannot say that Southeast have been marginalized. They have been patiently waiting for their turn to come until they play the wrong game. Until they play the wrong game. So you cannot say during the time of Obasanjo, Southeast is one of the most recognized region in the country.
Go ahead, woman.
All right, to where Ekene was just then, and to that language of marginalization. Somebody sent this in yesterday, which when I was reading it, it just I had to recalibrate my mind. So this is the Senate president since 1999. So we're talking about the language of marginalization. So we have Evans Enwerem, who is from the Southeast. Chuba Okadibo, you don't need to be told, he's from the Southeast. Pius Ayim from the Southeast. Aldofos Wabara from the Southeast. Ken Namani twice from the Southeast. David Mark breaks them up. He's from North Central. Bukola Saraki, North Central. And Ahmed Lawan, Northeast. So a good 60, if not 70%, under this Fourth Republic are Senate presidents from the Southeast.
One man. By extension, let me even give by extension. After that, the jailed Ekeromadu became Senate president.
Deputy Senate president.
8 years. They are deputy Senate president for 8 years. For 12 years.
12 years.
Can I remind you
until 1990 or until 2019, he was still the Senate president.
Can I remind every one of us that this position that we see, starting from Ewerem all the way to Adolphus Onwabara, happens on this between 1999 and 2003 or 2007.
But
okay. that was when it happens, and Obasanjo was changing them like rapper. So between 8 years, one administration, they changed Senate presidency almost four times. Ken Namani took over when what's his name? Yaradua took over. So with that, you can't say that because you have highest number of North.
Don't say that. The Yaradua regime was also a Southeasterner.
I understand. That was when Kelinaman, comes
And that
in.
was that is, we are talking about 12 years, not 8 years, 12 years.
Yeah, but at
See,
least
let me say this. Let me say this. Trying to find position for Southeast in the Tinubu government doesn't make any sense to me. The only thing I know is that the only thing you will give to a Southeasterner now, the only thing that can set Southeast have not been able to get in is the presidency. So just take it like that. If there is any other thing you can find there to please the Southeast, there is nothing you can find there to please the Southeast, and they are not even pleased.
No, it's not even
Nobody is
about
pleased to have any position in the Southeast. Just take it like that. That is a fact.
It's not about pleasing.
Look,
look, I understand. You're trying to be objective, and the person that's supposed to be on your side is antagonizing you. I get it, but we are on it. Yeah, but at the same time,
but Dewale, you are right though, because just for the political climate that we're in now, it is very important for the Southeast to have something as substantial and significant, just to douse the tension.
Yeah, you are not appeasing, but you're just
They'll get the deputy speaker.
Only presidency we want.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
that's all we want.
If you come at the right time.
Giving us presidency for great.
If the Southeast lose out in the scheme of what do they call this now? Having a stake in this administration, that region would not see more of federal presence in terms of significance.
I don't think so.
What do you see to the politics of Omayi now?
Someone has to lobby. Someone has to be, in the forefront.
We have senators now. We have ranking senators there now.
Please.
Why wouldn't they?
Senators will collect their own allocation and salary and whatever, and go and spend it.
We hold them responsible now. After all these Senate presidents you have mentioned Southeast. What have we benefited from it? Forget about
presidency.
We want presidency.
Forget
anything short of president. Forget it.
Like I said earlier,
Miss Vita, which time that presidency go come?
I don't know.
Before the second coming of Jesus Christ.
To be honest.
I was asked a question now. Please,
Vita, give me anything short of presidency, they don't want.
Yes. Do you know why I said that? I'm a very objective person. Let me explain to you. Coming to one-man platform to start, according to Simba, calivanting for position for Southeast, and one man saying that if Southeast is not given a position in Tinubu's government, they will not witness federal presence. I don't.
Dewale said that.
It's not right to say that, because they have been holding positions in the presidency for a long time, and still they claim there is no federal presence in their area. Now, the only position in the Second Republic they have not been able to grab is the presidency. So that is the only thing. When you give it to them now, and they still don't have federal presence, they don't have anybody to blame. For now, they have experienced every other thing. So when you talk of marginalization, they have not actually been marginalized in being part of the federal government. The only place they have been marginalized is in the presidency. So if those federal appointments like Senate President, Speaker of the House, blah, 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 could not bring federal presence in their area, I don't think they need those type any longer. They want the presidency. They want Aso Rock.
We want Aso Rock. We want to experience Aso Rock. Aso Rock, does it forbid the Southeasterner?
Hello?
Let me raise something important. All these Senate President and co is stupid, is useless. It did not bring development in the past. But one area nobody's paying attention to, in the Southeast, the APC has 2 governors. 2. They have the highest number of governors in the Southeast. So easily, those two governors can work with an APC government to
That is the
attract
thing.
development.
It's okay like that. And I don't believe, and I don't believe
So
that.
they're in a better, they're
I
in a
don't
better
believe if
position.
Tinubu wants to bring development.
Hold on, can I let Kulata land this point? Yeah.
I said, what I'm saying now, they're in the better position in APC than any time because they have two strong. I mean, Umahi State, Ebonyi, and then of course, Uzodinma most likely Imo State will win again. And those two, Umahi will attract development to the state. We've seen what is done with under Buhari's government. Every allocation, I mean, every approval he asked for, they gave him approval for airport, they give him approval for whatever. Whatever Uzodinma wants to build, they will approve it. So I think this is the best time for the Southeast. And then Labour governor in Abia used to be in APC. Nothing stops him from going back to align with APC. So in theory, they may even have 3 governors that are more aligned to APC. And I mean, the development will come.
Development is different from a position. So
Yes, yeah.
Tinubu can bring in development.
Yes,
if he wants
unless
to bring
people
development.
want to give us presidency.
Unless he doesn't want to give development. That is the thing.
Let me this topic. Let me close it by saying that we may not see
these are the kill me here. These are the kill me here.
What I'm is trying to what you're about to say. I understand it.
Johnny Coker and Adewale, let's look at it critically. Honestly, sincerely speaking, there is no position a Southeastern has not held before, except being a president. And any president that wants to.
What are you telling me? They're not, madam. They're not even talking about the Minister of Finance, CBN governor, deputy CBN. All these positions, the Southeast have
My
it.
brother, what
are you telling me?
Now? And still, they didn't impact anything in the Southeast. What we do have now is presidency. So
it's president we don't have.
Is either any government can still do anything in the Southeast. We are not stopping them. But saying that if you give us Senate president, you give us Speaker of the House, where will you put Igbo people to bring them include? Man, come on, man. Forget it. Give us presidency. That's what we want.
Ojuiz Okale will remain chief whip again.
In fact, now those ones say they laugh. So what Umahi did to step down for Babio, I even like it. So Umahi knows what he's doing. So
that one is doing nonsense. He knew by the rule of Senate, he cannot even be the Senate president. Now,
it's not. Umahi is not thinking of now. He's thinking of the future. I think I like. He's a good politician. Believe me.
Let him continue to fight.
All right, let Dewale round off his thoughts. Yeah, Dewale, back to you.
All right, so I've talked about the positions. We've talked about the
but Dewale, just to disagree with you, I think if the Southeast came out of the corridors of power, I think the Tinubu administration, they might well want to overcompensate in terms of federal presence.
No, really. Positions comes with responsibility, and when you have somebody at the highest level, you tend to have more, say in lobbying and all that. Federal project is about lobbying. Federal government don't just wake up and say, "Hey, let's put this in here." No, someone has to lobby there. Something has to give, and in the entire Southeast. Even the Ebonyi gave APC, I think how much? Like 44,000 votes.
42,000.
42. Imo gave APC like around maybe 5,000. You see, after number 5,000. So it tells you that this is where APC is not a stronghold of APC. However, I pity for Uzodinma for his re-election. Anyway, it's not about overcompensating, but trying to balance it out so that at least you will have, because forever and ever the Southeastern will continue to cry foul of marginalization. But I just want a balance of scheme where you have equal representation so that we can be able to know that, okay, we have people from Southern Eastern in his administration as well. But let me close that chapter. Whatever it is, I've seen, people from that part saying that they're not necessarily looking forward to have position in the administration.
I disagree with you totally, Adewale. We don't need it. What we need is presidency, and the government to come and do a project in our area. Simple.
Our federal roads.
Yes.
Okay. Just I want to go quickly so that we can, give floor to others. I want to go quickly to Buhari meeting. Number one, granting an interview about the outcome of the election in his country, and also bringing the Kuremadu's case up. Yesterday, I didn't have enough time to, flog that issue very well. We Nigerians are, somebody mentioned it, I'm not so sure whether it's this platform or another platform, that Nigerians are, they see every Nigerian politicians are the same, crooked, devilish, corrupt, and all that. But the crime Ekuremadu was, convicted for, it's not a financial crime. It's not about corruption. It's a like you said, one man. It's a crime. What do you call it? Is it a passion crime?
Of passion.
Yeah, crime. Crime of passion, where you are trying to save your family member. And I was trying to, say that any parent will go to any length to save their children, or their child, to keep them alive. Survival is number one. It's very important. However, we've heard that, the man uses his position to exploit the young man and all that. This young man walked into the local authority to report that this is what was going on. So that, confirmed that he knew what he was getting into in the first place. I don't know whether his family are aware, what happens, how that, but for him to have been able to travel to UK means that at least somebody knows about what was going on. I think it was a deed gone wrong. And the mistake number one, Ekuremadu, did was to get himself involved in the first place. I guess he was trying to use his position as well. But it has happened. And like I said yesterday, there's always a back channel. Every government relates with each other. But if this happens during PDP, probably we may not even have this outcome. Probably they would have done something, but it happens during APC time where they have nothing to gain. Perhaps they're trying to paint PDP as evil or bigger.
And it was a coup plotter.
So who?
Adewale, the excuse you're making about crime
who is
of
a
passion.
coup plotter?
Hold on. Which coup did they plot?
Kesaraki and Ekuremadu now, 2015.
That's politics. That is politics.
Never forgive them for that.
I ask people around, if your child is in need of kidney is not heart. If you're going to transplant heart, it's different. You have to. Donors don't usually suffer complications. It's the person receiving it that suffer complications. However, if your child is suffering from kidney failure and is young, and there's possibility that this kidney will continue to deteriorate, you will go at any length to save that child. What I hear from people is that, well, he's a politician, he should be building hospitals. For crying out loud, how many single individuals have you seen building, hospitals? The only thing you could do as a senator is to lobby if federal government wants to build a hospital, to lobby to bring hospital to maybe close to his village or anything. But they were saying, yeah, it was a who prayed.
Adewale, I cannot disagree with you.
That man embezzled about $400 million meant for Southeast Development project.
Hold on. Whether he embezzled money, corrupt or not corrupt, we're talking about health of his child. If you are to be convicting every politician that steals money, probably we'll be begging God on our knees for them to be afflicted with one disease or sickness one way or the other. But we're talking about somebody who is trying to save his child. And it's going
hold on. Let him land, please. Let him land.
I've seen this man being bashed every platform, every angle simply, if this thing happens to ordinary, let's say an executive in a bank who is actually stealing the money of customers, we won't be here talking about, oh, this man is God, thank God it happens to him. Because we wouldn't know that this man was committing fraud. But because number one is a politician, and then he was also being, accused of embezzling money, stealing money, and all that. So yes, God
and
can.
never supported the candidate.
Yeah. So
Dewale, sorry, Dewale, let me ask you a question. You know, when that judge was reading out the sentencing, and it was mentioning that Ekweremadu had 40 houses all over the world and all of that. Do you think the judge was overreaching then? That had no relevance to what was brought before him. So what's the meaning of that?
It has relevant, woman.
It's wow. It has relevant.
How relevant is it to the case? How relevant? Because number one, health is the one involved. Money exchange.
Why it is relevant.
Oh, hold on. Let's okay, go on.
Go on, Madam Sita. Go on. I want to know how relevant.
I haven't really landed. I wanted to ask.
Des, please now. Just let
How relevant it is that you see, he was trying to portray that he's a very wealthy man who can afford any amount of kidney. Yes, that's what he was trying to portray. Because
afford kidney. Is kidney grow on a tree?
Wait,
someone
now,
has to
let
donate.
me finish. I'm coming.
Okay.
He gave that boy 1.5 million.
Oh, wow.
Somebody. The person gave the young man 270,000. They have all these things. Okay, you guys were not following the case. They have all these things.
I followed the case. They said the man was very greedy. He treated the guy too poor.
No, forget about the treatment. Let's talk about why he mentioned that 40 houses and how rich he is. He's trying to portray if you say it's a crime of passion, that passion should be extended to even to the person you are getting the kidney from. You get the point.
I have a question.
So he gave the boy, gave somebody 1.5 million to give to the boy. And he distanced himself. He didn't care to find out whether that boy actually got that 4.5 million. He gave him 270,000.
Madam Sita, I want to correct something. Is the court finding him guilty of underpaying him, the victim?
No.
Finding him guilty of coercing him to donate his
you see, in law,
to show you how wicked those politicians are. Very wicked people.
No, hold on. But it's not the place of the court to show how wicked. Hold on. Can you hold on? Is it guilty of the crime? Yes or no? That's just it. What's their business? Has he committed this crime?
Money exchange.
Why are they telling us that he has 10,000?
That is where I'm trying to draw the line. Whatever the deal between the victim and the facilitator is between them. Whether the person agreed to pay him 1 naira is between them. But to now bring that forward as to say this man purposely drafted this innocent man to donate his kidney to his daughter is to show that this man has the world at his feet, but decided and chose to pay him a peanut. That is not the position of a court. The court was trying to paint him in such a way that he will be seen as an evil person who is trying to exploit a victim. That is the reason why I'm asking the question. Is it the place of a court to justify how much was paid to the victim?
Yes, because if you read the Article 3, and the Article 5, of ICAT, that is exploitation.
So if he paid him,
he's guilty of.
If he paid him billions, he's still going to be found guilty. If he paid him peanut, he's still going to be found guilty. So where does the balance? Where do we find the balance? Where is the middle ground? So he committed a crime by bringing somebody from Nigeria and paying that person, compensating that person in financial or in monetary terms. So how much he paid that person shouldn't be a reference to the judgment. in the court.
See, there is amount you pay somebody for a certain service. You know that person want to exploit that person. How can you pay somebody such amount for a kidney?
Will that change the position of the?
You know how much you know how much a kidney worth. You know how much a kidney worth. Even as a person, then you underpay that person.
If he had paid that guy in billions, would it have changed the position?
It
of
was
the court?
not. The guy was not paid. Let me tell you what happened. You know, ordinarily, before that guy was ferried to UK, they're supposed to have done what I call the matching. But maybe they didn't do a full matching.
No, they did it. They did
No,
it.
just wait. When they got to UK, they discovered that there was some mismatch. And instead of him to now pay the guy what he actually promised him, he did not pay. That was why the guy reported to the police.
My brother, hold on. I heard a different version. The guy was matched with that guy, with that girl. However, upon reporting to London, the doctor asked him, before they commence any treatment, they will ask you questions, especially when it comes to issues like this. Even
you have to sign the consent form.
You have to demonstrate to them that what you are doing, you understand it as an adult. First of all, we heard that this person was a minor. Later on, we later found out that this is not a minor, this is an adult. Then after that, this guy walked into law enforcement to report. I agree with you that it probably wasn't paid, but the process has not even commenced. They probably have an agreement. I'm not so sure that guy would, willingly just decided, okay, you know what, I want to do this thing for you guys. But, despite that, this man has a lot of money. The amount that they agreed is what they agreed. Whether he paid him $1 or a naira is a deal between them. We are not in a moral position to judge how much he paid the guy. The crime was that he drafted this young man and paid him, which is not supposed to. For those who think it is easier to find kidney, may God not let these kind of things happen in our family. That is where you will know that people would not come to your aid. People would not show. In fact, they will collect your money and run, because it happens to a corrupt politician. And at the same time, this is a man that has been despised by his own people. And they decided, you know what, let's just throw him
because he did nothing to his people. He did nothing with his position. So what are you? Somebody that embezzled $400 million made for his zone for certain development. You want his people to be happy. The man embezzled. You have more than 40 houses everywhere. Come to his zone. Just go to his zone. He couldn't build a primary school. And you want his zone to be happy about it. He was in the Senate to the position of Deputy Senate for how many years? You couldn't do a single thing, and you want the zone to be happy.
It's 1 minute. Adewale.
I'm listening, Baba. I'm listening.
Can I interject? Okay.
Go ahead.
I see you are. You don't want to agree with that judge.
No, I do agree with what the judgment. I strongly agree with it.
No, with him making reference to how many houses and how.
Oh yeah.
How does that relate to the matter? You see, the judge was trying to paint a picture that this guy is a criminal. He's the driver. He's the masterminder of the crime. This man criminally and corruptly enriched himself, having 40 houses, a politician.
Well, it's not relevant to the case. That's the point.
What is trying to justify is the criminality of Ekeremadu, the criminality that Ekeremadu represents.
I disagree.
He's trying to justify that he's a criminal. He's not good to his people. And this guy that he exploited is one of his people. It's not good to him.
Babajale Koko, I'm gonna come in from here. What I detect.
Let me land now. So he's trying to justify the criminality in Ekremadu. He's a criminal. It's not good to Nigerian people. He stole their money.
Yeah, but that's not his place. That's not his place, is what Adewale is saying now.
No.
That's not the case before him.
No,
that's not the case before him.
No, under the law, you have to justify why you are holding somebody responsible for a particular thing, and that justification can be you can make reference to so many things.
No, it's not. You are using Nigerian eye to look at this. Oyinbos don't look that you have 40 houses, you're a criminal. They look like you have 40 houses, you're a man of means. And then they look at the power equation. As the man, they're just looking at you are the rich man, and you have, it's like you're looking at a case of rape. They look at the power, the dynamics of power, who wields the power. It shows this man wields enormous power and wealth to be able to control this small boy. They don't say because you have 40 homes, you're a criminal. That's not the way on both things. You are the one interpreting it with Nigerian.
And in addition to that,
you are me wrong. You don't want to.
In addition to that, this man is down, and we are still kicking him.
What do you mean by down? Why won't we kick him?
Whether we like it or not, Ekweremadu is a Nigerian.
A criminal act.
See, people trying to defend the Ekweremadu. The thing is annoying. I don't even know what you are defending about the man. The thing is very annoying.
Okay with annoying anybody.
He's supposed to annoy someone. What are you defending about the man?
Is our citizen now? Is our citizen?
I still have this floor. It's still my turn.
He's from my zone. He's more of me than anybody.
No, he's a Nigerian. Hold on. Sorry, Dewale, just give me one window. Ekene, when we are fighting internationally, it's not from your zone. It's a Nigerian. So if we are fighting internally, it's your zone, no. But if we are fighting internationally, it belongs to.
Don't fight for him. Don't fight for me. Yeah. That man has been beating about last 2 years in Germany. Diaspora has beaten him one certain time.
All right.
They beat him all the way from Germany.
Yeah, we saw that. Let Dewale carry on.
Thank you. It's still my turn. So I will use this opportunity to make my point. Now, Ekweremadu is a Nigerian, whether we like it or not. We like to choose case based on moral or immoral ground. Nigerians were being apprehended in Malaysia, about to be killed. Some have been killed, some are not yet to be killed. Nigerians are crying out to save them. Nigerian government also trying at some point to save the life of these people, just to convert the death sentence to life imprisonment. Why would Nigeria go to that system, knowing that Nigerians out there are committing crime and about to be killed? Why? It's because they are Nigerian, whether you like it or not. If your child is found to be a thief and about to be born alive, I bet every single one in this studio will run to that scene to save the life of that child, despite that this child committed a crime. But here we are. We've been the judge. This man has been adjudged to have committed a crime. Yes, he's going to pay for the price. But what this man was accused of doing, he wasn't doing it for himself. He was doing it to save his own child. He may have 100 houses all over the world.
Then let him do it properly. How can you offer somebody 270,000 for a kidney? You do it properly. You do it in a big man way. To also favor the poor man that you are using for such thing.
Nigeria has a way.
What are you telling me? You offer somebody 270,000.
Ekene, settle down.
I'm annoyed. This thing is saying it's not even making sense.
But you don't even know the full story, because he did not actually offer the guy 200 and whatever thousand. There was a third party involved. And it was that third party that underpaid that boy.
That makes
sorry,
it
one man. Let
wickedness.
me
He was
let me
distancing
come in here,
himself
please,
from the
guys.
boy. That is
Adewale,
wrong.
I can't function in this
let me come
chaotic
in,
manner.
please. Let me come in.
You know, Dewale doesn't interject, so he waits for his
I
moment.
know.
So let's
Adewale,
so
let me come
let
in,
it.
please.
Okay.
It's been a while trying to come in. Adewale, you're making a statement that I understand where you're coming from. He's doing what he's doing out of compassion for his daughter, which I understand. But the basic of this is a crime, and he committed a crime, and you can't use because of the reason why he did that crime. If you're judging this case like that, then I might as well. My mom is sick in a hospital and I don't have the money. If I take a gun and go and rob a bank and probably shot people there, and you start justifying it because I'm trying to save my mom. It's not how it's done. A crime is a
No,
crime, regardless of.
it is how it's done. Using your example, just hold on right there. Using your example, let me not use your mom. If somebody's mom was unwell and that person goes on to rob a bank, let's remove the killing that you've introduced. If they go on to rob a bank and they were caught, there's a better chance of clemency and a better understanding and more empathy for that than if that person just went to rob the bank for reasons of greed and avarice for money.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if you say compassion for the daughter, you have to also, person that have compassion for one should have a compassion for the other, right? Now, when you have this man or this guy that you're trying to pay 1 point something, it basically shows that you don't have compassion. That's number one. There's no compassion there. You are trying to save your daughter, yeah, and you know that this thing is worth so much money. You gave this guy a really less amount of money because one is that you don't have any compassion for anything. So don't say that the daughter, he has the compassion for his daughter, but you don't have
You only
compassion
have
for the
compassion
young
for his
man.
granddaughter. You don't have compassion for
It's
her.
not how compassion works.
Let Dewale. Sorry, everybody, please just let Dewale speak. Because he would not force his way through. Dewale, back to you. Dewale. You see, now you've upset him. Can anyone hear me?
I'm here. I just didn't.
Yeah. No. Back to you. Yes, I knew you couldn't punch through all of that. Carry on.
Thank you. I detest having a shouting match. I understand that people are coming from different perspectives. That that I'm supporting this man. No, I'm not supporting this man for what he did. Using another person's child for for his own comfort is what I don't like that. But we like to moralize everything. Was the deal happen between him and the young man? Yes, it did happen. Now, at the end of the day, did they arrive at the amount that needed to be paid to the one another? Yes, they did. It's not my place to justify how much the victim should have been paid, right? So one of them renegade on the deal and decided to expose the deal, right? And the Kurimadu ended up in prison, which is fine. Another thing is this: whether we like it or not, a Kurimadu is a Nigerian. He may be a corrupt politician. He may have 100 houses all over the world. What happened? I believe Nigerians should have stepped in, at least, if not, for the government of United Kingdom to assist in some ways. That this would have probably maybe not necessarily result into prison time, but it has happened. It has happened. Nigerians like to moralize and to see things in a different angle. That this man has money, he should have paid this individual this and that. Well, I hope that this doesn't happen to any of us. They will understand what life is all about. Whether you have money in this world or you don't have money, when you are in a position where you are desperate for anything, you will understand why a Kurima to go to that length to save his child. Thank you. I'll be listening.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Let me
No. Sorry, Des. I want to move on. I want to move on and move the conversation in the direction of Zita I said we're having an opening remark, so I think we are already fully into it now. But Zita, where I was introducing the conversation to everybody is to invite them to what actually caught their attention in the news cycle today. So what caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Woman,
yeah.
A very simple thing. The coronation, and it was colorful and beautiful. I enjoyed it.
Are you a monarchist?
Yeah, some sort of. I like it. It's beautiful if it doesn't cause suppression. I don't like suppression anyway, but I like it. Even in Africa, all those Ezes, Obas, and those affluents following them. You get what I mean? The swag, the dressing. I really, really love it.
You know the one that I really loved. I didn't actually watch this King Charles because I was just desperate to avoid it, because it can be just over just like too much sugar in a tea when they do it in the UK. It's just you overwhelmed. But the one that I really enjoyed was the coronation of the now. It was a year now. Olu of Wari. It was such an elegant presentation.
Yeah. I always love. I spent almost more than an hour today watching it. It was yesterday. Sorry, it was really, really, really exciting for me. I like, even in Igbo land. Sometimes I used to travel to, like when they did that of this thing of Onisha. It was my colleague. It was our boss then. So we all went there to see it, and it was really, really colorful and beautiful. That being said, I saw some pocket of demonstrations around around UK saying it's not their king, not our king.
Is it in Scotland?
Yeah, and then I was thinking, one man, I was actually looking for Julius Manala today.
Yeah, I will be your king whether you like it or not.
They were looking for evidence to make them believe he's their king. Meanwhile, the evidence is right in front of them. The man has been crowned, and they're saying he's not their king. So actually, I was looking for.
Can someone explain the marginalization that they did to Prince Harry? Why? They didn't let him.
It's unbelievable.
Is it not Charles speaking again? They marginalized him. It's the southeastern of the royal family.
You know that question you asked is a deep one, because that's the question being asked in since that boy was
because
born.
It's obvious that boy is not Charles' kid.
Yes,
it is obvious.
Do you want to see his father?
I've seen it, but you can show the world. I've seen it.
All right. All right. Carry on, Zita.
Una done the gossip person family, right? Anyway.
Well, I'm not sure this is.
So I was actually looking for Julius to let them know what the situation is now. Well, I really enjoyed it. It really, really, I was waiting for it. So I really like it. That was what got me.
I'm Buhari turning up. What did you make of that?
I'm Unadi Baba now. What did he turn up again? Are we not part of the Commonwealth? I beg. Leave the guy alone.
So that's the person they speculate to be the father of that boy.
Which boy?
Harry.
Unadi person family now.
Well, that's
they resemble now. They resemble. Harry doesn't look like Charles at all now.
No. It's a redhead now. It's a
redhead. And Diana is not a redhead.
All children.
Now, but don't put Baba on the Baba. That's just the thing. Baba,
because it's challenging their oppressive royal authority. That's why they're trying to.
Ajali Koko, it does not look.
Because he married to black.
Ajali Koko, that's true.
Black lady, and because he married to black lady, I mean, forget about those racists and those colonialist idiots. Yeah, they forget about them, Joe. That's why.
You know that black lady, she's Nigeria.
I didn't even watch that nonsense they are doing. How many of them have make effort to watch the coronation of Oni or anniversary of Oni coronation, or that of Oni of Obi of Odija, or that Sadwana of Sokoto, or what do they call it? How many of the British or European people ever watch the coronation of our king?
They do. They do. Actually, Coco, they do. They do.
Watching where? Do they broadcast it all over? Do you see all the
No, because you don't broadcast
that
it. But
anyone
listen,
around the world?
Listen, I know how much somebody sold in the documentary he made in the Yoruba Obas. So they do. They love it. It's very colorful.
There are only about 5 royal households that the world actually really recognizes. The Saudis, the British, the Japanese, and then maybe a couple Middle Eastern ones. And I think maybe the Sultan of Brunei or something. But there's only about 5 royal households that the world recognizes.
No. In Nigeria, they do.
I said the world. The world.
No, in Africa, they do.
Which Africa? Which Nigeria?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
who they watch? That they show them for CNN or that they show them for CBS? Or
now them go come pay for CNN. You are the one to pay now to edit CNN. It's not the word that we pay for you to air your coronation in CNN.
If
the
you don't
that
watch
was showing around the world today,
international TV and media houses, then it's not recognized around the world. It's not seen around the world. It's not watched around the world. Who watched the coronation of Oni or any? Is it? Are we not the one watching it? Do you see any TV station around the world or showing it live, streaming it live, the way they do what they did for King Charles?
They colonized them now, so why would they do it? You didn't see the way they were hanging their flags.
I don't know why we should even be discussing it.
When they call it Commonwealth, why are we discussing it? It's my passion. I love it now. They ask me what
why must we discuss about our colonialists? Why must we be discussing about their about them on our?
It's her passion. It's her passion, but those people I detest them so much. Even in fact, I off my television today. Every of Nigerian television show, the thing is very annoying, self.
Are we still under colonial mentality? Is colonial mentality worrying us, or what's the deal?
See, let me tell you, Ekene, if you have watched the coronation of an Oba or Obi, do you understand? Or an Eze, or let me give you example. The Amayarabo Amairowi in River State. So when this one is going on, you will like to watch it because you'll be doing comparison. You will see the similarities. That's just what caught my attention. I don't know, but I like watching things like that.
No, in terms of culture, I understand where you are going, but for me, I'm viewing it internationally the way it affects me internationally. So
how does that affect you?
It doesn't affect me at all. I don't even like it at all. So in terms of watching Obas or Igwe or anything, that one is different. And I know that one is my culture. I'm very attached to those ones.
If you watch
in terms
the two, you can
nothing impressed me. The thing is even annoying me. I tried to watch it, but I couldn't get anything from it. I tried many times. The thing is even annoying.
What about this being the highest elevation of a sidekick? Has anybody thought about that?
My goodness me. Yes, there it is. And a blood price was played as well. A blood price. Oh God. If you ever wonder,
side chick queen.
she's not. The queen left word that she should be queen consort, which is somewhat of not the fullness of the queen, but a queen consort. Whatever that
so
means.
Did they make her queen consort? They didn't give her full queen.
No. They didn't give her full queen. No.
I thought they said that was before she was crowned.
I don't know, but
maybe I didn't
watch
listen to them well today because they were saying before she was crowned, the queen gave her that queen consort.
If you ever, no, the queen couldn't have given her that because the queen, before she was crowned, she was the duchess of something because there's only one queen now, so she can't be queen consort. She can't be queen anything. She can only be queen if
But Charles can overrule his mom now.
I'm not sure if he can, and then I'm not sure if he will for the optics. Because Charles is not a popular man, a lot of people actually felt that he should have skipped his turn for Williams.
Abba.
Yes, I agree with one man. It should have been King Williams, not Charles.
Person wait till 70-year-olds to be king. You should not.
Yes.
When he's gonna die, like who knows when.
Tinubu vibe.
Leave that one.
Unless over the Rumbu.
Now what? Were you having tea and crumpets whilst you were watching it to complete the experience?
Oh, come on, man! Your British cabbage.
I really love whiskey.
Oh God!
So when I relax, most times I sip whiskey.
You know, I can't stand whiskey. My dad used to like whiskey. I prefer brandy, but I can't. I don't think I can handle whiskey.
No, I like brandy, the arrow, but when it comes to sipping something, feeling good, I prefer whiskey.
Did you have it with a
single malt?
No.
What kind of whiskey? Scotch.
me and the wiki.
Oh my God. Do you have it with a chaser or do you have it straight?
Actually, what I do, you wicked do.
That sounds like you have it straight. You're a strong woman, no?
This is a global platform. Can we?
You don't already talk
about
now.
In her voice now. It also for her to have a very big confidence. You know, I mean, Mesa is a strong woman now. Not all women can stand. They can stand the pleasure here.
I come here. You see, what I do, since one man is asking, let me tell you what I do. You know, in life, sometimes you have downtime. You know, when you have downtime, living in a big house alone, I do make a rewind to my documents. I look at them, the pictures and everything with whiskey by my side. I do that in my downtime, and my downtowns are not always often. So that's it.
No, nothing wrong with that. You know, so that's brilliant. I'm going to play you a clip in a moment. This clip, it has a moral undertone to it. It's nothing political. But before we go to the clip, let's go on to Ajanle Koko for his opening phase. Just the question to everybody. What caught your attention in the news cycle today? And father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. After all that build-up, Ajanle Koko, Sisalo. Oh, okay, let's go to Simba as we await Ajanle Koko to join us. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so Simba, yes, we were asking, what caught your attention in the news cycle today?
At least what is this DATTI Baba asking the CDN not to inaugurate Tinubu on May 29? That's what actually caught my attention. And I look at the way the guy is to me, they said he's a lawyer, but the guy is it's not impressing me at all the way he's talking. Because if you look at from 1999, I remember 2003, there was a court case against Obasanjo. And that court case did not end until 2005. There was no presidential election that has not been challenged. In fact, initially, they used to start from tribunal to Supreme Court. But if you look at the evolution from 1999 till now the presidential election tribunal is starting from appeal court and to end. So within 8 months, everything will be ended. So, and if you look at it, it's not as if, because the way they are looking at it, I don't know why they wanted the thing to change suddenly like this. Because he was also a beneficiary of this judicial process. When he became a senator, he was there for almost 1 year before his election was overturned. And he was a beneficiary. Every other person that has been complaining, Obi himself, was a beneficiary of this judicial process. So I don't know where all this agitation is coming from. And Nigerians, and even somebody as learned as what is his name, Falano, is also making case. If you want to, it's not something that you can do already. Maybe after this one, they can adjust or do the whatever electoral act or electoral bill they want to pass and change it. But it's not something that you now say, okay, because of that. I don't know where his argument is coming from. And for me, it's looking so dumb because it's a kind of a dumb argument. So I think that was actually I was so furious because this is not the first time he's saying this. And I don't know where this one is coming from.
You know what actually surprised me, Simba, was that he went back to the scene of the crime to repeat it. It was on Channels Television again that he again went to, because it's similar to what he said that the swearing in will be unconstitutional and could lead to military intervention. You recall that he had that interview with Chenwo Kimbaloye to the point that our Channels Television was fined 5 million naira. And it's gone back to that space again to say almost verbatim the exact same thing. So now when the Broadcasting Commission, when they go after Channels Television yet again, then the noise would repeat. But should something be done about this? Should Channels Television be penalized? And should some sort of caution be applied to the unguarded remarks that we're hearing from this guy from the South?
I think even whatever punishment, if there's any punishment they want to mete out to Channel Television, I don't have any sympathy for them. Because for what they have experienced from this guy, I don't think they have any moral grant to even invite him for any interview again. Because looking at the guy,
they didn't invite him the second time now. He just made that maybe on a publication. This one is not on any channel.
No. When I was reading it out, they said he said it on Channels Television.
No, I don't think so. I didn't see it recently on Channels. It's not a recent interview. That's a publication, and he just made a stand on what he previously said that, and he even invited anything that he has no compassion about that. He still stand on his the position he made on Channels Television. So the guy is not afraid. I don't know what is giving him confidence. So that is the thing. But
all right.
We didn't have any interview.
No, it was on Channels. Look at that. It says, boycott Tinubu's inauguration. Baba-Ahmed begs Buhari CJN. So let me just give you 2 paragraphs. It says, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Yusuf Baba-Ahmed, has appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari and the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, to boycott the inauguration ceremony of the President-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu on May the 29th, 2023. Baba-Ahmed made this call while speaking in an interview on Channels Television on Friday. So yes, it was on Channels Television.
I didn't see this show. Which Friday now? This news is not clear.
It's not last year now. It's not last year's Friday now. This news came out.
Maybe they used that old because I was on television now, even in the morning, and I didn't see anything like this on Channels. And if this thing has happened on Channels, even on Facebook, you would have seen it spread on Facebook. Or this obedient, they would have spread it.
Maybe Channel did not want to publicize it so that they will not be caught again.
Why wouldn't they publicize it? Maybe this thing is just a documentary. This is just a documentary from Vanguard. You know, all these newspaper, they just find story and attach it and make up something. But I didn't see this thing.
Vanguard is a reputable platform. Vanguard.
Maybe that's why I said maybe it's an interview or maybe a publication, maybe. But I know that he still maintained his stand on one publication like that. What he said, even after the bashing and all that, that he has no compassion about it. I still maintain his stand on what he said, and he's not afraid of what will happen. So the man, I don't know what is giving me confidence. That's the thing.
All right, Simba. So do you think that the language of the politics now, do you think it needs to start to ease off? Because this interview did take place, by the way, because of course it was reported by a reputable news platform. But the language is still too charged up for this phase in the election. What are we, 2 weeks from inauguration, and we're still doing all this?
I don't think it will die down even after inauguration. And this DATTI Baba-Ahmed, to me, is not even, I don't think he's even, for Obi made the mistake by taking him as his deputy. Because the guy, to me, he doesn't sound highly cerebral. He doesn't look like somebody, he's just like, every time he talks, you look at his face and you see anger and the way he talk, and it doesn't make any sense from whatever he spilled out. I just don't understand. I think even Obi is making me more calm and more honorable than this so-called DATTI Ahmed. Thank God that he didn't win. If not, we'll have a very terrible deputy, president. I'm very sorry to say. It should be fun. The best thing to do to this guy, to me, if not because of the politics that we are practicing in Nigeria and all this, the guy should be arrested, because whatever he's spilling out, he doesn't even follow the constitution, and he claimed to be a lawyer, and he's talking like that. What he's saying is not constitutional, and everybody will still listen to him based on their emotion and everything. This thing is not something that we're supposed to be debating.
But why didn't you make this statement when Osibanjo made more or even worse statements during the election, I think 2015? Why didn't you say Osibanjo would have been a worse
what statement did he make? Because you are always making.
Let me tell you now what he said. Now, calm down.
You wanted to show us something. You did not. Every time you come here, you say you want to give us something. At the end of the day, you will not give us. You said you wanted to show us something in the Obi petition, and you didn't. Eventually, you didn't show us.
Obi petition, how?
Yeah, Prince Daddy asked you. I mean, is it Akim that asked you that that you should show us the petition where you are claiming that they have 18,000 polling units or whatever?
I never made such statements. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not the person. It's not the person.
I'm not the person, please.
Okay.
The statement that Osibanjo made was that he said that if they don't win, they're gonna actually have a parallel government, which is like their own government. You know, if they don't win, it's more like a threat. Do you understand? So it's a similar statement to what
this. What you are projecting, you are saying that okay, we should have a change of whatever we are practicing in Nigeria. You are standing for good, you are standing for peace, you are standing for fairness, you are attacking for rule of law. Why should you now be using something that is wrong to justify the wrong?
No. The issue is that whenever it suits you, that means whatever you say you are claiming also. That's it now. Simba, can I interject?
You should look at it this way. Don't justify.
I have never justified or supported.
And so why are you taking us there? We are talking about this one. We are not talking about 2015. We are talking about what he said now.
You said he's going to be a bad vice president. I'm like, why didn't you say this when Osibanjo made similar statement? That doesn't mean that he's going to be a bad vice president.
Did you know me then?
Simba, can I interject?
Okay, you can interject, Madam Zita.
Okay. First of all, I always say that thank you for allowing me chip into your Robin mind or your monologue. First of all, I always say this. During campaign, I don't really hold anybody, any politician, what they say. I just see it as a strategy that they think can work for them. Osibajo said that thing before the election. He said it, but it was before the election proper. After the election result was called, it went quiet. People went to court that want to go to court. This one are being done after a winner has been announced. That's why it has a little issue. But Simba, there are things you said that I wanted to comment. You see, saying that he doesn't talk intelligently or you're surprised he's a lawyer, he's talking like that. Why is he saying that he knows what he's doing? You are not his target audience. He has target audience. And those target audience, 80% of them don't know that what he's saying is wrong. So he will continue pushing and talking to them. He cannot tell you that, neither will he tell me that. I used to tell people that what happened in 2023 Nigerian election, up to today, I have not recovered from it. The lies that were pushed out, and that's one of the reasons why I came to One Man Platform. The lies that were pushed out, and for me to understand that the youth of Nigeria don't have much information in their hands was shocking to me. And even when the evidences is, that's what they call landed evidences, they're looking at it, they still want the lie. And these are people who will ask you, where is the evidence you have? But they had evidence in 2003, landed one. But they're looking at it, they make argument around it, paint it, making windows, and continue running with it. So he has his audience. It's just that, I don't know. I am an advocate of free speech. But from what happened in 2023, I think people should be held responsible, maybe sued for what they say. Honestly. Because that guy knows what he is saying. He knows what he is doing. It's not that he's not intelligent. He's hitting his target audience, not you and I. And that's why you cannot say we should not discuss it. Yes, we should discuss it. Just as we are trying to put out to them for those who want to learn. And those who want to know the truth, because not most of his target audience wants to know the truth. And not most of his target audience wants to know the rule or want to believe it. So it's good we discuss it so that we should tell them, go check it out. It's not how it works. But he knows what he's doing. That's just what I want to ship in. He knows what he's doing. He's talking to his audience.
But his audience know the rules of what is gonna happen. The audience know everything that was gonna go on, whether they're gonna put
80%
there.
of his audience no Jack.
It's you don't know that because you can't just say that 80%. You've not talked to them. I'm one of the audience, and few of them here that you're talking to.
Yeah,
so
but that makes the point that Zeta was making now. The audience don't know Jack. You being a good example.
Oh man, you want the app now, nothing come out. But that one, I want not. That one, I want not. No problem. I'm saying that, Madam
Now
Zita.
what for you?
No, you don't blow me one not. Nah, no problem.
Respondez la facette.
You know, Madam Zita, I'm saying that whatever Datti Baba-Ahmed says, he's saying it not because he doesn't know that Tinubu is gonna be the president or whatever. He's saying it just for the saying's sake. I mean, saying that Buhari should not do it. If Buhari listens to him, then fine and good. But we all know that Buhari is not going to listen to him. The only
That is,
people
we are
that has
saying the
to,
same thing in different way
yeah.
now. He's talking to his audience now.
But his audience
You
knows
just said
that.
what I said. He's talking
His
to his, he's
audience
saying it
know.
for saying sake for his audience. So he know what he's doing. He's not
audience,
doing it because he doesn't know that that's wrong.
So, Des, you think he just saying this for fun's sake?
No, it's not just that. He's saying
So
it
what are you
here
saying now?
because of one. What Madasita is saying that his audience doesn't know, which I'm saying no. His audience know all the constitutional whatever that goes with it. But the thing is
We know
that he's
now.
saying it, yes, he's saying it just to appease, make us
He needs to
feel
give us
like this is,
confidence now.
yes, give us
Now what?
confidence. You know what I'm talking about.
How
Not
they
that we
not going to
don't
fight
know.
for the mandate? They're supposed to
Yes,
fight now. As our
not
they
that
are
we don't know what the
they are the
constitution
commanders
says.
now.
No.
They are our commanders now, so they have to give us confidence that they're still
By
fighting.
pushing out wrong informations.
I don't know whether they're wrong
That's for
or
you,
right,
man.
but
For you,
our
That
commanders
is
are
what we are
well.
still saying the same thing. You don't know whether it's wrong or right. That means we are still saying the same thing. What did I say? I say 80% of their audience, target audience, no Jack.
No, I know that what he's saying might not happen. In short, it will not happen. But he needs to give us confidence. That is the thing. I cannot tell me that Chief Justice cannot come for Tinubu inauguration. Who does that? It cannot happen now. But he needs to say it. And if he said it, then he has just said it. He needs to give his audience confidence. So that is the thing.
So say give the dog a bone, sort of give the dog a bone. All right. All right. So give the dog a bone. I did come to Ajande Koko. Let's try Ajande Koko one more time, Simba, and then I want to play this clip. And then off the back of the clip, I want Kulata to take the lead on it.
Can someone else take the lead on it? I need to. Yeah.
You need to. All right.
I'm not too good in stuff like this. Let someone else. I'm here to listen to other people.
All right. Who's the best candidate to take? Let Prince Daddy take the lead on it. It'll be interesting to see how Prince Daddy tackles it. But Ajande Koko, are you there? All right. Ajande Koko seems to be.
Yeah.
No, we came to you earlier. I was just going to say you join us in the middle of a busy day. Which you often do. So people have to appreciate that Ajande Koko is multitasking as he spends time with us. So Ajande Koko, is that a monologue that was passing around? I came to you earlier, but now we have you. I was inviting then that what caught your attention in the news cycle?
Actually, I did not even follow your readout today. And I decided not to even go online today, because when I tried to in the morning, it was that King Charles coronation that was all over. I just decided that I'm not going to participate.
He upset you too much.
I'm not going to participate in washing nonsense.
This
colonialists and what is my interest in their coronation. So I decided not to even just get myself doing what I got to do for myself all day. So I didn't even know whatever, what is in the news or whatsoever. Maybe you want to take me through something and let's see what I can do.
Yeah, let me take you. Let me take you through what we do have. The news cycle is very slim pickings now. After the back and forth, Peter Obi did that, and we've done all the graphs, we've done all the charts. The election has come and gone, so we are now picking at the bones of politics now. So picking at the bones of politics now, but it's who occupies which position. That is where we are now. So actually, let me take you to this one because nobody has spoken on this yet. Ganduje, I am not sure if I will hand over to APC or NNPP. So that is not Ganduje telling you that he's going to use any executive power. But let me give you just a run through. It's just a couple of paragraphs. Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State has said only God knows if he will hand over to the All Progressive Congress or the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Ganduje disclosed this at a commissioning of road projects in Kano. According to Ganduje, it is normal for a government to inherit projects. We inherited some and completed them. And as a government, we're leaving some projects for the incoming administration. Only God knows which government will transit power, whether APC or NNPP. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared the NNPP Abba Yusuf as the winner of the 2023 governorship election in the state. But APC is disputing the result of the governorship election in court. So, don't pop the champagne too early. Seems to be the messaging coming out of Kano State, because the margin of victory of the NNPP guy is not that significant, and there's been several, and let's not do several. There's been some anomalies found in that election, and that is being hotly disputed by the APC. And if we go by the antecedent of 2019, when in 2019 the elections came quickly off that Ganduje clip of him stuffing his pocket with dollars, and Sanusi also went against him, asking people not to vote for him. And when the results were coming in 2019, Ganduje was losing significantly by well in excess of 100,000 votes. The INEC declared the election as inconclusive, only then to come back and tell us that Ganduje has actually been returned. So Kano State, you are never really sure until somebody has been sworn in. And what Ganduje is telling us here is there's a likelihood that Kwankwanso and his boy will not come back to State House. So what are you then making of that? I am not sure if I'll hand over to APC or NNPP, the artist formerly known as Gandola.
Thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. Let me thank our brothers who are the strength of the platform in the comment section. If AA is there, I say thank you for being part of us. Alessandra Kashi, Ayo, and brother Alessandra Gomez, and everybody. So, my co-panelists, thank you for being part of this session as well. Look, woman, this is this statement carry illegality and impunity. INEC conducted the election, announced the winner, gave certificate of return to the winner, and it is expected that NNPP that won the governorship will surely take over the government of Kano State come May 2029. I mean, May
29.
May 29. So, but for Ganduje to make
Is it not May the 22nd that the governors will actually be sworn in? I think it's the 22nd, yeah.
Maybe it's 22nd. Okay. The president is 29. All right. So, on what premises is saying this? Supposing we have PDP, if you had been PDP that is in power, and APC have won the election now, as Tinubu, as we have seen Tinubu as the president-elect, and the president in power makes such statement, what do you think would have happened in Nigeria? How would they have taken it as APC? Wouldn't they have cried to high heaven wouldn't they have been calling on the international community that the president in charge at the moment is not willing to hand over power on May 29th? You see, it is just it's very, very embarrassing that this guy make this statement, and I think we are a country that function truly like a democratically governed country. I think INEC should have responded to tell him that one person has won the election and that person should be handed over. And the presidency itself should have issued a statement to condemn him. But we have a country where you see leaders perpetrate illegality with impunity. One of it is they enjoy it so much in that country. They live with it. They enjoy it. They operate the country with illegality and with impunity. And that is why you see Ekremadu in jail over there, thought that he can do that kind of nonsense and break-beating. Unfortunately for him, he was caught and is languishing in jail. And some people, some Nigerians, are trying to show sympathy on him, that what they enjoy doing in Nigeria are free will, where nothing will happen to them. He thought he can go and do it in a country of law, where democracy is practiced at its best. No. So Ganduje is just ridiculous, and I think he should be condemned. I don't know on what basis he's making that statement, because even the candidate of APC, I don't think he filed a petition, if my memory serves me right. I think he has congratulated.
He did.
He did, but he congratulated that guy already, and he said that God is the one that gave power. That he didn't win today does not mean he cannot win tomorrow. That he accepted the result in good faith. Maybe he later, but I remember he made such statement. Maybe he later now filed petition, because you know the way Nigerian politicians are, they don't want to let it go. They just want to show their relevance. I think they like to show they like to mess up their followers' brain by going to court, and by so doing, they can keep showing to them that yes, they are pursuing and to further convince that, oh, we were robbed, when actually you are defeated. But they want to continue to show a wrong picture to their followers in order to keep them that, oh, we won the election, we are robbed, and those Mugu will be carrying it all over the place that, oh, our party was robbed and this and this. So, but Ganduje is I'm not surprised, because he's a criminal too. We saw the video where he was stocking millions into his Babariga, only for him to come to say, oh, that is not me. Some people, that's not me. He denied it with no shame. He denied it. He said that was not him. When we saw you in a video taking money and putting it in your agbada, so it's just embarrassing, one man, and I think this man should be condemned. NMPP should respond to this. The governor.
Ajale Koko, please. Even Baba Buhari even defended him. Buhari defended this guy.
He said it was Photoshop. Yes.
He said it was Photoshop.
what the Kosi Buhari lori, what the Dori Baba Heru, don't mind that. They don't dabaru that Baba head. I better leave that Baba alone. So it was, this is very bad. It shouldn't be happening. And I think it's, I think he just have a problem.
Do you think there's a chance? Because I will be very surprised if come the 22nd they swear in this NMPP. You know that you know that they cannot afford not to have Kano State in their hands. They cannot let NMPP have Kano State because of what that means electorally. I'll be very surprised if they swear in this Kwakwanso's guy as the governor come the 22nd.
What do you mean, one man? What do you mean? Why will you be surprised when they won majority? They won 2 out of the 3 Senate seats. They won majority of the federal rep. They won majority of the state House of Assembly. So where is your surprise coming from? They are the strongest party in that state. They defeated the other 2 most powerful politicians in the state. They defeated Shekarau. They beat that one like a baby in his, a catchment area. They defeated Ganduje flatly. So they are the dominant party. NFPC is the dominant party in Kano State. So why would you be surprised? They had the majority in all the elective offices. So what is supposed? So Ganduje is just talking nonsense, and I think NMPC should respond quick. They should condemn him, and they should call on INEC.
The margin of victory is less than 100,000. So the NMPP guy Yusuf Kabir, he scored 1,019,000. So that's what he scored, 1,019,000. And the APC guy Gawuna Nasir Yusuf, he scored approximately 900,000. So there's an approximation of it's less than it's approximately a 10% margin between the 2 of them, and that's contestable. That's upturnable. Almost likely that they will upturn it.
It's a wide margin now. This is a wide margin compared to other states now.
No, that's 10% now. It's not a wide margin considering the numbers now.
Many people win with 3,000 votes. In Enugu State, it's 3,000 vote difference.
What's the percentage margin though? This is about 10%, isn't it?
It's a very big margin to compare to other state election that we had. This is one of the this one and the Abia State is one of the longest margin in the state election.
I reckon if they cancel 2 or 3 local government areas, they'll give it to APC.
That would have been their plan. Now maybe the thing overshadowed him. He would have done that before during the election, but maybe he was sleeping, and they declared NMPP winner. So now he has just woken up, because I know that the guy congratulated the NMPP guy. Now it's just, this Ganduje is the one pushing for all these things. The guy that contested the election has the last, but the man still wants to retain the state. So he's the one going to court. So let me know what he will do.
No, the APC itself, they won that state because that state commands approximately 1 million votes. And nobody is going to let 1 million votes go in Nigeria. They did that in 2019.
They need the state now. Definitely, they need the state. But they didn't play their game well now. So they lost the state. So,
yeah, but
I know they will fight. They will fight for the state. They will fight for it.
And they will get it. And they will get it.
I don't think so. Kano is not just Kano don't play all that. Kano people are more civilized in terms of politics. So I don't know.
But one man, they could have swearing the winner before they can get him out, isn't it?
But they swore in Emeka Ehidioha now. Where is he now?
Maybe they will still do the same thing they did in Imo State. So let's see how they will do it in Kano. So let us be waiting if they will still do it in Kano. Kano is not just ordinary state. You can do such thing and get away with it.
Don't worry. Don't worry. The Kano is a dollar-bad state.
Can we continue to play all these nonsense politics now? Somebody has won election, and this election, I don't know. Let them be playing that politics now. One day they will. I don't know. This is so annoying, and this is happening to a state.
Can I you that talk this one? Say somebody don't win an election. They must collect their mandate back. Oh.
Let them go and fight for their mandate now. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he didn't win now. I'm not saying that.
Oh Lord. Look, leave Ekene alone. I better make you leave Ekene alone now. So look, I thank you, Ekene, for confirming what I said earlier, that the candidate of APC in Kano congratulated the winner, NNPC governor-elect, and he said this. He said it. Then he's not going to file anything that he has won, and he will leave it to God. That is what I heard him say. Maybe later, because politicians can be pushed by their people not to give up the fight, you know. So, but Gandhi, I think NNPC should stand up against him there. They should make they can address the World Press Conference on this matter, on this statement, because Gandhi is still the authority. Is still a very strong person at the moment in that state politically. So they should make a public statement, address the World Conference, call on INEC, drag INEC into this, to come and speak, you know, to confirm again who is the president, governor-elect, and use that.
The guy is just playing to the gallery. Whether he like it or not, even if he ran away before the inauguration day, another person will hand over to the NNPP man. He as Kenneth said, and the guy is just like DATTI Baba. They are just two charlatans that are just spilling out rubbish. The guy has went to court, fine, but you still hand over with this our electoral law. You still hand over to NNPP. If you win in the court, then there will be a change. But for now, the status quo still maintained. NNPP.
But Simba, they don't even need him. They don't need him to be there.
They don't need him. They don't need him.
They don't need him. He's the Chief Justice. They just need the Chief Justice.
They don't need him.
Yeah.
They don't need him.
They don't need the President Governor to hand over. Yeah.
All right. What I understand is that the man didn't play his game well. He never knew he would lose Kano. If he knew, he would have done what other state governors did. So before he realized it, they have taken the state away from him. So he didn't play his game.
Even the margin is unturnable. Believe me. You know,
the margin is too far now. The margin is too long.
Let me. You know, in Ogun State, that Abiodun won by less than 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
Less than 10,000 votes.
Enugu is 3,000. Enugu is 3,000. Just check it. 3,000 votes within PDP and Labour Party.
Yeah, but they are known for magic tricks in Kano politics. Though they are known for some of the funkiest results that we have in Nigerian politics often come from Kano. They are known for magic tricks.
Not like this 100,000. 100,000 would be very difficult to obtain, because the last time that they had runoff in some local government, I think the margin was like maybe 3,000 or some, and at the end of the year, I think the margin was so close. So, but this 100,000 going to like 200,000 votes. No, it's going
that will cover more than 2 local governments.
No, Kano is quite huge, Joe. You know, that hundred.
Hello,
That
one man. Let's see.
hold on. That 100,000 is the equivalent of 10,000 in, let's say, Imo State. Is the
What you are
equivalent
saying?
yeah.
What you are saying? You know how many local government they have?
Countless.
44,
I think they have
44. They have 44. So divide whatever vote by 44. So they cannot have 100,000 in just two local government. Yes, they have each population, but still, even if everybody in that local government, every registered voter voted, it cannot surmount that 100,000 with two local governments. Believe me. Look at what happened in Adamawa now. It was not just 31,000 that the guy could not obtain. It's not possible.
It's difficult.
Very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult. It's not.
One man, 100,000 votes is a lot of votes now.
No, but you're looking at it in numbers. But if you look at it in percentages, because in some local governments, let's say in the somewhere in the south, you probably have about 10,000-15,000 people. In some local governments in Kano State, you can have 250,000 people.
One man, you see that Kano space, APC should just shun down less than one Kano to burn.
Kano people are alive now. They're not like other states now. They are very, very intelligent in terms of politics. You cannot just go there and say you want to turn their vote. There are states you can do that, not Kano.
Anyway, even if they let them keep it, they'll still come back to APC anyway. That's usually what happens.
Maybe what they will be doing now is just to start to robbing them, maybe to defect to APC. Just like I had one rumor some weeks ago that they were robbing Kwankwaso.
Yes, they are romancing.
That's the best thing they can do. So, but for them to go and turn that vote,
I don't think Kwankwaso will go to APC. Then who is going to be the leader of the party in Kano? Between him,
they were trying to bring the whole party. They were robbing the whole party. Maybe they don't know.
Ajali Koko, the reason everybody has been hammering. If he wants to be the leader of the North, he has to look for a big platform. You know, these politicians, most of them don't like working. They don't like spending their money to build a party. No. So they always want to lodge into existing one. It's not easy to build a party anyway. Or they don't want to get together, the smaller ones, and form a big party. For reasons I don't know. So yes, it's going to do him. I don't know if he will have a space in APC, but I think Kwankwaso will make a good name in the North if they give him space in PDP or APC. But without his NMPP,
If he goes to PDP, his political career there's only one window for Kwankwaso, and that's APC, and he will be back there before certainly sometime this year. Almost, there's no questions about that.
I agree with you, one man, and I will not be surprised in 8 years' time, God willing, if Tinubu perform well, he will be the flag bearer of APC in that from the North.
Yeah, but for that to happen, Simba, he has to move quickly now, because he has to overcome Kashim Shettima, who has that ambition, and El Rufai, who has that ambition too. So if
you watch their statement, that NMPP statement now, whenever they come to television platform to speak, they are not really against APC now. They are like ally, as in they're just what differentiates them now is just the party name,
the
NMPP
logo,
the logo, and so their statement now doesn't show that they are not a member of APC. I can confirm that. So maybe they are still finding it.
Why did he withdraw his petition?
And that is why I'm telling you now. I told you that there was I had some rumor some time ago that Kwankwaso is trying to join APC. So, but you know, it's not something he can just do easily because he needs to carry the party along. He cannot just leave all the work he just did for some months and just decamp to APC. He still have some respect in NMPP. So
no, I have problem with that one, so
why?
I don't see him the way you people see him. I don't.
So, hold on again. What's the problem with him?
I don't like somebody who is not stable.
In what way?
He's been crisscrossing. I don't like it.
Yeah, but that's the narrative. That's 80% of Nigerian politics.
Madam Zita, among the prominent contestants for this election, who among them has not been crisscrossing? Maybe you can say Tinubu. Every other person has been crisscrossing.
No, Showore did not crisscross to anywhere.
We are talking about. We are not. Don't let me say something that Babajare will kill me for here. Showore is not reckoned with now. Who's talking about Showore? We are not talking about Showore. We are talking about the contenders, the four.
I was actually looking for trouble anyway.
Yeah, serious people. We are talking about serious people.
Zita is trying to set trap for him. Enter the trap now. Enter the trap.
All right, Ajale Koko, for time, let me move you on to this space. So let me move you onto this space. So no pity, no mercy, and no quarters given. So there it is. No pity, no mercy, no quarters given. So in politics, it's all about yourself. And really, this is what I'm talking about. Senate presidency, Dave Umahi abandons OJIKUTU of Southeast, steps down for Akpabio. So no pity, no mercy, no quarters given. Let me speed through it. The Ebonyi State Governor and Senator-elect David Umahi has jettisoned moves by the stakeholders in Southeast to produce the next president of the Senate. Umahi, who was elected on February the 25th to represent Ebonyi South Senatorial District in the upper chambers, pitched his tent with South-South geopolitical zone. The governor, who was also in the Senate presidency race, told journalists yesterday that he has stepped down for the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Senator Godswill Akpabio. According to him, the decision to step down for Akpabio followed his meeting with the president-elect Tinubu, who advised him to hold on to his ambition. He said, "Yesterday, I saw the president-elect on his invitation, and he told me that he is already committed, that I should hold on. So I have stepped down for my brother Akpabio. He is my consensus candidate." This is coming amidst agitation in the southeastern part of the country that the position of the Senate president should be zoned to the region. Prior to the reported endorsement of Akpabio by the All Progressive Congress APC governors and the Senate chief whip, let's do that again. Prior to the reported endorsement of Akpabio by the All Progressive Congress APC, All Progressive Congress APC, APC governors, the Senate chief whip Odi Uzokalu from the Southeast was one of the leading aspirants. So no quarters given, no mercy, no pity, his own clansman, and there it is. So this move down by, even if he had conversations with Tinubu, do you think Dave Umahi should have moved this quickly just to throw his own clansman under the bus? No mercy.
Okay, before I go to that, let me say something about Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso politics and ideology does not rhyme with that of APC. If you go to APC, that is where he will end his political career. He will never get their ticket from the next 8 years because he doesn't have the money to battle those guys there. So his politics, ideology is Talakawas, and APC are not Talakawas people. It's money driven. He cannot match them anything. So just stay where he is, concentrate, build that state, showcase Kano against EPC and use that to push his party to other parts of the northern state. That what we did in Kano, we can do the same in other parts of Kano and around Nigeria, and I believe that can look. Big party today doesn't mean that it cannot be useless party tomorrow. PDP was controlling absolute majority of Nigeria state, where in 16 years ago. Where is PDP today? They are useless as any other party, any other minority party. So what happened to PDP could, at the same time, could as well happen to APC if APC couldn't perform well. Nigeria are more conscious.
Agaleboko, I disagree with you.
No.
PDP
Hold on, Thomas. Don't disagree with Ajale Koko, because I want him to round off that. Give us a very brief commentary on Dave Umahi, because I want to play a video clip and then hand over to you. So let Ajale Koko run through. Sorry, Thomas. Yeah.
What happened to PDP can as well happen to them in the future. So don't let us say because they are big or they have this thing momentum today that they cannot be pushed to the back tomorrow. So don't let us see that, because we have seen what happened to PDP. It can as well happen to them. So let me go to Umahi. Umahi is a betrayer of the highest order.
Ajari Koko, please.
Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on.
I just want to ask you something.
Hold on. You saw I just stopped Thomas now. I want Ajale Koko to give us a comment
No,
on
it's
this.
just a question. Then he will continue. It's just a question.
Okay, carry on.
No, Ajari Koko, before you talk about that Southeast, I want to tell you this. You know that the first Senate president of this country come from the Southeast. The first Senate president, that is Nwaforizu from Nnewi. Before you begin to talk about anything concerning Umahi being a betrayer. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, yeah, I know. Juba Kadibo too was, so we have seen it all. So Umahi is a betrayer of the highest order. This same attitude of Umahi was what played out in the last presidential primary election in PDP, where none of the Southeast Eastern candidate, none stepped down for each other. Nobody, none of them. So Umahi, this is a man that when he came out to indicate his interest for the Senate president, what he said was that this team must come to the Southeast. It must come to he used the must. This must come to the Southeast, and that it doesn't matter that he should be the one. That though he's in the race, if he cannot get it, another Southeasterner must get it. And he will stand for Eastern interests and Easterner to be the next Senate president. So what happened now that make him abandon, neglected his brother to join the South-South? It's just a politics of, betrayal that some of these Southeastern politicians play. And when they destroy the interests of their people will misinterpret it as if it's Nigerian state or other part of Nigeria that jeopardizes their political interests. For this one is an Easterner that killed the interest of the East now for this position. This man needs to go on record that even we haven't got to the time to even vote among themselves. Is making public declaration supporting candidates from another region. I mean, from another geopolitical zone. When it is indeed their own time to get it. There's nothing wrong to try. If you don't get it, at least people can see that you try, you make effort to get it. And the way politics is played, you should not play politics of surrender to other people. You must play the politics of getting it, snatching it, and pushing your interests to the highest level. But what has he played? Has he even played the politics at all before surrendering? He didn't play the politics. He didn't even make effort. He didn't even push the interests of its people to anywhere. So it should be on record that Umahi is a betrayer. He should be seen as one senator that has killed or making effort to kill the interests of the East for the position of Senate President. So one man, I see it as a betrayer of the highest order. It's such a bad, it's a bad man. He doesn't love his people. He doesn't love, the interest of his geopolitical zone in the scheme as far as politics is concerned. It's just for himself and nothing for his own personal interest. He is doing that to get a favor somehow, only for himself, and not for his geopolitical zone. It's just unfortunate. What is it? I mean, why? Why? I don't get it. Some people said earlier that, it's doing this to prepare for something in the future. No, you can't. What is going to happen in the future is for the future. You cannot determine it now. What is at the moment, the game, the political game is at the moment now is what it should concentrate upon, play it well, and position the interest of his people. But it's abandoning the interest. One of his men that you would think that he should not even come out for anything is standing up and is making move everywhere to see that this between him and Idikakadu, who is the best man that even love fighting for the interests of his geopolitical zone, between him and Idikakalu. People can hate Idikakalu, but for him standing up that, look, I want this thing, it means a lot. is fighting for the interest of the Southeast as a geopolitical zone and nothing else. But this guy abandoned the interest of his people that voted him. It's just unfortunate, one man. It's a betrayer. I will just regard him as a betrayer of the highest order, and the people of the Southeast should start to know one of their representatives that can never represent their interests well. That is what this guy has done. It can never represent the interests of his people well at all. It can never do it. It's unfortunate, one man. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajani Koko. Sorry, Prince Daddy.
Quick interjection, if you don't mind.
Well, I wanted to round off that space. Okay, go on. But it will be a comment with no rebuttal. Yeah, just make it a comment, and then
I think Ajani Koko's summary. It's typical and emblematic of Easterners playing politics right there. Just like the Nipito B in PDP to become their candidate, or Easterner, same things happen here with the Senate, and that's why it's always poor gesture when they point finger at other regions for being the woes of their political ambitions. This is the in politics. That's how they play politics, and it's no one to be blamed but themselves. And I think Angelica made a great point about his comments. Thanks.
Oh, are you there? Oh, I think it's been interrupted. Hopefully you're still there, Prince Daddy, because I'm about to play a clip now, which I want you to take the lead on. But I'm curious to see what your take is on it. But before I play that clip, let me acknowledge administrative stuff. So as ever, Alexander Gomez kicks off the super chat space. Hold on. So as ever, Alexander Gomez kicks off the super chat space, continues still, and then he invites Ayo to duke it out with him on the super sticker. So he comes in at that point, and Ayo matches him with equal measure. As we often say, Ayo, the official sponsor of the Woman platform. So just to reaffirm that our position as being the official sponsor of the one-man platform, he doubles down with the coffee thing, regular as clockwork with a German precision. You're there registering in, clocking in. So that's how you're clocking in. So thank you, Ayo. So that super chat space is still open. Anybody that wants to get into the games being played by Ayo and Alexander Gomez, just feel free to do that. So the conversation around Dave Umahi can carry on, but I'm going to play this video clip, which is a moral maze, which we're all curious to see. Let's play it and then see what the space makes of it. I'm really keen to hear how Prince Daddy takes it on, and then the conversation evolves from there. But if you want to still go on Dave Umahi, then that's fine too. But I am going to play the clip as part of my exit strategy as I hand over to Thomas. So Thomas, clock in, Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
All right, brilliant. So that's Thomas. So Thomas, I'll play this clip as I hand over to you. Thank you, everyone.
I was just checking that too, because when I saw a +1, it wasn't supposed to be. No, like you were expecting me to come alone. No, it's fine. I'm gonna tell you. No, don't touch me. I'm gonna apologize. And sorry, please help me unload this camera. Please help me unload this camera. No, we'll be fine. See, let me tell you something. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. No, it's not okay. She's my friend. You're saying she should pay her own. No, she came with me. Can you come and say they embarrass me? I don't understand. No, please calm down. No, this one embarrassing. I didn't expect.
Oh no, worst day of my life. Worst date ever. This guy. Today you will go viral. I was on my own. This guy called for me to go on a date with him. I said, okay, I don't really know. I need to call my friend. He said, okay, no problem. That was fine. When we got there, we said, okay, my friend should sit aside. He said, no, my friend can join us. We're ordering me. I didn't even really order for much. A lot of times they brought chicken, brought everything, brought this. I don't even know how to eat. Okay, fine. I said, okay. I will join. So I gave the guy the phone. I was just making videos, so I would post on my WhatsApp and tell people that, okay, I'm on a date with this person. I'm just trying to be careful too. Then the next thing, when they brought the bill, the guy said that we 3 of us have to split the bill. How much did I eat? Fine and good, I would have paid for it, but he said my friend should pay. I said, no, you and I can split the bills. Ordinarily, sometimes when you go out on a date, now the person where that the man they say, okay, let me foot the bill. Then the lady will come say, don't worry, let's split it. That's how I like it. I like to split bills. This guy left me 400 and something thousand naira bill. If you see what they ate, I could not even record again because I didn't want him to start feeling uncomfortable. If you see what they ate, himself, he ate. Then he left me and said he cannot pay the bills, that my friend should pay 100 and something thousand. I said, why would she pay? Me and you and I should split these bills. This guy left us there. He stood up and left us. I paid for this thing, left there embarrassed. Worst state of my life. If you know that you are like this, please don't ask me out on a date. I only went because I felt like I've been keeping too much to myself. After this date that turned out ugly, I stayed 4 hours in traffic yesterday going home. Today going home. I got to my house by 2 a.m. because of waiting. I go chop food. Maybe say the thing gonna hook me for throat. I stayed in traffic for 4 good hours. I got to by 2 a.m. I just woke up and I said, you know what? I must do this voice note on these videos. And I must post it. How you go live here, say me get pay all the bills for waiting you follow chop. You see him eating chicken, eating a lot of things I don't even know how to eat. Raw egg and potatoes, raw beef. Then he can't leave me with bills, say make I pay. No, Alasha, I paid it. Thank God I was not. Thank God I was with money. It's like, this I not deal with money, that one go be another thing. Anyways, I confronted him after and I'm like, what's up, bro? Why would you do this?
I mean, hold this thing, because this guy wants to rape. What is going on? What's up? I was on my own. You called me out. And now this is how you want to talk and embarrass us. No, don't be like that. Don't be like that. You have to record this thing. Why? What's up? No. Why would you be saying my friend should pay for her own bill? Don't touch me, please. Don't touch me. I don't understand. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You embarrassed me in there. So if I didn't have money, that's how I would have been stranded. You asked us to come out. You asked for this date. This date. We had fun, yes, but are you not the man? So well, I'm good. I believe in 50-50.
Yeah, we had to talk about this.
No.
And you said this. Don't walk out. It's
don't do that.
You know what?
You know we are recording and this is so embarrassing.
No, don't do that.
No,
send me your account details.
I don't understand. You should send me your account. You know if you do it for there, you say make we do it. I don't understand. If you don't even think, you couldn't even make me like that. I don't understand. We don't need your fucking money. We don't need it. Yes. Can you imagine?
How are you saying that we should split this with my friend? So I should come and meet you alone. I don't know you from anywhere. I should come and meet you alone in this place. It is embarrassing now.
It's very embarrassing.
You left me to pay the bills. It's not, don't touch me. It's not as if you did it. Wait from it. It's fine, it's not a big deal, but ordinarily when you go out with a girl or something, okay, me, I'm not even that kind of a girl that like people paying our bills. I was
just checking that too, because when I saw a +1, it wasn't supposed to be.
No, like, you were expecting me to come alone.
No, it's fine. I'm going to tell you.
No, don't touch me.
I'm going to apologize. And
sorry, please help me unload this camera. Please help me unload this camera.
No,
we'll be fine.
See, let me tell you something. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
No, it's not okay. She's my friend. You're saying she should pay her own. No, chicken with me.
Why you come and say that embarrassing? I don't understand.
No, please calm down.
No, this one embarrassing.
I didn't expect this from you. I didn't expect this from you. I expected you to act mature, and that's why I'm recording. Because is there a way? Imagine this guy.
Can you imagine?
He asked me to come out on a date with him. I said, okay, fine. I told you that I would come with someone. Is there any way? I don't know you before. Is there any way I would come out and meet you like that? Okay, what if I'd come with security? But I say, okay, let me just come with my friend, and then you are saying that three of us will share the bills. No, listen, it is embarrassing.
Let's not make
What if I had no money?
It's fine.
What if I had no money? How would I have?
No, it's expensive place.
What
expensive?
You would have sorted it.
I don't understand.
What of the embarrassment you face? No, stop saying it's okay. Stop saying it's okay.
I'll
Stop
send the
saying
money
it's
back.
okay. I don't care. Don't send it. You made us look like we are hungry in there. That's how you made us look. It's not nice. Don't treat people like that. Please.
Brought us to an expensive place. Imagine that she didn't have money.
How would we have done?
We would have been washing plates by now.
How would you say 3?
So all this one why they wash on television are true. I'm not the wash plates because of Say, I be more the go and say, I don't understand Sky Day.
Please give me my phone. Not to see this guy. All of you run away from this guy. You just come, big boy for nothing. After you tell me you have this one, that one. Don't come close to me. Don't try to even touch me. It's not funny. Rubbish.
I don't understand. But let's go, I beg.
If we did not have money, how would they come here? I can. Don't touch my car, I beg. Come up for here. What? Please, I don't want this. Just go, please. Stop.
It's okay.
What?
Apologies. I just want to tell you I'm sorry. Please get the.
For what? No. Don't touch me. Are you okay?
Okay, relax.
Don't touch me. Please, I want to close the door.
I'll do it with extra.
I don't care. Don't touch me.
Fine. It's okay.
Why would you embarrass me like that? What if I didn't have? But don't touch me. I'm serious. I am serious. Please just go.
You know how much?
So send me the.
I will not send. I don't care. Don't.
400 and something thousand. You say we should share the bills. 400 and something thousand. Say we should share the bills. They tell me make I pay 150. You go pay 150. You go pay 140,000. Can you imagine?
That's why I don't like going out. I beg me come off my back, man. No go jam me.
She share for never pay. I for leave you. Me I go
please leave there. Oh, ha.
Go now, Mr. Man. Go. Go. Don't worry. We don't need your money.
My God. Is Prince Daddy there?
I'm here. What's up, Thomas? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, my brother. What is your take?
I don't think I have time for this, but okay. The only issue I see there is that the guy should have at least paid his own portion of the bill, right, before he left. And I think the girl said, I guess she was suggesting that she felt uncomfortable or was afraid to come alone. Fine. But it came to a public place. So I don't understand the argument. And if she was going to bring a friend, I think she should have gotten a pass or approval that she was bringing a friend to eat and or to the date. So the guy would know beforehand. So I'm guessing they are in Lagos because
but
this guy.
When he saw the two of them came, the lady in question wanted to excuse the friend that she allowed the friend to go, but the man insisted that the three of them can go for the date.
Okay, good. I didn't see that part. I don't think I saw or heard that part of the video. So that is fine. So that guy. That's why there's so much to this kind of stories. I don't want to get into it, but all I know, regardless of how the guy felt, if he ate, pay your part of the bill. Don't have to leave the ladies with the bill. That was horrible. That was terrible, if you ask me.
They divided it. It was divided among the three of them.
Yeah, the guy paid his own part.
He paid his own part.
He paid his own part.
Yes.
The guy did not pay anything.
He paid.
The guy did not pay anything. The guy did not pay anything.
He paid his own part and left the other lady. They divided it 150, 150, 140. The friend
watch the video again now. The guy did not pay anything.
No. Hold on. The guy paid his own part, but the lady wants. Initially, let's be candid with ourselves. The guy should have paid all the bills in Nigeria.
Because he was the one that invited them. No, it was even the one that invited them.
Yes. So he should have paid all the bills. But even though the lady said they should split the 400 and something into two. So that his friend the friend will not pay anything. But I'm not. It's just in Nigeria setting. Let me give you something in Australia. If Oyinbo call you for coffee, make sure you have your money.
That's true. Yeah, too.
If they call you for birthday party in an open place, they charge people for birthday parties. So I don't know. Yes, that is what this has happened to my wife. A friend of has called her for coffee. They went to the coffee shop. Thank God that my wife has his bank card with her. They finished drinking coffee. The lady paid his own part of the bill. He said, "Pay your part." My wife was so embarrassed. So he didn't know. He has to rush down to the car and bring his bank card. So to me, it doesn't cause surprise to me. But in Nigeria settings, we are big boys in Nigeria. We always like to do. We are big. But this
Am I
story,
interject on this?
Well,
Since I'm
yeah,
a woman.
yeah.
yes. Let's
Before
hear from Madam here. Yeah, Madam Sita. Yeah.
Okay. You see, I was a young girl in Nigeria too. You see, men
Mm-hmm.
most.
I know that. Yeah,
So
go on.
men make a lot of mistakes, and ladies do make that mistake. You know, growing up as a young girl, my father told us sometimes a man is taking you out. He's so excited that you said yes, you want to have lunch with him, and in that excitement, he doesn't want to say anything or maybe want to do anything to offend you. He wants to hang around you. But from the kind of family I come from, growing up as a child, we were, I think my father said something concerning that. So way back when I was in the university, I have had the opportunity of people taking me to a supermarket, they call it in Nigeria, and they will tell you, take. I know most girls will just start throwing things into the basket. I like settling my matter. I will just walk up to him, whisper in his ears, how much are you willing to spend? I always ask men that. That's my orientation. Anytime, and even while I am outside, I now know that in the Western culture, you pay. If you are inviting me for anything here or even in the US, I will first ask you, oh, I'm having a bad day. Are you coming over? I said, on who? I must clarify that. Oh, no. I made some food for friends, but you can buy your drinks. You can come with your drinks, but there is something for us. That's fine. Then I come with my drink. Oh, can we have lunch? On who? No, you buy your own, I buy my own. That's my orientation. Even in Nigeria, then if you say, Zita, don't worry, let's go for lunch. I will hold your hands and ask you, on who? Is it on you or on me? Or are you going to pay for yourself and I'll pay for my own? So by the time you say that to a man, the guy feels very relaxed to talk. But like, come, let's go and have lunch. You are wagging your tail like a little puppy, following him. The guy will just be saying, oh, praying, God, please don't let this woman eat what I cannot afford. But these are discussions. I always feel free. Just ask the person. It doesn't hurt to ask. I know men find it difficult to tell. You know, some girls will say, it's a Jew man, it's a hopeless idiot. You know, he was asking me how much I will eat. But you, the woman, do ask. I usually do. And it helps me a lot. In those days, a man would just say, hey, Zita, okay, don't worry. Take whatever you want. Take a whole supermarket. You are telling a lady to take whatever she wants. Are you mad?
Madam Sita, it's because of your upbringing. You have been taught not to depend on anybody, isn't it?
Not really not to depend on anybody. My father is a very funny person, I must say. Okay, let me tell you the kind of dad I have, to his blessed memory. I hope you people, am I taking you guys' time? Am I taking somebody's
No.
space?
Go on.
Okay.
Go on. Yeah.
So, my sister and my sister, in our family, we have full legs. But my sister's leg is like that of a man. Full, you know what they call in Nigeria, yam leg. So when she wears, my father will tell you, men like what they see. That's the kind of training he gives us. Look, my daughter, men like, don't show much cleverage, but try a little to show those beautiful parts of you. Men like what they see. My father will tell you, women like what they hear. Just tell them you are going to bring that. In fact, you know, you are going to bring King Charles to apologize to them. They will feel so, even when they know you are lying, they feel so excited about it. That's the way they were treated. Now, my father used to tell us what men is like. It's not telling us to be independent. You won't believe what my mother told me one day. I actually was talking to my sister. My sister's husband went and bought her a shoe. And then she just had a baby. And the husband bought her a shoe and some jewelries. That was in Germany. And the guy walked in and was like, my sister was happy. And my sister looked at the receipt and saw the amount. She just flared up. This is too expensive. You must have gone to the two. My mother was just listening. By the time the guy just went out and went into his car and drove off, my mother held my sister's ear and said, are you mad? A gift is a gift. Even if you decide to pay 1 billion for that small thing, you should be looking at the heart. He wants to put smile on your face. You should have appreciated that. That taught me a lesson. I don't care how much he buys it, just get it for me. That's the orientation. It's not that he said you work hard. No. My father even told me, no matter how rich you are, make sure you get money from your husband. It makes him the man. That's what my own dad told me. Ask for your upkeep, ask for your lipstick, ask for your shoe, ask for everything. It makes him happy. You shouldn't be so independent of a man, no. More especially when he's your husband. So it's not all about we going to be independent. No. My father said, don't put somebody in a tight corner. He always liked to tell us what it means for you to say yes to a man. Sometimes their brain goes off and they will just be following you. You take him to the restaurant, he sat down, and he'll be so proud of himself that he walked into the restaurant with a beautiful girl. Some Nigerian men will just wave their hands in the air and say, where is the waiter? Bring everything. Ask her what she wants. You know?
Brag man.
I will be eating his wheat there.
Some men are remembering how
that's all that they do for Nigeria.
That's all that they do. I don't know.
They wave their hand in the air and say, hey, where is the waiter? Come here. And when the waiter walks to them, instead of telling the waiter what he wants, he will point at the girl. And some girls will start, I want chicken, I want this, I want this. Do you have a bottle of wine? This, that. All the things she has not eaten in her life, she wants to eat it there.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry for interjecting. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear, we can hear you.
Madam, apologies for interrupting you. I'm on transit, so I don't have much time, and I've been waiting all along to contribute a little to your discussion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Ribado once again.
Hey, Ribado, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Well done.
Well then, I've been wanting to talk when you guys were having discussion about that dollar of tin, and though now I've seen the temper has cooled down already. So what I want to talk is first about Ikweremedu. I think what happened is quite unfortunate, even though I appreciate Ekene's spirit about the entire thing. But I think if we are to look at it, Ikweremadu is kind of he's part of a representative of our institution. So after all this has been done, I think it's very, very late for the Buhari government or himself to kind of interfere at this very late juncture. It's quite uncalled for and it's quite embarrassing. And that is what I want to say on that aspect, because I have had all your discussion on it. And then moving to the dollar space, I think I heard you very well, all what you have assembled on that discussion. But what I want to contribute here is these are American hegemony on the world stage. It's not just about their military might. I think it's Madam that mentioned something about culture. So, and she hit a very, very nice point there, but it seems like all of you did not really get her right.
Roberto, they will never let me speak. Oh, you are very right. Thank you.
Yes, what I want to let me clarify it a little bit. You see, during Richard Nixon era, he took off the American dollar from gold standard. He took off the American dollar from gold standard. It means
1871 precisely.
Yes, thank you. So it means that the dollar is standing on its own. So you see, from that, if we can see it closely, from there, I think with coupled with the soft power they have and the hard power they have from the military and the CIA and the ability to have to coerce the smaller nations into obedience, make the dollar to be very, very, very powerful. Plus the petrodollar that what's the name of his Secretary of State? I think the guy with the spectacles all the time was the one that gave him the blueprint of that petrodollar, the arrangement made between the Gulf country, the Saudi Arabia and co, and the United States. If you're going to trade all your products in dollar, and we're going to guarantee you military security. That was the beginning. But the reason why we find it still very difficult to either China or Russia to dethrone dollar from the world stage is two to three things. First, there is no alternate platform to SWIFT. All the emerging economies and the developed country like China, because China now is fully developed country, and Russia, they don't have alternate platform to do international trade like SWIFT. That is one. And then the most important thing that people did not mention today on this platform is the trading routes. You know, all these goods that China have been pumping out of their country is being transported into the other part of the world through what means? All these insurance company that insure the ships and the ship itself, look at it, they are 95% owned by the West. So even if BRICS is going to come into existence with a new currency, still they don't have the infrastructure in place that can make dollar that can rival the dollar. So if BRICS nations, or if they really want to have a multipolar economic financial system in the world, first BRICS has to create their own currency. But creating their own currency on its own is not going to work, because already we have Eurozone, you know, that, and here in Africa we have francs that almost 14 countries are using. So BRICS nations have to create their own currency first, and they have to create a platform that they can do transaction independent of SWIFT or any Western based financial institution. 2. Then 3, they still have to, on the same line, they still have to create an insurance policy that will cover the international threat that now is not in existence. I don't think they are even planning for that. Then again, if you can see, America today has more than 700 military bases across the world. All these military bases, apart from the military hegemony that they project, the military might of America they project, America today is single-handedly responsible for ocean policing in the world. From China to Gibraltar to India, Mumbai ports, all this, it's America that are spending their dollar, their revenue to make sure there is no pirates on the road, on the oversea. There is, all the safety of the world trade. It's in their hands. So it's really going to be a very difficult thing for a country like Russia or China to kind of not in this era, not in this decade, definitely, maybe in next 20 or 25 years to come, maybe, or even 30 years to come. But even in these 30 years, if they did not, I think Madam says the consequences of how, when, and on the consequences of when and how, and the consequence, I think if they did not start putting the infrastructure that is going to replace the systems or the services that the Western world, which America is leading, that is providing, it's all going to be a story or a theory on a paper. That is one thing that I'm going to say. But it's a good thing that Russia has.
I'm clapping for you.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a good thing that Russia now is displaying the weakness of America, and and the loopholes. Then another thing that I want to explain is this, because you see, American government is these are more than 200 years of democracy, right? If I'm not mistaken. And from the founding fathers of the United States, these are entrepreneurs, business mind, the best business mind from Europe that came and set America. So America from day one was founded on the basis of enterprise, business enterprise, okay? So, and that was the reason why they have earlier think tanks in the world, organization like Council for Foreign Relations, all these think tanks that are there. These are people that have best brain to sit down, analyze, perceive, formulate, imagine problems that are yet to come. They will formulate those problems, then anticipate the problems, then formulate their solutions. So these people, they are always 20, 30 years ahead of us. We are just starting from here, and there. I mean, how do you think we can beat them? There is no possibility of that at all. When I'm seeing Uganda and Rwanda and Kenya, they were saying that dollar era has come to an end, and they are the warriors of Africa. They want to stand to. We are just deceiving ourselves, really. Look at what Sudan is. Sudan is a mess because.
Roberto, quick point here. Every great thing comes to an end, right? The Roman Empire, did it not come to an end? No, so.
I beg to disagree with you, Prince Daddy. Roman Empire.
Prince. So sorry, madam.
Never mind.
Prince, the level of hypocrisy in that statement as human beings is what I find laughable sometimes. Like the evolution of the earth itself, we're supposed to be done, but for some way, somehow, we keep extending our stay on earth. So why can't we just say we are giving up and just let the next cycle of species come in down the road? No, you try to elongate your term as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't say because my time is coming to an end. So no, you're going to find a way to keep extending your tenure. So for as long as they can keep dominating the earth, they're gonna keep dominating the earth. So
it's human. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's human nature. I mean, that's what we do. But it's all you have to recognize the times and the signs at play here. Okay, there's a lot of things at play. I'm not the one to doubt the strength of America's dollar or America's hegemony in global economy, in war, and all of those things. I'm not doubting those things, but there are signs that things are coming to an end if things are not taken care of. This is a reality.
Please, what sign?
Okay.
What sign?
Prince, no.
Well, so I mean, one sign, number one sign we see. You don't think the emergence of China is of any consequence to the global?
Let me tell you about something about America you don't know. Do you speak Yoruba? So let me say this in Yoruba, then I'll say it in English.
I'm a bird right now. Go ahead.
If you're about to lose with a child in a game, you're playing with a child, what do you do?
We cut off the child head.
That is America. That is America for you. If they're not gonna win in any game, they just say, "Fuck it, man. We're gonna do this over again." That's what they do.
Babati, language.
Okay, I'm sorry. So,
okay.
America.
Can I come in now?
Okay.
Excuse me. Can I come in now?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. There is this saying that all empires come to an end. Okay, which I totally agree. Okay. And it's a good thing maybe some of you are living in the US, unlike we that we are here in Africa. In fact, we have never been outside of Nigeria. You understand? It's all what we read from the books and the news we see and all the analysis. Okay. So you have a good deal of more experience there, you guys that are living there. But the cardinal truth of the matter is this, okay? China has did a very remarkable thing from Mao regime to that, to kind of leap. Is very unprecedented, okay? What they did is a miracle, okay? But the issue is this. You have to understand one thing. China buoyancy, okay? China strength comes from commerce, okay? And one funny thing, if I can use that word, is all what China was capable to do was copy this, copy that, which it's okay, it's fine, it's still a good thing by doing that, okay? But today, if the multi-corporations, if the multinationals of the West will say, let's just pull out of China, because they're only there because of low cheap labor, which most of them now are going back to India. Let me tell you, India today have more originality of intellectualism than China. Not forget even about that aspect. Why my fear of that I had regarding the strength of US is this. Even in maybe my India is in even better place than China, because China's power, as I said, comes from trade. It's all about commerce. All these their first chain island, their second chain island, all these their Belt Road Initiative, all these their middle corridor ranging from China to Iran through to Turkey, you know, all this is all about commerce. It's not like China don't have the power to military power to kind of trying to beat their chest and say, let's try. Because America is not just because America has a nuclear power. No, a nuclear weapon. Everybody knows in a military community, everybody knows primarily nuclear weapons are meant for deterrence only. Okay, nobody will even, no country, forget about this what China and what Russia is saying about using tactical nuclear weapons. No, everybody knows nobody is going to use nuclear at this era, not now. So it's all about deterrence. But what I'm trying to tell you, America single-handedly, even though now they have poor managers compared to 20 years back, I think from Bush the senior, American technocrat begin to show sign of decay from the Bush senior, you know. But if you look at their previous leaders, from Bush senior upward, you understand, they are kind of more, they have more more substance in leadership, in waging wars You understand? They have more substance than the current leaders they are producing. Because, like Napoleon said, war bring me to power and war is going to keep me. It's the same thing with the American empire. Apart from the hard power they have of military might, the technology edge they has over the other nations.
Can I just add to what you just said, because you just mentioned it now, technology. Usually in how you gauge how advanced a country is about their tech in going to space. That is how you know how. So usually for the last 70 to 80 years, the tech has always been 30 years ahead of what you have on the streets, right? So first of all, it's a military tech that then goes onto the streets, right? GPS and FaceTime, all those. These are all military techs. Do you know that right now, for the first time in human history, I think I'm going to put the link. For the first time, we don't know, it's not 30 years anymore. What they have right now in NASA is 200 years ahead of what we have right now. 200 years ahead. Not 30 anymore.
You are very correct.
Ahead. So when people are discussing, somebody stole their tech in China, I'm laughing because if I let you steal my tech, I can monitor you because to me they are old, they are outdated.
Right.
It's nothing.
Right.
Have you seen have you seen the podcast of there is one white guy is in the United States. He has this YouTube channel called Redacted. Okay.
Yeah, you are very right.
These are things you can look up on your own. Like they are so advanced in tech that somebody stealing something old school to them is nothing.
I'm sorry, Roberto, real quick. That's your own narrative. Okay. That's not it sounds good very well, but that's not the case. See, the technological gap between China and the United States is so narrow. Okay, if you don't know that, it's almost like really. It was like really. So don't listen. By the way, we're not talking about old technology from the 50s and 60s. When American come on every day, even I know if you pay attention to current affairs, even professors that work in like MITs and Princeton, they've been caught, stealing for China IP all the time. It's not old technology. Just to placate what you're trying to say. We're talking about.
Prince Daddy, what do you do in the United States?
Prince is missing my point. Let me clarify.
You live in United States.
Let me clarify so you know where I'm coming from before I hand over. Just give me a second. Prince, it's one thing to have a tech. For you to be able to terraform it back for commercial use is something. If I have an advanced tech, for it to be terraformed back to what can be commercialized is a different tech on its own, right? I'm thinking of what they have right now that as of now is not. We cannot even use it right now. They are 200 years ahead. Is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
So if you're planning for
quick refutation right there. Let me respond real quickly.
You can reply. Let me finish. So you can reply.
Okay.
I was speaking to what Roberto was talking about in terms of being dominant. When somebody is dominant, they don't plan for 10, 20 years. They plan for 100, 200 years ahead. That's what is called dominance. You look ahead 20, 50, 30, or 200 years. That's how you plan as a driving force of that. You don't plan for 10 years. So when I speak of technology, I'm not speaking of what we have right now. I'm thinking of what is coming down the pipe.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, Prince.
Quick refutation. Listen, I'm go ahead, Madam Zita. I think. No, yes. What you're saying is very lofty. Okay. See, I'm just trying to make my point here, and it may sound like maybe I'm trying to criticize America in any way. No, if you know me, I'm American first in anything. Okay, but it doesn't stop me from paying for calling out things that are happening. I don't believe, unless you give me an example of a technology you're talking about that's like 200 years ahead of the competition, then I'll listen.
Okay, I would type it in a private chat so we can.
Okay.
I don't think you need to do that. Forget it.
Gentlemen,
No, it needs to do that. Come on, if you want to prove something, yes, please, please, yes.
If Adewale can give you.
Hello, ma.
Hello.
Which Adewale?
Yes, ma.
Is it Adewale?
Excuse me.
That's not Adewale.
Who is speaking?
That's Babati.
Okay, Babati. Sorry, Babati. Just a second.
Hey,
not me.
You can give him.
If
you,
I will put it in a private chat.
No, hold on. That means you were not expatiating on what you are explaining to him.
No, because
wait, let me finish now before I lose my thought. If you can type it, then it's in the public domain. I'm talking about the ones nobody knows.
Abego, I'm on transit. Can you just give me 5 minutes?
Okay,
I need to go.
Please finish what you're saying.
Mr. Prince, I want to reaffirm some of what you said. Okay, yes, sir.
Just 1 second. Good night, everyone. Have a wonderful discussion. Good night.
All right. So, good night. What I'm trying to say, like, you see now, Chinese J20, that is their mighty dragon. Everybody knows almost 70% of that technology was stolen from the US from their F-22 Raptor program. That is since initial state of elementary stage of building the aircraft. I know, and today it's. Oh God have mercy.
Thomas, what's going on? Thomas.
I thought he was. I'm here. I thought he was speaking. And maybe the line went off. Hey, Madam, still coming.
Who is there?
Yes. See what you want to say. Yeah. I'm the one speaking. Thomas.
What about Robert? Where is he? He
went off.
Yeah, I think he dropped.
Maybe he has a problem with his network.
Network. Yeah,
you know, he said he's driving, so it might be off network area.
Thomas, you see, this discussion Roberto bring out now, I don't know. Dewale Babati just put on 1 or 2 things. I don't actually want to be talking about it in public domain because of the kind of job I do and the kind of person I'm married to. But what I will tell everybody is, just as I said before, you want to discuss American de-dollarization. You ask, why do they want to de-dollarize the dollar? That's the first question. I said it here. I didn't know. I keep telling one man that people listen. Why do they want to de-dollarize the dollar? How do they want to de-dollarize the dollar? When is it coming into effect? And what? When you know all this, then you know the consequences. Then you now put America into it and know what they represent in each of the why, how, when, and what. Then from there, we can now discuss. It's not something you just jump in and start talking, hey, dollar is going to die. They did this, they did that, they did that. I don't like discussing it that way. So it's just that Roberto came now and said it. And then Dewale took it far to most of the things we already know. And then the one he's trying to put in the private chat, if he can pull it out and put it in the private chat, then it's already in the public domain. They have a lot that is not for public consumption. That's just the truth. So since Roberto is out, can we, Thomas, are you going to move the topic, or are we still going to deal with it?
Can I just speak briefly on the video, the lady,
the lady, and I have another audio for everybody. I brought it yesterday, but there
Yeah.
was nothing.
So
People don't really pay attention.
okay. So Prince, I like AI said, because there's some things that I rather not say for, but trust me, we're behind that more than you think.
They got this. The right word is they got
So
this.
let me just leave it at that for now. But
They
you
got
can do
it.
your own research.
Don't worry.
And if you have people in military, they can give you hints. So you know.
They got it.
But anyway, in terms of what the video, you see, sometimes I don't know. I'm out of the dating market, but sometimes I don't know what
you can still date.
This
you can
modern
still date.
dating thing.
Babati, are you sure?
No,
I wonder how. Babati, come on now.
It's just like, as a man.
You don't have control over that. You might say you are out. There's some people who are still interested in you.
No. Let's not do that. But as on a more serious note, as a man, if you're gonna invite somebody out on a date, getting to know somebody, I want to assume that they spoke on the phone prior to meeting. When I used to go out, I mean, if I'm going to meet you, like get to know you, you're there to know me, not for the food. And that's I'm like, to me, he wasn't really there to even get to know him. I'm like the food. So take out to like coffee date, just get to know them first. And if you connect or click with them, then you can go on second date and scale it up a little bit to something more expensive. But a first date should not be something that is like, trying to please that person with expensive gifts and expensive dinner. I don't know why men.
But don't you think that's a cultural thing?
It's a simple thing to do. It's men that lack experience in the market. You could tell. No,
I think that's our culture. We put material things first before you start looking at the other things.
No, let me finish, Simba. The same girl that is forming big girls, that guy is gonna get a back blown out by a guy that has no money. The guy that is broke is gonna be doing what, you know what I mean? Why this big guy is gonna be the one spending money? I've seen that happen. I've been on both sides. I'm telling you. So it's for, you can tell it's even begging them that he's gonna send them money. This is the guy that is not getting laid clearly. Because a guy that has abundance and lots of women around him will not be behaving that way. If I invite you as a woman out on a date, once you tell me you're bringing your friend, the date is over, it's canceled. Period. Then you should have other women you're going to pick up the phone and call. Abundant mindset. Period. So all this, my mind is doing somehow because one girl is. If as a guy you're too excited that because one girl said yes to you, then you lose your brain, then that means you have to fix yourself. A man should not behave that way. If I want to get to know you, I want to get to know you. And women on this platform know. Any girl that brings if I invite a girl out,
Nigerian factor with security, so the lady may be
bro.
That's why his friend went with her.
That is BS, and you know that. If a girl is really into you and she wants to know you, there's no way she can tell her friend, I'm going here, blah blah blah. But if once she shows up with her friend, that means you just a dinner date to them. They want you to talk food. That's it.
Yeah, okay, but actually, real quick. So
that game
your own values and your standard for dating is not for everyone. See,
I'm not saying that it should be for everyone. I'm just saying that in most cases, because I have female friends. Trust me, I have, when I was younger, I have female friends that almost every weekend is different guys just for dinner dates. They're not going to do anything for them, just to eat, have fun, and just move on to the next guy.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Babatina, professor, pro.
No. I'm not preaching to you. I'm just saying that as a man, you must have standards. If I want to get to know you, like when I was younger, I would take you to like maybe a bar just for fun, or comedy club, or sports program, something I do on my own. You're coming along, but for you to bring a friend to get to know me, you're not really there for me. Then you're there for the food.
Well, the guy played him, right? So I'm not saying what he did was right. The guy played him. See, I don't think over the phone she told the guy, "Hey, I'm bringing my friend." When they got there, my understanding was that the guy saw a friend and like, "Okay, it's okay, guys, come together, whatever. We eat together." So the guy just played him because they were trying to play the guy. They just came here, a wolf, right? They just came to eat, and even the girl was saying they were eating things she has said never ate before, or they even know what they're called. So they just came to spend money on the guy and leave.
Saying, Prince, that's what I'm saying. As a man, you're missing my point. If you're gonna meet any lady, this is where we're meeting, whatever, whatnot. Once you see that, the date is done. That means if I'm there to get to know you, and what you're showing me is no sign of me.
But it depends on the motive. It depends on the motive.
Listen. Not everyone has your qualities or your audacity, so to speak, to change the direction of the date right there. Maybe the guy couldn't do it. Not everybody's as confident as you are, so you can't say it's not a man's rule. The man that can do it, sure, they can do it at that on the spot right there, and those that can't do it, well, that's the outcome. What the guy did, it left them with the bill. Maybe that's his own approach or the best way he could do it. And also, we don't know the conversation that occurred during their courtship or the time they spent eating together. Maybe the guy was something happened. I don't know, but you know.
But okay, let me ask you.
Babati, it's like you don't have a full glimpse of what happened. This guy called this lady. This lady, to me, from my own understanding of the video, I don't think this lady actually knows this guy. She called her friend to escort her for that date because of security. So when they got there, the guy was surprised that she came with her friend, and the lady wanted to excuse her friend to leave. The guy insisted that the three of them can go for the date. That was what happened. And then when you are talking about I think, depending, some guys, the motive of having a date differs. Some guy, you might be having a date with a lady just because you want to know the lady, understand the lady better, to know whether you can actually maybe extend your relationship or whatever. But some, they are just there for just that moment, and that's all. So it depends on the motive.
I don't know.
Babati,
yes, sir.
What I'm thinking is the guy has the motive of the other room. But when you bring your friend along, the other room motive is already killed, isn't it?
No, but even that, class matters. Like if okay, let's say I meet someone that we've talked for a while, we vibe. If we're going on a date, it's probably be like a reserved table. You see what I'm saying? Table for two, reserved. So when you show up, it's for two, no extra. Like you need to have some standards. What I'm saying, it's not everybody's welcome. Like I don't know, French plus one. I'm getting to okay. Let me just. I don't get.
Babati, can I please say something different from all the views we have been talking about on this video?
Yes, boss.
Yes, comment. Yeah.
All right. That lady. First of all, I used to know her. She's a skit maker. Secondly, I don't believe that video. I believe it's a skit. Because there's
what are you saying?
There's a fourth person videoing them from the beginning to the end. And they were three on a date, right? Secondly, they paid 450,000 naira in a restaurant for three people in Nigeria.
Can I jam
there? Even in America or the UK, if you go to a restaurant and pay about $600 for three people to come with a champagne, there is no champagne on that table.
In Abuja,
that is Lagos, number one. Even in Abuja is not even from Lagos. If you will get a buffet, the best five-star buffet in Nigeria will not cost that much. In Marriott Hotel, Sheraton Hotel, for three people, that is one of the Chinese buffet in Nigeria. Maybe you'll be paying 100,000 per person.
So that place doesn't even look expensive. Like
we saw the food now. We saw the food on the table. There's no champagne. There's nothing. So I don't know why we are believing that. And the guy is not shy, camera shy. So he's looking at the camera boldly, smiling, like somebody who wants to
But I'm just assuming that, let's say it was real. That's because that was a question that was.
Okay, because a lot of people they are not saying that let's say it was real. If we say let's say it was real, we can discuss on that basis. But we should just put it on the back of our mind.
Please, Soma, as you rightly said, the guy is not even saying, "Don't record me, don't record." You know, in that moment, the guy is
It
supposed to
was
say,
acted.
"Stop
We are
recording."
just looking at it as if it is real. We know that they acted it.
Okay,
I've been listening to it now. Nobody talked about like it looks acting.
No, we are discussing it based on something.
Yeah, so
If
let's
it
just
is real.
come from it then, because but my whole thing is like men, women, you must know what you want, have standards, and live by that. Don't say because somebody's beautiful or handsome. No, you must have principles. Like if I want to get to know you, I want to get to know you. I don't do that.
Yeah, just like you said, see, age and experience makes a difference. Not even the man could be like 30 or 40 years old. It doesn't mean he has experience in dating. Okay.
Does not have any. You can tell this one is they go use this one. They chop dinner every weekend. This one does not have any dating experience. You can tell if it's true. It doesn't have any dating experience.
Let's just move on. As Praise Summer said, it's skit. I just ate that video. I'm very sorry. I don't know why. Because I thought maybe it's real.
Yeah. By the way, Thomas, I heard you guys discussing nuclear thing earlier, and I was reading a story a few weeks. Somebody posted on the chat earlier that Nigeria was they were proposing that they wanted to have a nuclear plant in Nigeria for. I said, oh boy, no couple will stay though. Go and put in there, maybe or Simba's place, you know. That they're thinking of using nuclear power in Nigeria. So that just came to my mind when I saw somebody put it in the chat earlier about.
No, I actually thought they were putting one together like some years back.
I heard also that they wanted to put nuclear power in Nigeria. So I'm like, we can't hand that one. No, that would be bad for the country.
No. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't think there's anything wrong.
We're not good at come on. We're terrible at managing things now. Nuclear is nothing. You can't joke with that shit, man.
Yeah, but that's why they need young people, man. That's why they need people like us.
Sorry, my bad.
We need to start managing stuff. If not, we just waste money.
Nah.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Actually, I actually want to speak to what the other guy was speaking to about the China and stuff. And
let's change the topic. Let's change. It's not. Yeah. Let me play this
not
audio.
The dinner one though.
Nah, forget about it. Since it's acted, I don't even have interest on it. I think maybe it's real. We can talk on it.
What about the one China taking over the world with dollar and stuff?
No. Let's go back to Nigeria. Let's go back to Nigerian politics. Let's listen to this audio and let's react to it. Thank you.
For not the two
I will start again. Let's take it from the beginning again.
I'm not saying why poison now. I'm not saying not see poison now. Old man cannot lead us. Old man cannot lead us. Old man cannot. How which? What the job minister told my job put slow poison. The man can join this condition by now. You cannot even see primary. But the woman didn't prepare the food for the man. When the man food is strong, they confessed. But the state is saying that nothing don't take a woman one day. You spill oppress in nose. When I hear it in the talk show, But if the woman touch her, you go say, run. She said to France, you want guys, so go take treatment. Women have the power to help this country. I wish all these wicked politicians God can just touch their wife. Yes, sir. All these evil politicians that are looting our money. Just one night, may God just minister to them. Say, my daughter, how much is poison? You go say 150. You say, put it on your husband's food. You just drop her for their husband's food. For throughout that month, you go see clearance. Late governor, former governor, ex-governor, former president, governor, all of them. They don't sleep that. See, when they get the poison, you will see we mock their wife as an hero. As I talk like, maybe not told they tell me that.
Thomas,
So this,
can you
let me
tell us, please, before we respond, can you tell us who is speaking and...
yes, that I want to build it up. Yes, this is a man, a stupid man. I'll call him a stupid man. Apostle Cassie. This guy is from. I mentioned where he came from yesterday. People came at me, so I will not mention where he came from. He came from one side of the country. He's the one speaking in this video.
Don't say the side, please. We are past that now. Don't say where.
Yes, this is a pastor from Edo. Okay. His name is Apostle Cassie. So he's the one speaking on this video. That's what is the Remi Tinubu looking? He should have poisoned Tinubu before the primaries.
And when did he say this? Was it this week or
this week? Yeah, this is a recent video.
The man needs to be picked up immediately.
This week.
The man needs to be picked up immediately by the DSS. We cannot.
And poison is just 150 naira. You should just poison him. Maybe he won't even last the primaries. So I just, when I saw this audio,
I said this. Is it there? I think
Ajale Koko is here. Ajale Koko is listening. Yeah.
But I think we talked about this like in one of these after hour sessions. After hour, if you know what I mean, Thomas. After hour.
Yes, after hour.
We're discussing all this men of God, whatever. See, I didn't know it was this bad. The man needs to be picked up. There's nothing to talk. I don't care if it's I don't care who he is, bishop, whatever. He needs to be locked up.
Wait, what setting is this? What setting was he speaking like that?
What
was the settings? Was it church? Was he just like regular?
No, in a church, in a big congregation church in Edo.
In Edo State. Needs to be picked up. You can't have this on the pulpit, for God's sake. What is this?
Well, I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with what he said.
What? No.
What did you say?
Explain yourself, please. Go ahead.
There is freedom of speech.
Oh my God!
See,
Nigeria, right there, right here. This is the problem of Nigeria, right there. This is right there. It's the problem.
I see nothing wrong with what he said. He's free to say whatever he wants. Now there's consequences to. You can say whatever you want, but there might be consequences after. So, but like you're just saying, they should just pick him up. If they, let's say the government finds something wrong, or they feel like you shouldn't say something like that, yeah, they're okay to pick him up. But to me, I don't see anything wrong. He just expressing himself. He expressed himself. Then his expression might put him in trouble, but I don't see anything wrong with what he said.
No,
even if you take him to the court of law, if he says that he was just joking around, what would you say?
I don't twist it. Nobody said he couldn't say what he said. We are discussing what he said. Not that he couldn't say it. Don't twist it around. Come on. Nobody.
Yeah, I understand, but all he said is
what he said.
The wife should poison him. I don't see the big deal.
Stop playing around, man. You come on. How did you get?
Well, I mean, you have the right to take your own position. This is what I think. I don't see anything wrong with it.
No. Well, I don't. Anybody else can discuss. I'm gonna stay away from this one. It's just I've given up.
Babati, are you hearing what I'm hearing?
That what? That what?
There's no wrong in what I just played now. Come on now.
His name is Real Idea.
What's wrong with it? The fact that
you're just being a troll. That's what you're being right now. You're just being a troll. That's what you're doing. I don't think you're
I'm
really
not trolling.
yes, you are.
So
you better be trolling. You better be trolling right now because I don't know where that came from. I don't know.
Wait, other part of the world, if something like this happened, do you think they would just go after the person?
I am saying that the temperature in that country is so high right now. We don't need more of this.
Right. I understand your part. That's what I'm saying, that if, let's say, the situation over there, the government feel that this is not the right time to be saying this, yeah, of course, they can pick him up, charge him to court. But I was just saying that I don't think...
Listen to my point, sir.
He's expressing himself.
Listen to my point, sir. It's one thing to say the wife should do something. Somebody else can act up on that. Somebody working in a restaurant can say because at least the goal is to get rid of the person, they can act on that because it's the man of
Good point, Robert. That's the point.
Forget the wife now. You're putting their life in danger now. Because we should kill them. Because they are terrible. We should poison them. It's not the wife doing it now. If anybody, the man of God we should poison them now. Okay, now if we go to
Babati, I said something yesterday that why are we like this? Why our life like this? And there is a congregation there hearing this stupid man, hearing him.
No, those ones are like they're like sheeples. They are long gone. I told you, Thomas. You see, it's a game. It's very simple. All he has to do is convince them that no matter how much they pray, no matter how much they fast, they can never be close to God than he is close to God. Once they believe that he has them in his pockets, that's the game. So don't forget those ones. They are gone. Psychologically, mentally, they are like slaves to him.
Sorry, guys. I heard something disturbing. That's why I called in real quick. So I just want to ask one question. So the person that said he didn't see anything wrong with that. It's very disturbing what I heard. That's why I had to just.
Thank you, Michael. So I
have a question for him. If a pastor tells your wife to go and poison you, you don't see anything. You won't see anything wrong with that. I just want to know that if you can answer that question, then maybe it will make sense.
Here's the thing. So, like I was saying, there's nothing wrong with someone expressing themselves.
No. The question.
Listen, no, let me finish. Okay. You just asked a question. There's nothing wrong with me saying whatever I want. But here's the thing. If somebody else find whatever I said offensive, they have the right to have me accountable for what I said.
No, this is not a matter of something offensive. This is a crime. This is telling someone to go and kill someone.
Wait. Who are you to tell him what he said is a crime? If you feel
no, it's not. But wait, my brother. We are not disagreeing. Listen, relax. We are not disagreeing whether human being have freedom of expression. I understand. We are not here to fight or anything, but we are not arguing whether human being have freedom of expression or opinion and things like that. What we are saying here is a human being telling another human being to kill that human being. That's beyond freedom of expression or his opinion or in my opinion. And any human being that see nothing wrong with another human being saying a wife for that matter, they're going to kill your husband, then I'm confused. I don't know what we're arguing. There's no argument in this.
I understand what you're saying, but you have to look at it. I would like for you to try to see from where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm saying. I have the right to say whatever I want.
Yes, you do.
Wait. Some country, you have the right to say whatever you want.
My brother, forget country.
Whatever you say, whatever you say,
question that
puts you in trouble.
My brother, if somebody tell my wife to go and poison me, my brother,
that's that Mike is asking you. if somebody asks your wife to go and kill you, how would you take that?
Oh yeah, I can wait. If somebody say that, yeah, I can sue him. I can sue him. No, listen, I can sue him if I feel offended to what he's saying, because I definitely know that my wife.
Don't say. Forget about suing.
My wife will not listen to such a person.
Would you take that? Would you take that as very offensive and as an attempt to kill you?
Wait, that's up to me to make that judgment. In this case, you're asking me.
Now.
Yeah. I might feel offended. I might feel offended. If I feel offended, then I'll go right.
I don't even know why the guy is still on the show. I mean, you guys, I can't even believe Thomas is still allowing someone to be on the show too. I mean, that's just beyond.
Why can't you answer a question directly? Why are you beating around the
bush? Wait. But here's the problem is this. You were saying that what he said, he shouldn't have said it. Yeah, correct. Normal person should not say such a thing.
No, there's no human being. There's no decent human being in this world that will hear something like that and not find it extremely disturbing. Like a wife. Wait. A wife. Listen.
See,
a wife is the closest human being to you.
How to feel?
No. This is no. There's something.
How to feel about anything.
No, there are some things that are universal. Hold on. We are not fighting.
Sorry, we are not of the same. We don't have the same culture. We don't see the same. We don't see things the same way. So
name a culture in this world. Okay, wait, name a culture in this world where murder.
Like you're just saying it like because I feel
we are not arguing
something that he said. Now
we are not fighting.
Feel the same way. I'm not fighting you.
No. We are, listen. I think you're missing the point. Name a culture in this planet where murder is normal. So that's just it's simple as that. Any country, it's just simple like that.
So okay, here's the thing. What I heard him say was, he can poison, the wife can poison him, and I think
that's murder.
Wait. Then he gave a reason for that.
Whatever the reason is murder.
If we have a lawyer,
you can't justify what he's saying.
I'm not justifying it. The thing is, you're not looking at the big picture. You're not looking at the big picture. You're just looking at what I'm saying there. Because I did.
He's just beating around the bush. He doesn't
so you're saying, okay, here's what you guys are saying. He doesn't have right to say. He doesn't have right to freedom of speech. That's what you're saying.
No.
That's what you're saying.
What right does
he doesn't have the right? He's a man of God, and he has played on the vulnerability of his followers.
What right does any human being have? To call for the killing of another person?
Let's call it another angle. He puts like the closest person to God to his followers. Like he tells his follower to pray to God, God will answer them.
The guy is
he was even telling the women.
Hold on.
He was even telling the women.
Let me finish. And he, in his mind, he
doesn't want
Tinubu to survive in his mind, right? He wants Tinubu dead in his mind, and he's close to God. Why can't he, as a spiritual father, pray to God to kill Tinubu if it's possible for him? He's a man of God, right? But he's not able to do that, and he's telling his gullible followers that this is what you should do to your husband indirectly. Is that right?
He's a potential murderer.
419 murderer.
If people should go and investigate him. He's a potential murderer.
That's right.
Go and investigate him. And
can other people have a saying in this?
Go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't think we should be discussing this.
To quickly say something, if you people are hearing me, I think the pastor should be arrested. He have to be arrested for instigating murder against people. If the woman, understand me, he need to be arrested. He's not supposed to be a free citizen of that country. Those are threats to stability, peace, and unity of people and progress. It's not a pastor. He deserves to be arrested. I don't see any argument here. Thank you.
Okay, wait. Okay, what about the person that says this is religious war? This is call for war.
Forget about That
Isn't
one,
his
it is not the matter of that one.
wait,
We
that's
are
not his
focusing on that pastor.
Why are you moving the goalpost? Why?
I'm
We
not moving the
get that
goalposts.
one.
It's the
We are
same thing. They have the right to say whatever they want, and they can get in trouble for whatever they say.
We are discussing this one. Don't move the goalpost.
Don't move
Let's
stop beating around the bush.
Can I finish my statement?
He's just beating around the bush.
Can we hear from Bishop, please? Yeah, Bishop.
I don't think we should dignify this what we just had and defend it in any way, shape, or form. It's not only reprehensible; it is disgusting. And right in my head, listening to this, I can remember just loosely about 5 or 6 cases whereby people have committed murder, and the people that kind of incited them or encouraged them to do it were charged along with them with murder. The one that came to my head quickly was even suicide. Sometimes a girl was threatening that she was going to commit suicide, and somebody tries to go and do it quickly. Do it quickly or something, and the girl committed, and they picked the girl for just that go do it quickly was what her comment on the this is full inciting, and it qualifies to be hate speech by all form, shape, or description. He went further to say, even if you poison and it may not go through, use pillow to strangle. I don't know if anybody had that part. Guys, use pillow. So it's unfortunate, and to now make it worse, you are talking about an elected president in a situation that has become so toxic and so charged up that some people were having a space and they were discussing how are they going to disrupt and destroy on the swearing in the. There was one of the spaces I listened to, and they were saying, is there a way they can hijack a plane or a drone, to use a drone to go and attack, to explode it at the swearing in event. So I don't think there is a way we can defend what we just had. I think it is shameful.
Where was that? The whole drone.
Where was what?
You said somebody was talking about attacking the inauguration with the drone.
Of course, it's there. It's there in the public space. It's still there on Twitter. They were having a Twitter space. They were saying, can they hide? I had it.
Princess.
I had it in one of these obedience space.
Is it true?
This morning I was listening to one of the
this is not a new one. And you say you did not hear this.
They've declared war. They've declared war.
Just because.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. I don't know who is saying is it true. They said one of them suggested that is there a way they can hijack a plane on that day and just pump it into the venue of this so that everybody there. I had it. It is not made up, and it is there on the space. It is there. I can look for it and send it so that we can play it.
Bishop, please, for people that didn't follow, who are the people saying it? Of what?
It was one of these obedience space now. Okay, it's easy to click. I can play. Okay. No, it's not here we go. It's a fact that is available.
No, because I said I was concerned that this might happen. I
know what happened. There was one they even did last week that they were warning foreign dignitaries that have been invited that if they lie, they should tell their country should warn them not to come, because if they come, if anything happened to them, they look for it by themselves. They should not come to any swearing in. Did you hear that one too? So back to what we were saying, I think what we had is condemnable and should be condemned by everybody. It's inciting, and you never can tell the kind of people you are talking to. Some people might be going through challenges. I say, really? So it's easy to get rid of this man like this? There was a book I read many years ago. So one of my friends gave it to me. It is Murderers Who Is Who. It is a compilation of 1,000 unresolved murder cases, across the world. America, if you read some of these stories, you will be shocked. Where people get courage, where people get. There was one particular teenager a particular case, 2 teenagers that were charged in America. They were actually condemned and killed. And the 2 boys went into a warehouse to steal something. One had a gun, so a policeman came. A policeman held them up that they should, like, hey, hold hands up. And they had a gun that I said he should drop the gun. So the other one, I said, okay, give up the gun, give it to him. So the boy now shot the policeman and killed the policeman. So the question is, what does give it to him mean? The boy said he actually was asking his co-criminal accused to surrender the gun to the policeman. But the prosecutor was able to prove that he was actually telling him that give it to him, that, to shoot him. And so he listened to the instruction. Now, there was a conflict, which the instruction could have been A or B. But the judge chose the one the prosecutor said. So if anybody in a church, it's shameful enough that it happened in a church, could say those things that we just had, that Remi Tinubu should have helped the country by poisoning the husband to death, and if he did not succeed, he should have used pillow to just end him up, and the man is a pastor saying that on the pulpit. Come on. I don't think anybody should be depending that, please. Thank you.
There's no freedom of speech. That is not
I want to quickly contribute something a little bit. If it is clear.
Freedom of speech. That is not freedom of speech.
Hello.
Not freedom of
The guy is not a pastor. He's not a pastor. He's not a pastor because if you watch many of his sermon, you will see all the traditional terms. Our Bini Papate, they do juju, better, strong, charm. He did for all the mouth. He grow for where they worship. Not even grow near Bible. Yeah, if you watch some of his sermon, now read all the old charm where they bush.
Bro,
now the old charm where they bush.
No.
Where they all the old charm. Wait now, all the old charm where they bush. Where they don't. When they don't piece on heavy tree for inside bush. They want use that they do something. He gets some incarnation where they talk. This guy, no one will not know. And he they preach for people. So if they fear me, the kind of people that they call pastor for Nigeria,
But they say it's from
So
Edo.
I don't rest out there.
It's your brother now.
You say whether it's from Edo.
No, I was told it's from Edo, so it's your brother.
He live in Edo State. He bear Edo name. He bear Igbo name.
I'm asking.
Wait now. Wait. He bear Edo name. He bear Igbo name. I don't know whether his father is from Edo, his mother is from eastern part of Nigeria, but he live in Edo State and his church is in Edo.
Babati, you see what Peter Obi has cost Nigeria? You see what Peter Obi has cost Nigeria?
No, don't bring Peter Obi in. Peter Obi is responsible person. It doesn't cost Nigeria anything.
Hold on.
There are stupid people where they support Tinubu where they say go keep person. So don't bring Peter Obi in, please.
My brother, let me land. I can bring Peter Obi in. You can't tell me what to bring in or to. He is an obedience. He's an obedience, isn't it?
You said what?
He's an obedience.
I don't know. Anybody can be obedient.
I'm telling you, he's an obedience.
Wait, my dear. How many people do you see him preaching for Obi? How many gatherings he represented Obi? Have you seen it? So that's why I told you, don't use everything. Look, we should mind the way we also use politics to run everything. Or maybe Nigeria is too hot, and we should be careful as well. When some people make mistake, we should treat it in a manner and in a terms and condemn it and leave it there. We shouldn't turn it to tribe or use it to rob a political candidate. There are people who support Tinubu, and if they talk today, my brother, you will even deny them be part of Tinubu. It's truth. But that is not Tinubu.
So Thomas, is it true that Obi is now hiring some foreign lawyers now? Is that true?
I never hear that one, no. But they say they invite him for inauguration.
No, a Russian lawyer. A Russian lawyer.
To come and defend him in Nigeria. So we don't get brain for Nigeria to defend him.
This is a constitutional matters. And I don't think you need any international lawyer to come and handle your constitution for you.
I wonder what's in Russian.
So all those are rumors. There's no length they cannot go to try to bring him down. Who even know?
Yeah. I was just asking. I heard like a rumor. That's why I asked the question. I'm not saying that he did. I'm asking if it's true. Midwest. It's a question I'm asking if it's true.
We have discussed it earlier in this platform.
So it's true, Simba. Is it true, Simba?
It was actually, I don't believe it is true, but it was Keyamo that made the allegation.
Okay.
Keyamo is with Tinubu. They're doing everything they can do. They want to please Tinubu maybe to get position. Everybody want to.
Midwest, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Who won the elections?
As it is now, the only person INEC declares Tinubu, and there are reasons to challenge it. And Obi has done that. He took it to court.
No. I'm asking you, who do you believe won? Forget who do you believe won the election?
See, for me, I don't believe Tinubu win that election.
No, who won? I'm asking you. No, who won? Give me a name.
Wait.
Who won? 3 people in office. Who do you think won?
Wait. You can't put it. If you like, you can choose for yourself. Don't choose for me. I cannot choose for you as well.
I asked you
your question doesn't need direct answer because the way it is in every society, people contest for an election, and if it happened that one feels cheated, or things are not properly handled the way it's supposed to be, or based on the constitution, you can go and challenge it in the court of law and let the judge decide that.
Hold on, Midwest. If you, Ajalico will come in. Yeah.
The question he asks you is that who do you think that won the election? When you said that Tinubu did not win.
I am a supporter. I cannot answer that kind of question. I can't answer it.
Can you hear me?
Tell you reason.
Can you hear me? Midwest, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes, if I said hold on, you should hold on. You should learn how to listen. Then, hold on now. We are not fighting here. Let's Ajali people learn the question. Then you can answer.
Okay.
Okay, Midwest.
Yeah.
My question again is that who do you think that won the election?
Okay.
Because
as I said before,
because you said earlier, you said
everything.
Let him land now. Let him land now.
You claim that
I just said that now.
You claim that Tinubu did not win the election. So, who, by your own opinion, or who do you know that won the election? Since you believe strongly Tinubu did not win, so who won the election?
Peter Obi won the election.
Okay.
Everybody knows.
Simple. You are beating around the bush since you can't answer. Now you why is this
Peter Obi won? Wait now.
Question they are asking you.
Let me. You don't already ask. See
which of the elections did
wait
Peter
now?
win?
I supported. Wait.
No, maybe there is
I want
another
to quickly
election.
learn something from you. See, as far as Nigeria this past election is concerned, it's one of the worst elections that has ever happened in that country. Everybody knows. The thing is this.
You know.
In every society.
Let's hold on. Let's clear this. You know, not everybody. Because among 8 or 10 of us that are on this something now, just randomly, I'm not sure if we put that into vote, 2 people will join you in that kind of reasoning. So don't say everybody. Stop this. Everybody knows. Stop it. It's becoming very and highly irritating. How many of us, let us cast our lot now, how many people will believe in what he just said? You can vote. So stop this, everybody knows. It's becoming very irritating. He won in Sokoto, he won in Kebbi, he won in Zapara, he won in Jigawa. Let it win. I know I'm coming. Hold on now, please. Where did he win?
Let's put it in the vote. You just said it. Let's put it to vote. We are many here? 1, 2, 3. This is 8.
You can
Let
pull
me
it.
speak it.
Can you do
Let me keep.
the regular chat? You can pull a
Yeah,
poll.
let it's only one man that can do that. No, I'm not. I'm a literate man, so only one man that can do that. Let's put it in the poll now. I am saying this is the most credible election we have ever had. So that is number one. But Prince, what do you think?
I think it was one of the best elections we've ever had since 1993. So I would say
Number two.
one or two, yeah.
Number two. We don't need to explain much. Yeah. Bishop, what's your own take?
I would say this is one of the best and most transparent election we've had in this Fourth Republic.
Number three, Ajali Kuku, what do you think about the election?
Me and Bishop Reagan, I abstain. Me with Bishop Ore, we abstain. We not there for the kind of politics. We're not
not the politics of it, just the connotation
Not
of the
the
election.
politics now, transparency of the election.
I say
What do you think?
at the abstain. I know they say anything.
So now yeah, that's how the bush now. Yeah, that's how the bush now. That's how the bush now.
Yeah, you stay neutral, no problem. Ori rather.
All right.
What do you think about the election?
All right, so it's not the best, but compared to all the elections Nigeria had, yeah, I still think he looks like he's far like the real one, like close to being the best, but I don't think he's bad. I think he's actually good.
That is a pass mark right there. Play Summer. What do you think?
It is 80% better than every other election. It is the best.
Every other election. Yeah. God bless you. We don't need to add Midwest. Midwest, you see that you are losing now. Nobody's on your side.
You want to kiss Simba out?
Wait. You see how biased you are now. You're making a vote for the wait now. You want all Tinubu.
If I say hold on, you should hold on. I have the keyboard here to stop you.
What happened?
So if I said hold on, I kick him out. I said hold on, we are not fighting here. Just calm it down.
Did you put him on the backstage?
I put him on the backstage. Hold on. I said hold on. I'll bring him back. Just hold on, cool down. Yeah, Simba, let's hear from Simba. Then you can make your comments. Do we have Simba? We don't have Simba. Then you can make your comment. Midwest, just come, bring it down. Bring the tone down. Even your tone is too hard. Just bring it down. Now you can talk. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You see, people that are here today, I know all of you. Most of you are Tinubu supporters from the one. I will not expect.
That is not true. That is not
true. This guy. I would declare Tinubu as a winner, and you will come and tell me, oh, it's not a free and fair election. Why should I expect that from you? My brother.
I never said it's a free and fair election.
You're a wonderful person. You know that.
Okay. My guy, I never said it's a free and fair election. I said it's better than the previous one. I never said that it's free. I don't think anybody even said it's the freest election ever. They said it's better than the previous one. So just listen to what we're saying.
Stop being too emotional.
Yeah, what I want to quickly say is this, my dear. Can I quickly put something there? Am I permitted?
Go ahead, though. We're listening.
Hello?
No, we can hear you.
The thing is this. INEC have declared Tinubu the winner. We are no longer campaigning. The only thing is left is the judiciary. And once they give their verdict, whosoever becomes the president of that country will become president of everybody, whether people support you or not. That's how society is built. So it's unfortunate that we still want to continue with campaign. And I don't know. For me, I'm no longer campaigning, but let the judiciary handle the issue and be settled how it is. That's what I believe. So if Tinubu is ruling tomorrow and he's saying this place did not vote for me, I'm
come on,
going to neglect them. My brother, we should be. Yeah, you can continue. My network is like it's cracking.
Yeah, Midwest. I can assure you one thing that
I have a network issue. You can.
I don't think that Tinubu will actually have the same attitude as Buhari. And number two, to be honest with you, I think Buhari actually did a lot for the Southeast in terms of infrastructure, contrary to popular beliefs. I know people might not like what I just said, but that is the truth. So the comment was unfortunate for him to have said when he came into office. But
Babati, I don't know what is going on in Nigeria. What do you think about people declaring war in Nigeria and they are living in diaspora? I was listening to a platform this morning, somebody that you know, I don't want to mention names. He was declaring war on that platform.
Can I come in with that? Anybody that want war, you should go and start it in his house. They have house, they have villages.
Midwest, I am not doing all this jabba jabba you. No. I'm in the middle of sentence. Calm down. Please. Babati, I was listening to a channel this morning and one guy from the southeast, which you know, I don't want to mention name, was declaring war. He said there will be war if they declare it, if they swear in Tinubu. And the host of the platform was just looking, he doesn't even see that something wrong. I was just thinking, what is wrong with Nigerians? What is wrong with us? I don't know.
Thomas, this is what I was saying. Let people say what they have to. This is the reason why we have the undercovers. We have I know in Nigeria we have DSS and stuff. This is the reason why. Let people say what they have to say and let the government officials take care of it. If you see something wrong, call their attention to it. They would know how to follow those people to make sure they don't become destructive. We say, okay, now, them saying it aloud is actually good for them because we know their intention now. If they keep it in, that's even more problem for us because we don't know what they're thinking. So that's why, what does the Nigerian constitution say about people allowing people to say what they feel and how they want to?
I think you're missing the point. You remember at the beginning of Thomas, it said something like maybe you missed. It said they live abroad.
Yeah, they can still be picked up for saying stuff that is bad.
But them inspiring people back home, you can't track that. Somebody can be listening and can be inspired by what they're saying. How do you track that? So all your focus is the person speaking, but you're forgetting that the people that they're inspiring with those words. They might be in Nigeria listening to them speak about making the country ungovernable. You can't track that.
Wait, I think that, okay, so for example, now somebody say the wrong stuff is inciting war. Let's say, for example, they pick him up, question him, tell him, and now they put it in the news. The reason why they had to pick him up is because he was saying so and so. Whoever that is actually aiding to do such a thing, now if they read it in the newspaper, they see it on TV, they know like, oh, this person is saying some stuff, and they had to call him, bringing him for questioning. Maybe this is not the right thing to do. But if you say, okay, for example, there's a lot of things that people will come outside and say. The same thing, some of us would stay in, like we won't be in the public domain, but some people will still be saying the same thing. They will have those discussions. We're only speaking to the ones that we see. What about those that we can't see? Well, I'm just saying that when you allow people to say stuff, you see their character. We have the officials that can follow them, make sure they monitor them. That's the reason why they have the undercovers. I just feel like people have the right to say whatever they want, but where the problem comes is you can say whatever you want, but there might be consequences for what you're saying.
Can you say, in America, it is legal to say bomb on the plane?
Yeah. If you say so, and I feel threatened, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That I'm saying that we cannot, even though you can say whatever you want to say, there's a limit to what you should say.
Yeah, the Constitution should say so. That
right. So
you have freedom of speech, but like, for example, now I know in America you can't go outside and have a public display where you get yourself naked. You have the freedom to do anything you want, but you can't go in a public place and naked yourself. So that means you knowing that your Bill of Rights and you go against it. That means that you're putting yourself in trouble. Nigeria has the same thing. We have some constitutions that tell you can talk, but if you say some foul stuff, you'll be in trouble.
Stay with me for a second, so you know where I'm coming from. Number one, the politics are already heated, right? We can agree to that. It's a multicultural, multi-ethnic society that we're battling with these issues. Our security apparatus is not that efficient enough to battle this if we kind of start to trickle down. I'm not worried about one person saying it. I'm concerned when it becomes 3, 4, 10, 20, 100, 200, 300. You see my point? Our security apparatus, I don't believe is strong enough to handle that if it cascades into something else. It's my worry. If you just one person saying it online, I'm like, oh, forget that mad guy. But when it becomes on WhatsApp, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Telegram, when it starts to spread like wildfire all over the place, it's hard to track, bro. That's what I'm saying. When it becomes this multiply, it has this multiplying effect where it cascades into something else. That's a problem.
You're right. Just like
it's starting to remember, it was like, okay, just one easy. If you look at my my thumbnail, my picture, is the easy in Aja. This was not planned though. Remember when it was running his mouth? We're going to bring iPop to Lagos. They have to pick him up because they know if you let him go, it will encourage others. So I'm not really focused about the person saying it. Is the inspiration it gives to other people.
Well, I understand your point.
Our system is not strong enough to deal with that. Is what I'm saying. Not that they can.
Well, we need to get better and make sure our system is strong enough.
I'm concerned.
So, because the reason why I'm also saying this, because I know, like, I don't think Nigeria actually have that freedom of speech to the extent of what everybody is saying.
Let's not test it out. Let's not test it. Let's not test it out. That's what I'm saying. Let's not say.
But that's why we have laws, man. We gotta like what we have. We can't just
we are talking of Oriola. Why are they charging what happened in US? Why are they charging Donald Trump for inciting?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Do you see Donald Trump carrying guns and armor? So
he was saying incisive statements. That's what I'm saying. He's allowed to freedom of speech, but his freedom of speech is putting him. He just put him in trouble now because they allow him to say whatever he wants. Now, what he said, they figure out what he said is wrong.
You know what? Let's just get into it right now, real quick. Remember, I think we should just address this real quick. Because I heard you guys talking about the Southeast not understanding how to play politics in regard to the Senate president position, where I think Babajale Koko was talking about the Ebonyi state governor betrayed Ojuzo Kalu. So the politics of that region, how do you think it factors into this? Because I think the root is that we didn't get the presidency. It should have been us. But I feel like their politics is not in order. Like there's something fundamentally wrong with their politicking in that part of the country. Am I too far off in my own assertion on that? Am I too far off? That their kind of politics does not merge well with others in Nigeria. So they always have this issue of actually assimilating. No, just not in other areas of just politics. Okay.
I understand your point, but
they have issues that I don't know how they can fix that problem. Like
the problem that I see is the problem that you create a law and you now have another backdoor and create your own other personal thing. Your law says anybody can be a president. Why would you have to say this side have to be, this side has to be? Right. Whoever is competent, come out. there's no way that one person wants to be a president that you won't have to go to different region and make sure that they're in line with what you're saying.
But they're not willing to do that. They feel like they just
no. Listen to me. That's not what I'm saying. No, listen to me. What I'm saying is we already create that problem by saying that this side will have it for some years. This side will take it. That side. You already. Your constitution never said that. So you already created a problem. So now when you create that problem by saying we're going to be transitioning, like it will be like everybody will have the fair share. So you create a problem where if it doesn't go to someone, they feel like you're shitting them. So
basically we should make it
legal, but we don't follow it.
So we should either put up or shut up, make it legal or stop discussing this fairness doctrine in terms of right, because it's not law to have
exactly. Thank you. Because there's no way a Southeast wants to be a president. He has to make friends with the South side, the Southwest, the Northeast, the Northwest. In order for that person to be president, if a Southwest wants to be a president, he has to make friends with every region. If a North guy wants to be a president, he has to make friends with everyone. So just follow your law. Like we make it complicated by saying, oh, now this side will take it. This side will take it. It will come to this side. You just complicate everything. Competence. If I'm good enough, I come out.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, now look, in a situation whereby in democracy, majority always the vote, and Nigerians are not nurtured in terms of what I say merit. We are more of tribal people. We just want to be pretending and be deceiving ourselves. We are more of ethnic alignment or religion. They all play in our mind the way we select a leader. So now when you say, oh, they should remove all these structures and people who have the majority, either they align through religion or through ethnic as majority, and they continue to rule the country and nothing is working. How will you feel? What is really saving Nigeria is that people have.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, can you? Yeah.
Does Nigeria does any zone in Nigeria has a majority? Name one zone in Nigeria that has a majority.
Yeah, they have. According to.
Wait. Name
okay, I think you were asking me the question. Sorry.
Yeah, but I haven't finished my question. Name one zone. Don't say not, because not is split into different parts. Name one zone that if all the people in that zone just voted for that one person, and that person will become the president. Is there a zone where if all the people in my zone voted for me, I can be the president without any other zone? Is there one?
No, that's the reason why we have.
Yeah, there is.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is a zone.
No, wait. Just look at the INEC laws now. You must win.
There is.
No, there's no region that.
There's none.
You can't.
That's
win.
no.
Oriola, let him tell us the region now.
Exactly. Let him tell us the region.
Yeah, tell us.
So I want to tell you something, because what I want to tell you is something. The possibility.
The region.
Let me quickly, before you try, we are trying to express ourselves, but I just want to plead you to allow me to put something here. If you don't want to allow me, let me forget about it. You can don't put it that way. It's just like you want to don't put it that way.
Go on.
Listen,
yeah, go on.
During this Nigeria immigration, even before Nigerians even they want to do census now, isn't it? And the census will tell you the majority. That is where they want to balance everything. We are heading somewhere. Now, even before the election, people were captured with this PVC and they were not Nigerians. And later, custom came out and said, we have no law in Nigeria to persecute them, so therefore we free them. My dear brother, a lot of things are going on. Those who put these structures on ground, they are trying to save our country because they want to put that inclusiveness so that people have that sense of belonging. Because after all, the country doesn't offer anybody anything. It's only when you have somebody on top you feel relief. So if we allow it and we said let the it's a free game, the Northerners would have known how to select someone that at the end they will pick this power again. They are the majority. So whether we like it or not, but they have it in paper, we can be discussing it in a way. They have a way to drive it and be the majority, vote and win, whether we like it or not. It's just because of some certain structure. I haven't looked consider what is going on.
Which is the region?
Yeah.
The region that can win election without
It's
other
the
region.
northern region, northern part of Nigeria, northern part of Nigeria.
How?
Okay, Thomas, because okay.
No. Babati, hold on. Let me nail Midwest today. How? Tell us how. Are you there?
I want to tell you something.
No,
the reason,
something.
let me tell you, my brother. Yeah, I'm here. The reason why. Wait now. If not because of consideration, even when you look at the body movement of the current president that want to hand over, he was not even willing for the power to come to South, but there was pressure. And the only way to relieve that pressure, because of high level of mismanagement in all level, is to make sure power come to South. This is an agreement. So if the agreement was not there, they would have choose a candidate in the North, push it hard, and that person would have been declared the winner. And I feel you as a Yoruba, ethnic nationality will not be happy if that is announced today. No matter the level of education of the person.
Mr.
Midwest, you are getting it wrong.
Mr. Midwest.
You said there's a region, Babati, wait. Please.
Okay.
You said there's a region in this country.
It's the northern part of Nigeria.
I said, how? Let me finish, please, before you interrupt me. Buhari contested for 3.
Yeah.
Let me finish now. Let me finish, please. Thank you. Buhari contested for 3 times with his 11 million votes. Did he become the president of Nigeria? I think you are aware of that, isn't it?
Let me Thomas, permit me. Let me break it down so
that's all right.
Where we're coming from. Midwest, can you hear me?
I think he's having some network.
I'm hearing you.
So let me.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, wonderful. So Nigerian electoral laws, what we have on book right now, even if you win all the 19 states and you get, let's say, 20 million people voted, and 18 million of them were in the North, and you got all the 18 million, you cannot become Nigeria president. By our constitution, you must get a quarter of at least 24 states. That is how they solve that issue of inclusivity. They didn't solve the problem of who contest. They solved the problem of who votes. So no region in Nigeria, even if they have the majority number, can win by themselves. So it's partly like a American college voting. That's the way Nigeria designed it. So you keep looking at the numbers. No, it's not designed to win that way. It's not about numbers. It's about where you get the numbers from. That is the reason why Tinubu was able to win. Tinubu did not because he got first place votes. Let me finish. Tinubu won not because he got first place votes. He won because he got second place votes. That's how he won. So according to our laws right now in Nigeria, you must get those votes in at least 24 states in Nigeria to become president. So that is not true what you just said about winning a region to win presidency. You can, even if you win the whole of 19 states in the North and you get 100% and you have the most vote, you will still not be able to become. That will go to a runoff. Unless you are in a runoff, that is the only way you can win. But as a first timer, you go, no way in our laws. Midwest, just to clarify.
Yeah, I didn't think
My network is
you wanted to
cracking.
sign that part. Oh, you back? Okay.
Just take time to read the law, Midwest. Just read the
And
law.
that is why, Baba T,
No,
that's
see,
why I'm trying to tackle.
wait. The area I might little bit permit to say something. The area I'm talking about is not like go and read the law, go and do the law. Nigeria government, I don't see them like country that operate the country on the basis of the law. Even all these statements we are condemning. If you look at Buhari, if you look at Buhari,
that
wait
was
now.
not the question. It was about becoming
Yeah,
president. One region can no. You said one region can make you president. I just told you 24 states.
That's what we are debating, Baba T.
Yeah,
that is what we are debating.
now see the way it is. Like where you are not getting me, we're not supposed to argue. We're not supposed to argue about this. Look at what I'm trying to tell you. If we allow it to be open, the Northerners will come to rule us. Have that one in your mind. They have what it takes to win the North and also manipulate regions in the South and continue to rule us.
That's not
Forget about this. Your narrative sounds like a Radio Biafra narrative. That is not true. I started before for you.
They will still need allies in the South.
Buhari contested for 3 times. He has 11 million votes in the North. He didn't become the president of Nigeria until he came to the Southwest to lie out with the Southwesterner.
There are requirements to win. Just read.
That's the requirement to win. Is this Babati? Is this a breaking news to Midwest?
Okay. Can I land this one before you? Can I land it before you, please? Look, with what is going on in Nigeria, the only way we can. Yeah, let me put this one before you, whether we like it or not. Am I permitted?
Go on.
Sorry,
go on,
my phone is like a echo to me. Sometimes I don't hear you on time. You know.
Midwest.
Okay, thank
Midwest.
you. You see,
Midwest.
all we need.
Hold on.
Yeah, I just want to express
Midwest.
my own self.
I have to kick you out. No. Go out and come back in. You are listening to us later. You are not. We are not in the same frequency. So you go out. Go out.
Can I quickly have a contribution before he comes back?
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I want to take us back to
Bishop. Hold on. Do you understand Midwest? I think he's hearing us later.
Yeah.
So we are not in the same. Yeah, we are not in the same. I don't know how to say it. So yeah,
we need real time so you can hear us at the same time we're hearing him.
But are you hearing me in real time?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. And yeah,
okay.
Go on.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say something about what Ajanekuku said earlier on when he was addressing, when he was on the space of Umahi. And I was really surprised. I was listening. I thought I would make a input. I wanted him to finish, but anyhow, that's by the way. When they say Ajanekuku is the one that loved music that used to sing Kenny Rogers, that says the gambler. I mean, it's the gambler. Knowing what to throw away, knowing what to keep. Everyone's a winner, everyone's a loser. And in our own palace, we say, "In who sabi how to fight and run away, lives to fight another day." I think what Umari has done, it shows a lot of dexterity. You are going to a battle you know you cannot win, and you made it so that when Akpabio, one of the things that Akpabio had against Tinubu, whether it was effective or it was not effective then, was that he was the first person that stepped down for him and supported him during the primaries. That alone, even whether he would have scored 0 votes in the primaries or -0 or minus anything, but the fact that he stepped down and he gave him his loyalty earned him some kind of credit when the battle for this primary, this Senate comes up. And a person of Umahi that is just going into the Senate, there is nothing as good as being in the camp of the eventual winner. So he has studied and he feels that this man has a better chance. If you fight with him to the end and you put yourself in his opposing camp. You understand what I'm saying? Of course, you have already shot yourself in the foot from the beginning, because we all know that Umahi going into that battle, into that Senate, it does not stand a chance because of the rules. There are more people that are eminently qualified. There's nowhere they want to pacify or saying that. So for me, the game he played is perhaps one of the best games that many politicians don't know when to quit, when to say, okay, I surrender, when to go and prepare. That's why they keep fighting many battles they know they cannot win. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. Most of the people that go into these politics, they know they can't win. Some of them use it as a negotiating platform. Say, okay, you know what? Rub my back, make I rub your back. So when Adale Koko was castigating Dave Umahi, that he betrayed these people, I really was a little bit taken aback, because I thought it was a political masterstroke that he played. When Tinubu had a clash with Fashola in the background there, and they were saying that he was not going to back him, Tinubu publicly said something in the public that, look, politics is about people, that you think you are more important than the people you are leading. I'm paraphrasing, I can't remember he said such word. That, but when you realize that the people you are leading, they have formed a mass of people now, and they decided to go one direction. You want to mafi style, as a you use time to just follow them and say, okay, I was just trying to test you. But you wanted to go the opposite direction. But the other man had won the heart of people, so he followed them. Otherwise, he will be disgraced. If Umahi had not done what it is, he would have just been disgraced, and he would not be in the good book of the potential Senate president.
But
Yes.
Bishop, why don't they get that politics in that part of the country? What you just said? Why can't they understand that?
Politics?
Yeah.
Okay. The truth of the matter about the Southeast politics, give me a second, and then go please. The truth of the matter about the Southeast politics is that I wrote something a few years ago. This idea of waiting until the last minute. I said, no. When you want to be strategic, you apply. There is the short term, there's the medium term, and there's the long term. Unfortunately, I don't know those that have always been present at the negotiating table for the Northeast. The time that they were supposed to shout was around February last year, when there were snippet of a rumor that Atiku was going to run for presidency. He went somewhere and somebody asked him, is he sure that is he going to get the ticket of the PDP? He said something. He said, has he ever failed to get it before? That particular statement was when the people that were rallying around him should have said, look, come and clarify this statement so that we know the direction which we are going. Unfortunately, they did not do that. So this politics race is not a 100-meter dash, it's a marathon. So don't run when other people are just preparing. Just reserve your strength, but be very strategic with your short-term, medium-term, and long-term planning. Thank you. Let me hear your.
Okay, let me respond to Bishop. Bishop was more concerned about individual interests. I am not for individual interests. I'm talking of the interests of this Eastern Nigeria. Umahi, by your own assessment, played a very good politics there for himself.
It's not for himself.
Where is the interest
for everybody else?
For the
hold on.
Now.
No. Hold on. Southeast.
Does you hold on?
Just give me a second, please.
Let me ask it before you answer. Who does to go and represent has the Senate president? Is it for himself or for his zone? Who does he want to?
Of course, for his zone now.
Okay, why not? Why abandoning another person who is likely to get it for his zone?
Okay.
A chance for his zone. Why not put his weight behind that person and push the interest of his zone forward after their geopolitical association,
Okay.
Aneze, and
Okay.
himself have said when he first declared that this team must come to his zone and he will only surrender to, if at all he's going to surrender, it's going to be for another person from his zone. Why did he to person from that zone now?
Okay. Thank you. Now, number one, if you are playing politics like you are playing chess, you have to be strategic. And I used that word earlier on. You have to be very strategic. Know which battle you can win and which battle you are willing to let go. Because the ultimate aim is the war itself. Sometimes you don't stretch your soldiers trying to win all the battle. It's just like a football team. The team that you know you are supposed to go and use your second team or just score like 2-3 goals, you are using all your energy when you now get to the real one. So for me, Dave Umahi did a situation analysis and he saw that both himself and everybody from the contest was no longer between the South and the Southeast. The contest was between the Northwest and the South. That's a fact. So he knew where he looked, just like what this guy said when this guy was contesting, Peter B, that they wanted to cut his head off. I'm coming. And they wanted to cut his head off. Soludo.
Bishop.
Yes, please. Let me answer your question. I'm answering now. Let me finish.
No. You made something. It's not between Northwest and South. Tinubu himself declared that they should limit it to 2 zones in the South. That is South and Southeast. Tinubu himself that.
I understand. I had that too. But this game is more deeper than that. This game is more deeper than. Let me finish and we'll address that. So Dave Umahi, when he first, that the camp to PDP, there was no name they did not call him. And he said it then in one interview he granted with Shehu Okibaloye, that he did his short-term and long-term analysis that where will the interest of the Igbo be served best. But if they are waiting on today, it will always be the same thing. If you can go back and if I can look for that record, I mean that interview David Umahi with Shehu Okibaloye, when he first decamped, they were calling him all manner of names because APC was not popular in the Southeast at all. So when he decamped, they were calling him that it was they promised him to be making presidential candidate, to make him this, to make him that. He knew that he had no chance. But if you continue to build this trust and the gain acceptability, now part of the acceptability that they are going to use for him is that you'll be shocked if Dave Umahi can get a position in the Senate, a principal officer. I won't be surprised that Dave Umahi can get a principal position in the Senate. They will wave the Senate through because of the loyalty. Because the way we are saying that Tinubu is saying, some people in the Northwest were not really happy. And the PDP is ready to play the spoiler game with any candidate of APC that is going against the establishment. That is what they are waiting for. And it's going to be a very dangerous game. So because only them cannot get it now. So if you have some, you just get some 5-6 members of APC to go and align with opposition and vote against the party's choice. That means we are back to 2015. So for me, in my own view, I think Umahi had let go a battle that is not going to, that he know he cannot win for a greater benefit, a negotiating benefit in the future. The same way this guy stepped down during the primary, Akpabio stepped down for Tinubu during the primary, even though we know that he does not stand a chance in that primary. Maybe he would have gotten 2 or 10 votes. But he's stepping down now is earning him more recognition and more benefit than he would have had if he had gone head to head with Tinubu. That's my view.
Is it the only one that stepped down for Tinubu in
I
the
think it
Is
was
it
the only one or two persons. Yeah, I think it was the only one.
It is not the only one.
How many people stepped down?
It is not on the basis of that they are giving him this. It is just that the Southeast are not playing their politics right. That is the problem. If the Southeast have joined forces together and push their own case and lobby hard, within their own party and outside their own party with the with opposition party, they can get it. But
Which of the opposition parties? Which of the opposition parties?
PDP and
PDP will not give Southeast. Hold on. PDP will not give. Hold on now. These are facts.
Hold on. PDP and Labour Party. PDP and Labour Party are friends in the Senate now, and they want to go against any candidate of APC. They want to strike deal with somebody that can carry them along and give them some position too. So Southeast did not pay their politics well, and Umahi is number one that have hammer destroy the chances of Southeast. If Tinubu had not fought his way through, he wouldn't have got the ticket. He stood firm that this team must come to the west. To the south. And he said when he saw problem that Buhari was trying to frustrate and his cabal were trying to frustrate his effort and manipulate the process, he make an abos in Abeokuta that, look, this team must come to the south. And if it come to the south, and they agree that it should come, they want to microzone it to Yoruba land, it should be for him. Why do you think he was fighting that battle? People must fight for their interest. They must fight.
But it was not microzoned. But the party was not. It was not zoned to the south, and it was not microzoned.
What did you say?
It was not zoned to the south, and it was not microzoned.
They zoned it to the south.
They did not.
They did. APC zoned it to the south. The governor.
APC did not. No, it was the governors. Hold on now. Let me finish. Yes. Hold on now. Let me finish, sir.
Yes.
If they had zoned it for the south to the south, Lawan wouldn't have contested. It was the governors. Oh my God! Hold on now. It was the governors that insisted. The party itself did not zone it to the south. The chairman openly supported Ahmed Lawan. So you cannot say they zoned it to the south.
I think you are right.
Baba Jalikoko, can I quickly interject, please, just for 1 minute?
Okay, cool.
Baba Jalikoko, please try to understand, Bishop. In politics, you play a politics that will benefit you positively in the future. Umahi is playing a politics of the future.
No, let me
finish. Let me finish.
Do that for when it comes to a situation like this, when your zone is entitled to a
and they are clamoring as well.
And I understand.
Yo, so now, you don't be selfish. You don't be selfish. It's not good.
Let's put it this way. It is only OJIKUTU that they have that is a ranking senator there.
Yes.
Even from the southeast, that is supposed to have overwhelming support from the APC caucus there. They are not supporting him. If you're a good politician, you already read the handwriting on the wall. This majority of the senators, they don't want OJIKUTU based on the performance of the party. Based on the performance of the party in the southeast,
they are from the east,
and based on the performance of the party from the southeast. So, to me, what Umahi done was a good thing, because look at it. Let's look at it this way. Let's assume that Obi has penetrated the north very well, just like Tinubu. what we are seeing today will be totally different. If he had played in national politics, spread all over the Northeast, Northwest, maybe he would have won this election, but he didn't. So Umahi is playing politics of the future. How we concede to
what does the future hold for him? Can you tell me
the future holds a lot of things for him.
Oh no,
he
no,
might become
just
a
give me an
vice
example.
president.
What does
he might become a vice president to any after 8 years of Tinubu if it's possible.
He will be president. Where?
I said he might become a vice president in the next 8 years. It's also possible.
Next 8 years, he's going to the north now. Next 8 years.
At least I said vice president.
Vice president is coming to the south now.
Vice president. If they pick a northern candidate, they cannot pick a southwest as a vice president anymore. It's now between south and southeast. So if he pick a vice presidential candidate slot that time, don't you think he will also benefit and his people will vote for him? So you have to look ahead, not now. I don't think he really sell out to southeast in this dispensation. Even an average southeasterner, they prefer him, but unfortunately, because of the ranking, he would not. They would have preferred him to be the Senate president. They don't want Ojukwu.
I am hearing the same thing from you guys. As Bishop did. It's an individual interest that is playing out now.
That is politics.
Interest.
Individual interest first before the national interest.
That is not
it's for everybody.
That is not.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think Obi or Tinubu want to become president? They think about Nigerian first, or they think about themselves first?
Look, Tinubu.
Can you answer that question?
I will answer it. Both Obi and Tinubu were played the politics of it is our turn.
So what about your Shawara?
Hold on now. Tinubu played the politics that it is our turn.
No, I don't think so.
Hold on now.
What is the policy that Shawara is playing?
That is the larger distance that Tinubu played. It is my own turn, which can as well be translated into the turn of Southwest. The same thing Obi did when it was clear that, look, he cannot get this thing, and the party couldn't microzone this thing to Southeast, the presidential ticket to Southeast, he went to pick up the ticket. And that
so we are saying the same thing here.
From nothing to 6 million. Party from 5,000 votes in 2019 to 6 million votes.
Look, that is our local.
What this guy is doing is
the total narrative is this election
is a selfish politics, dangerous, that will never bring anything to its people. It's just its own selfish interest politics that is playing.
Don't you think he got a petty vote? Don't you think the vote he got, they're all petty votes? Because everybody, basically in Nigeria, everybody was expecting that the president should go to Southeast. So I think he got a petty vote. If he contests in the next 4 years, he probably won't get the same number of votes that he got this time. I think it's petty vote he got. That's what I think.
I think you're referring to who? Who are you referring to?
Obi.
You say Obi got petty votes.
Yeah, because everybody is expecting that in order for because they've been saying, every region the next region is Southeast. So I think a lot of
Madam Sita always called it angry votes.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah,
angry vote.
Even a lot of Southwest that voted for him, they voted for him because of the same thing. They just felt like they marginalized Southeast, and they think it's their turn. And a lot of people that voted for him, they voted for him because of that. So I think
I don't. I don't agree. If I may come in, I don't agree with you.
In addition, people also voted for him because of religion.
The question I want to ask all the Yorubas on this platform: if Umahi had been a Yoruba man, let's say Yoruba are contested for this position of Senate president. If Umahi had been a Yoruba man and he acted this way, what would you Yoruba people? What would you have said?
Okay,
would you have said
can I answer you?
Politics, or would you have been condemning him and calling him Iscariot? What would you have?
Let me answer the question, Babala Ajaleko. I am a Yoruba man.
Yes.
And I am very happy and proud to be a Yoruba man. First, in this same contest, we all know that Umahi being a Yoruba man is not a ranking senator. And for his chances to become
No. Hold on. Forget about Umahi. If you have another Yoruba person that is in contest and who stand a better chance, because I mean, by the virtue of his of him being a ranking officer,
I think
senator,
if your question,
how would you people have? How would you have regarded this action?
So you must put your questions in the right perspective, Babajale Koko. If you are talking as a Yoruba man, as a Ojuzo Kalu, and we Yoruba also have the same feelings like the Southeasterner also have, I don't think Yoruba people will have anything against it. That okay, they didn't pick it.
You're not saying.
No, I'm saying the truth. Even as a Yoruba man, if Tinubu have lost this election, we wouldn't be making noise like our brothers are making noise now. We'll let it go and we'll let it slide. Even when Nkabela won the election in 27 states out of 30, and at the end of the day, they didn't give it to him. Did we die? Did we burn down the country? We must say the truth. The person you are rooting for, they don't like him and they don't want him to be, even their own people.
They didn't say anything.
Sorry, please, can I put something in?
Because you're part of the people that didn't want him to get it. That's the reason why nobody talk about it. Because if you really want Abiola to get the presidency, we would have profiled into the streets. The reason why he didn't get it is because you are your own enemy. And from what people have been saying, top people from Yoruba land were against him. So don't say that the reason why people would just care less. No, we didn't care less.
You are just talking. I don't know whether you are living.
But let me put something in, or if I'm permitted.
Sorry. During the military rule, you want to go and protest, and they are picking all our leaders, they are detaining them, they were killing all our people. So if they have killed most of us, what will happen? We have to reason. There is a saying that say you can live to fight another day. Unfortunately, some of us sell out. That is, everybody cannot be the same thing. Even as we are talking today, there will be some people that will be a sellout to Tinubu, Obi, or Atiku or whatever. That is the nature of human being. You cannot expect everybody to support you. Unfortunately, some people gang up against Abiola, and the military does not want to relinquish power to him. So if it's the military government that is ruling Nigeria today, do you think they will give it to any of these guys? They won't give it to the three major ones. I can bet my life on it. They won't give it to them. But because it's a presidential election, so
you sure?
I'm sure they won't give it to anybody.
After Basho pass, you think they won't give it back because
they won't give it to anyone. If it's military that
the Yoruba people are ready to actually separate from Nigeria. You have to understand, like, there's so many things that
which Yoruba people?
Okay.
Just a minute Yoruba people.
Okay. During that time, didn't you have what is it? Is it Oduduwa or some the people that fight the thieves and stuff? Here's the thing: if that thing keeps going like that, and after Abacha died, and
Oriola, those are just jokers.
I think probably
Oriola, those are jokers. I'm a Yoruba man. There's no Yoruba with his senses that want to leave Nigeria. Forget about that one. Those are jokers.
Okay.
Thomas, speak for yourself.
Just talk for yourself.
Even Tinubu wants to leave too. You were saying some stuff like that.
Yoruba people. Just talk for yourself.
Thomas, you should. I want you to permit me to put something, please.
Thomas is talking as if he speaks for
you
you.
cannot. You have to give it to Thomas before you just send it to Thomas, and Thomas will not decide
Oriola, what Remy is saying is the truth. Even look at the body.
Ola, land it. Let's hear from Midwest. Ola, land what you're saying. You know me now. I'm one Nigeria. Forget about Yoruba nation.
Look at what Obasanjo has been doing. Tell me, why is it that Obasanjo is jumping up and down to make sure that, if possible, that they nullify election that declared Tinubu the winners?
You don't
forget that this guy too was against Abiola.
You don't have evidence to that effect. Don't say what you don't know. What do you mean?
No, Ajale Koko. No, with all this public, I'm just talking about it's a public declaration. All those things. You see that it's on YouTube. It's on public. You can find it on public website. It's not that I'm not making anything up. I'm not making it. And this guy is supporting Obi clearly. And
yes, what about even Adebanjo? Even Adebanjo too. Did you hear them?
Even Adebanjo.
We did nothing. We just accept it.
If giving them that opportunity, they won't allow Tinubu to get to that place. So if the military is there, those guys, they will just help military achieve their aim, because they only need some people to move against you, and they use that as excuses just to implement what they were even thinking before that time. So I quite agree with Remy on this one.
You see, I want to quickly put something, please, if I'm permitted. You see, people that always say Nigeria will not break, or we break Nigeria, or we don't want to separate. We are together today because Nigeria is in existence. The thing is this: for a country to break, you pray for mutiny not to happen within the security force. If it happened with this situation we have in Nigeria, nobody can hold that country. You can't speak for Yoruba. You can't speak for other people. There are people that have power. Only they did not make up their mind to say, we want to fight. Like Abiola time. If Abiola was a man that wanted to threaten the unity of that country, he have everything to do it. The people were ready to follow into any lane. So once you have the people with you.
Before you go on, Abiola is a Yoruba man among the three major ethnic tribes in Nigeria. So you want him to set up all Nigeria in fire because they decline him, or people had. So if Nigeria goes to war,
you are the same person who said interest first. There are those who have interest of power. There are those who have interest of nation. There are those who have their own personal interest. You don't know. You can't know everybody's interest. Like you, I don't know your interest completely. You don't know even our.
I think you are trying to mix it up. We are talking about politics. In politics,
yeah, this is the politics. You said interest, but that's what you say here, based on politics. Now, Abiola, based on his interest.
Everybody have their personal interest.
Now. First of all, his own interest is to rule a country, a united country, and he want to serve his people. That is his first interest.
That's why I'm trying to say you do not get it.
And when he perceive people don't want to give him that chance, and he has another power to go for another interest. You can't predict any man. You can't predict any situation. That is why we always allow situation.
So let me ask you a question. In the recent time, we have seen some men that have power. Where is Nnamdi Kanu today? Even the so-called, listen, sometimes if you say you have power, remember you are going against the whole nation.
You see the where you are going. Don't drag me to that place.
No, I don't want to drag you to that.
Don't drag me to Kanu, don't drag me to Kanu something, please. You should also allow me to express myself. Kanu doesn't have power. What kind of power does he have?
That is why I'm trying to tell you the difference of my meaning. What I'm trying to say, when we talk about politics, everybody have personal interests. Your personal interest might be to be a councillor, a chairman, a governor, or a president. And you need people, some strong people in different regions to support you. That is why they said it's a game. And it might be a dirty game.
Remy, before you go on, can you say that Nigerian government really give Nnamdi Kanu the balls? Don't you think if they could have ignored him, leave him in the UK shouting lefu, maybe you will not get this
Okay.
important. You know what I mean?
As a Nigerian, I felt unhappy when I see innocent people being killed in the southeastern part of Nigeria. When I see them stopping them from doing their daily work, their businesses, it's not good. We are all Nigeria. I felt for them. Some of these guys, we grew up together. Some of them were born in Lagos and we grew up together. They can speak my language fluently, even sometimes more than me, and we understand each other very well. I don't want anything that will burn the country. I am a very idealistic person. I believe that every nation or every person have to go through rough times sometimes. And if you can perseverance, you will come out successful in future. A lot of us, we leave Nigeria to travel abroad. Nobody can tell me that immediately you get to abroad, then your life turn around quickly like that. It takes months or years before you are able to turn around and then you can achieve your dream. Even the so-called America, some people have been there for so many years, they didn't even know what they're doing. What I'm trying to say is that in politics, personal interest comes first. And when your personal interest comes first, you have to have a plan. What is my plan? Where do I see myself in the next 8 years? What can I do in the next 4 years? So that's what I'm just trying to say. You might look at it from the future that, okay, I concede to the party. So far, they don't want to, a lot of my colleagues, they don't want Ojukwu. This is not an election among Nigerians. It's just an election between 109 senators. So if they don't prefer him and they prefer another South, and Umar is not a ranking senator, and he also wants to get a juicy position in the part of the leadership. I don't know about that. But as in future, if he plays his game very well, we might be seeing a vice president in the next 8 years. That is what I'm trying to say. Because if the position go to Northerner in 8 years, automatically the VP will come from Southeast or South. So if you play your game very well, you are laying a good foundation for yourself. That is how I look at it. So
thank you. If I'm permitted to also come in, you see, you miss so many things. You explain something. I agree with you so many. All what you said, but you took so many things at the same time. Look, don't say Kano people who have power. Those who have power in Nigeria, you don't even know them. Some of them are silent.
Okay. So let me quickly tell you what I meant when I mentioned Kano. What I'm trying to say is this. You might be a single individual. You might have power to control your people. You might have an oratory power to talk to your people to follow you. But remember, Nigeria is not a small country. It's a big country with several ethnic groups. It doesn't mean that if you want to look at what is happening now, who are the people they are killing? What about the property they are burning down?
I think that one is a different topic entirely from what we are discussing.
No,
because
what I'm trying to say is that you might be a strong man, but you are going against a united nation, a united country. It's not easy. You might come out, if you are lucky, you might destabilize the country for some years, but when they get you, what happened? We have seen a lot of insurrection in different parts of the world that take 35 years. At the end of the day, they didn't achieve what they want. So an insurrection breeds insecurity. Insurrection will bring more hatred. Insurrection will bring a lot of negative things to your region. Today, if you are in Nigeria is still very liberal. Everybody can move from one place to another to do their businesses. Do you think the other part of Nigeria, do you think they are happy seeing their brother being killed in the southeastern part? Do you think we are happy about that? These are innocent people. They don't know nothing. Why should you kill them? Even if you are fighting, you are helping, you want to help them. Do you think we are happy? So I'm trying to say that kind of interest is totally different from politics. Because
the thing is, everybody today, we can talk of unity of the country because we believe in our country and we have hope that that country will become a great country one day. But at the same time, the person that is ruling us today, at the time he said, if he cannot get the power, I think he said the blood of the baboon and cock will stain something. He make a statement. We can remember, we can recall. All this that was a threat.
Hello. Can you give me a second?
Okay.
Please let's stop recycling this statement. He took the people that said he made that statement to court that interpreted it and they had to apologize. It was a lie. He did not make those men. The proverb he made, people translated it for their own convenience, and they were spreading it. A lot of people have said it. It still remains a lie. He did not say that.
Well, let's. I agree with you because I don't want to go deep to that. But many people have threatened this country, but I don't think any civilian. But though only God knows, because for me, when
so
you are living,
wait,
no.
Quick question. Just a quick question. If somebody threatened this country several years ago, so today more and more people should continue to threaten the country. We should not condemn it anymore.
No, I think I've answered your question now. So nobody should do that. But the thing is, for me, when you see you are leading a country and your citizens are becoming hungry against the state, they feel everything, they feel denied. They don't see the benefit of the land. So that situation is very dangerous for every country. Now, if you look at our country, tribalism is on a high rate. And this kind of distrust among or lack of satisfaction based on region or based on individual or ethnic is becoming high. This one is complaining. This one is complaining. Even Yorubas, they were complaining at the time. They have to form Amotekun. Amotekun is an I don't know, second, how do they use that word in English? Nobody planned for it. Nobody expected it. But at a point, I'm giving, please let me your land. Nobody should cut me off. At a point, the leader of that region have to come to, because something was happening, and say, look, whether constitution allow it or not, we have to do something for our people. And they did it. It's an example of how people can come to a point and say, this is what we want now. So we should pray.
No, don't get it wrong. Hold on, please. Oh, no. Please, this is not a monologue. It's a dialogue. If you say something, people can come in and tackle you. The statement you just made now is even false. Amotekun was created. They can't do it without the federal government. Federal government endorses it before they can do it.
Wait. You said the problem we have in the country. We don't want to say truth if that thing affect us.
What is the truth?
Wait now. Listen. Wait. We have ISBA in the north. If you look at when they formed ISBA, there is no.
Why are you moving the post now? I'm not talking about ISBA. Hold on, please. Hold on.
I know you want the platform, but every time you cut me off, you don't want me to express myself. You bring argument.
No. You just make a wrong statement now. I'm just trying to correct you. I'm not talking about ISBA. Why are you changing it to another topic?
Midwest, can I
see? ISBA and Amotekun is unconstitutional. There is no constitution in Nigeria that permits such a group.
Hold on, please. Please hold on. But Amotekun was formed. Did the state do it without the federal government consent?
The state, that is the greatest shock of the life.
I'm asking you, I don't know. You like to go in from long tangents. I'm not asking you about what you say. Amotekun was formed in the southwest. Did the state get the approval of the federal government before forming Amotekun? Yes or no?
They did not get.
They did not get it, so they did by themselves.
Wait, Amotekun is the greatest shock to every leaders of that country. Who approved it? The president himself was forced. The whole thing has already been arranged. The Yorubas have held their meeting. They have put their heads together. What they want to do for their people. So it has got to a point where the president cannot say no. He saw it. And that's why we have it today. So it's a good example how things can play out. So we should not be, polishing things like, the Buhari said, okay, now it is time for region to go and have their security outfit. When did they announce that? He didn't.
Midwest, can I please interject?
Yes.
See, point of correction, Thomas. Federal government did not approve Amotekun. The only situation they have is when you ask the federal government to harm them. That is when you need the federal government through the Inspector General of Police to harm them. Despite that, there are still some kind of ammunition they can still have access to if they still want the federal government to license them. It's like saying that the Lagos state government got the approval of the federal government to establish last man. See, it is true that federal government declare Amotekun illegal, but I want you to know that federal government is not the court, it's not the judiciary. So there are some kind of things that the state's legislative arm can still use the
Hola, is last man carrying harm? What is the comparison?
No. Wait now, Farabale. The way you are saying it that the state that created Amotekun got permission from the federal government. No, they didn't get permission.
No, they did. They did.
What are you talking about, Ola? What are you talking about?
I said they did. That's why the federal government is fighting against them.
No. They did. Maybe we should just.
They did. What are you talking about?
And bring it up. They did.
They didn't get permission from the
federal government. Ola, come on. Ola, no, they did.
You created a security force and you said they won't get permission.
They won't get the approval of the federal government. What are you saying?
Why did the federal government declare Amotekun illegal? If they got the permission, or you get a permission from me to do something, and you later
no. They only declare it illegal because they don't want them to carry arms, and they needed to carry arms because they.
So what they needed them for. So you mean when the federal government approved it, he said they should not have arms when they approved it?
Yeah, they didn't want them to carry.
My brother, let me give you. To me, we can argue, but I wanted to put some history here.
Listen.
See, my brother,
listen. They want them to carry harm, but they want them to carry the local one, not like the AK and other one. But in order for them to
let us not be deceiving ourselves.
In order for them to carry out their job appropriately, they need those type of foreign guns, just like the bandits and other ones are carrying AK-47. That's the reason why there was a problem with what they call the federal government. So they need.
Let me give you some brief history about that. To me, what I find out is this: we still have to respect the Southwest leaders for what they did. One, it was secretive. Two, it was a spirit of unity.
It wasn't.
Wait, my dear brother, it was a spirit of unity. And the third one, it was the greatest shock to the current president that is going to hand over today. That nobody expected that region, that's why the state pieces people here and there, and differences occasionally politically, we ever come together and say, this is the interest of our people, we need to do something. And that make the younger ones to have trust upon their leaders. It's a pity that other people did not follow. Nigeria government, there's never a time Buhari announced and say, okay, put youth together, name them, we are approving it, so that even when they bear local harm to support the security, no. It is because they have gone far. And now when they realize that there is no way they can step into this thing carelessly and don't expect a backlash. So they have to and they now said, okay, we will not permit you. They will use, and their leader also said, this is what we plan for our people. You see it now. We don't want to destabilize the country, and everything was settled. Is that an approval?
Oriola and Thomas, they are passing wrong information.
They passing wrong information.
We have to correct both of you. I'm telling you that it was Manami that was shouting that Amotekun is illegal. And lawyers argue this thing out. And no court, where Supreme Court should be the one to adjudicate between the state and the federal government to say
who's Malami? Wait.
And at the state government,
because you kept saying you're correcting people, but you're wrong in what you're saying.
Let me learn. Who
does he work for? He works for the federal government. He works for the presidency. So you kept saying you're correcting us while what you're saying is not right.
Okay, counter my argument when I said it. The federal government has no authority on the state assembly. Just get that, because it's another level of government on its own. What was on ground that time was that the state legislature, they regularize, they legislate for Amotekun. Even as of now that the AGF is saying Amotekun is illegal, there's no Supreme Court judgment to that effect to declare Amotekun illegal. And to say they got approval from the federal government is totally false. How can a state assembly got permission from the federal government before they can legislate? Which constitution states that? What the state have said to file is this: don't look at Amotekun as your regular police. We are not regular police, but we want to complement the effort of the foreign security outfit. So please, if you are not sure of what we are passing, let us say whatever we are saying with facts. Don't let us say it just because we feel it is this way when we don't have that. Because there are there are documents in public spaces for us to support this. What lawyers like the like of Falan have said, what our newspaper have published, and what the media houses, what they said about Amotekun. Amotekun, AGF Malami said is illegal. The state assembly said it's not legal because they did that. And the National Assembly, if not legislated to counter whatever the state assembly have done. So to me, I don't know where they got the permission from the federal government. They were just saying, let us form synergy. Let us work together. That's what they be doing. They didn't get any permission from the federal government. As a matter of fact, federal government moved to kill Amotekun totally. So I don't know where we got the information, and I don't know where they published the permission, because we all have access to the public domain where we can search. So I would like to be educated, to let me see the gazette, to let me see the executive order or the act of the National Assembly that says, okay, we've given you order to let you to create Amotekun. Please and please and please, don't let us say what we do. Because as a matter of fact, they were even equating Amotekun to Lagos Wash. To Lagos Watch that was created by Lagos State government, because they were even accusing Lagos State government that, okay, how come a Lagos statement was not joined Amotekun? And someone referred that Lagos Watch is just like what you can liken to Amotekun. So where did the federal government give permission to state to create this? Please and please and please. I'm just begging, just my opinion, but I feel this is a wrong information being thrown into the public space. The federal government didn't give state permission to create Amotekun. As a matter of fact, they try with all the effort to kill Amotekun. That's the right situation according to my understanding. Thank you.
If I may put something here, my brother, it's a charge of circumstance, so everybody knows. That is why I always say that if the circumstance on ground is not controlled, people can decide to do something different. For me, I love my country, and I think everybody that always take their time to come to this platform to talk is because of the love of the nation. We are not among those who said they should burn Nigeria. If their mother is, I cannot go and burn where my mother is living. My brothers are there. My fellow Nigerians are there. I don't wish my country to be burned. So those people that always say they want to burn the country, that is their own. They should go and burn their own place.
But people from your region always say they want to burn Nigeria down.
Who is from my region that always tell you they want to burn the Nigeria down?
We listen to their channels now. What are you saying?
Which my people? When?
I said we listen to their channels.
My brother, I don't know
I don't want to be mentioning names.
Why you refer to, don't mention them anyway, but why you refer to my people said they want to burn Nigeria, in what form? They don't, maybe they can threaten their neck if you don't do the rightful thing. We will burn your office.
Said your people, they threaten to burn down Nigeria.
My people have never threatened Nigeria. They never threatened the country. They have never done that. They are not my people. My people don't say that.
You don't know.
Hey,
no,
Thomas,
you said you don't know.
A quick comment.
You said I don't know. But I'm telling you for a fact, they are threatening to burn Nigeria down.
To the previous to the previous conversation, I think it was Angelico was talking. You see, I think there's a difference between self-interest and selfish interest. I think the reason why the Easterners, the Southeasterners don't get ahead in politics because they play selfish politics. Okay. Is it Omari right now that's supporting Apabio as the Senate president? Instead of maybe supporting OJIKUTU, even though his chances of winning is slim. So that's the problem with the Southeast. See, I think somebody said it earlier, maybe it was Thomas. They play short-term politics. I don't think they have a long-term plan when it comes to political future in the Southeast. So, like they're always trying to play catch up somewhat. You see, I see the point where he's supporting Umar is supporting Apabio, but for the optics and even the seriousness of it, I think they should have rallied behind a southeasterner to be the Senate president, regardless. So this is the problem. Now comes next 4 years or whatever, they have nothing to show for it. Then there's going to be some agitation from everywhere that they've been marginalized and they're not being included in the politics of Nigeria. This is the problem.
But if he cannot, Prince Daddy, if he cannot win, why would they support him? We know that the chances of getting the Senate president is very slim, isn't it?
I know. See, well, that's what I said. Yeah, I know. I believe that perhaps his chances of winning is quite slim, but that's the same submission I had also with Peter B when he was in the PDP. I think that the Southeasterners they have strong members in the PDP, but they probably saw the chances of Peter B not that strong in the party or anyone from the Southeast for that matter, and they took the money. That's what I would say. They took the money and they went with Atiku. See, sometimes you have to play the game. Sometimes you play not because you're gonna win right now. You play because you're making a statement and you're building your framework or your building block for the future. The Southeasterners, I think in Nigerian politics, they've been the one that's so divided amongst themselves. So how much more than in the larger context of Nigeria that other players are trying to unite and put a united front, trying to win, and there you are always trying to play the game of selfishness. That's what I see. I know he's not going to win, but hey, let your people see. Let your people see. Let the young ones see. Let all the politicians see in the Southeast that, hey, we're trying to build something. It's not going to happen overnight. But if you keep taking the easy way out, it's never going to happen. That's what I see.
You are right, but I think I think that's what we normally see on those platforms every time. Um, you can see now. Let me tell you categorically, they are already planning for the next 4 years now. Even though they haven't sworn in the current president elect, some people are already getting ready for the next 4 years. I don't know, maybe it's true or false. I think that's just my belief. They don't start 99.9 hour when everything has been said. So that's what I always talk about is that the politics of the Southwest. I don't know. I think they know how to put their politics. But I think if you are doing something the same way, and you can't respect different results. And if you are doing something in the same way, you should expect the same results. There's no manna falling from heaven from everywhere. You have to work for it, fight for it, do anything that you need to get it. Somebody wants to come in.
In addition, Thomas, I want to come in. In addition to what you have said, I look at the Southeast now, and when you break it down, they have 2 APC states, 1 Labour Party that is going to sworn in, and maybe 1 PDP and 1 ABGA. That means that region is already factionalized among the 4 major parties. They need to come together. The high time. One thing I would give it to the Hausas, to the northern part of the country, they are always very well coordinated and they know what they want. The Southwest is fairly coordinated because of our liberal mind. And that is why you see that some Yoruba people say, no, I don't want to go for Tinubu, I want to go this way, which is good. But fortunately for us, we have been coordinated for the last 16 or 20 years now, and which sacrifice into Tinubu's presidency, which we have now. I think in future, the Southeast should come together, reach out positively to the other parts of Nigeria. They need that. You can't
Remy,
use...
did you see a Hausa man going against his own person?
Now,
even though he's not competent, they will never.
When you look at Nigeria critically for the last 10 years, most of the noises are always come from the south. Most of the noise are always come from the south of Nigeria. Everything, if the country is not feeling well, it's always from the south, because we love to agitate and we love to show our egoistic, I don't know how to put that one. Everybody is a master. Everybody knows more than the other person. We are the most perfect. We are the most holy. We are the most saint. Come off it. Let's look at it critically. For the last 8 years, when you talk about, okay, Buhari is not good, he sidelined the Southeast. When Jonathan was ruling, everybody knows that it's only South people, Southeast, and some few Northerners that they were in the corridor of power. The Yorubas, we were left out, but we didn't complain, and we put our hearts together. We didn't do nothing. So when you say, I just hope that when Tinubu eventually sworn in, I want him to spread it, pick the best from every part of the country, and rule nationally, not rule region. I don't see him as a person like that, but I hope he can rule very well. And it's fairly okay. So the point about the South, they need to be continued.
No, you should sideline the Southeast because they don't vote for him.
No, I won't accept that. You should not sideline them. You should give what is due to them.
I'm just being joking. I'm not having.
He won't do that.
What's due to them? What's due to them?
I see a lot of Southeastern people.
Huh? You guys are part of the problem. What's due to them?
What did you say?
What do you say? We can't hear you.
You said they don't sideline Southeast. So give them what is due to them. Well, what is it?
Okay, when I say what is due to them, we have the law, the constitution that rule that we use in Nigeria, and we know that every state should provide 2 personalities for the ministerial position. If there is any development that they should,
yeah, Remy. Okay, just like I guess Ade was saying, well, that's not special. Is there anything beyond that you think they should be given?
No, I don't say anything. What I say is should rule fairly. If what I mean, everything that is due to them does not mean to Southeast alone, to every part of the region. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, fine. Okay, yeah, okay. That's a given. So, do you think there's anything special that should be given to the Southeasterners?
I don't say anything.
No.
The only thing I can say now is that place probably need a National Development Commission as well. I hope they can get their senses right and stop this killing one another, burning down their property. It also that place needs to be helped. And I think it's high time the citizens of that region also are willing to cooperate with the government at the national unity so that their region can also develop. Because I serve in Enugu State.
But Remy, they don't accept his presidency. What can you do? They don't love you. You are saying who is going to die?
At least they will send the olive branch to them initially. If they still continue to refuse, of course he has to move on. So that is the point. So like now, look at what Buhari did to them, building the second Niger bridge. And when you read some of their comments, I just, oh my God, who are these people? 16 years of PDP, they didn't do nothing for you. And under 4 or 8 years, this man completed or did this, second Niger bridge with adjoining road.
And
you guys are not happy.
Yeah,
what do you mean so?
Isn't that what it's supposed to do? Why do we always give gratitude?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
To do that. Why are you
can you answer this question? I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you know Obasanjo?
Well, of course, I know.
Do you know Jonathan?
I heard about him.
Do you know Yaradua?
I heard about him.
All of them promised, and they also voted money to build this second Niger for 16 solid years. What happened? Where is the money? Where is the bridge?
Here's what I'm saying. If they do what they're supposed to do, stop praising them. Like
I'm not praising. I'm trying to.
You just say nobody ever do anything. It's not a big deal, man. That's what they're supposed to do.
No.
Because
This I'm talking about appreciation.
Just because the other past administrations didn't do that does not mean that if somebody come down and do it, we should be praising them. That's what they're supposed to do.
I think you are getting it wrong.
I think they should praise them because they put the Southeasterners put their eggs in one basket, which is PDP, for so many years, just like Remy is saying.
I agree with that, man.
So just like Remy is saying,
I don't agree with that narration, man. I don't agree with it. See, if you look at them now, they voted for different parties. So you saying that, okay, yeah, from the past, they usually vote for one particular party. Yeah, that's their own business. That's how they feel like they should go the route. I don't even think they planned it. I think it just happened that they played their politics in a way that they feel like these people won this particular area. I don't think it's a planned thing. But now we see it that way, that, all the people from the Southeast, they're voting for the same party. There's nothing wrong with that. Now they know that, the party that we're voting for, it looks like it doesn't make sense for us. They're not with us. Now they would change their technique. They would change their pattern.
Yeah, so we're talking about the same.
It wasn't planned.
For only one party.
We're talking about the same thing essentially.
I don't think it's planned, though. I don't think it was planned. It just happened that the party that they voted for is the same party for different states. They have different states, and you think they all think the same way? They all did.
No.
The same way.
I think sometimes you just calm down and try to understand what I'm trying to put across.
I'm listening to you. I think you're not hearing me. You're not listening to me.
I'm also listening to you, and I asked you a very good question. For 16 years, a particular party has been promising and voting money to build a bridge, and for 16 solid years, no money, no bridge, nothing. And
okay, let me ask you a question. The question you just asked me. So you said for the past 16 years, they
but you haven't answered the question. You haven't answered his question.
I did.
No, you didn't. You haven't answered his question.
No, I did. He said, why didn't? But I was telling him that there's no reason for us to be praising the new administration for doing it.
He's not praising. He was just acknowledging. He's just acknowledging.
I said appreciation. I never mentioned
appreciation for them doing what they're supposed to do. You are
no. See,
when you
politics.
It don't mean you are praising. When you praise somebody, it's like you are saying Ogare or Gapapa or something like that is praising. But when you appreciate, you said we are happy with what you have done for us, and our people are welcome. You can when you appreciate people, it's your word.
They don't need to. They don't need
well,
to.
I think they should because it's politics.
I don't believe they need to.
Well, politics.
If you put me in the government, I'm supposed to treat my people right. That's the reason why I'm in the government.
No, politics is about all about interest. It's all about interest.
Taking them
okay, so I'll come. They're not choosing Uzo Kalu or somebody from the Southeast as the Senate president right now.
Wait, I don't even think so. To be honest with you, the way I see it, I don't even see it like that. The guy just wants the people that can work with him the way he wants to, and he felt like maybe this is the right person he needs to go with. I think we're not saying every single thing.
Do you believe that politics is a game of interest? At least, do you believe that?
Yeah. It's a game of interest. Yeah.
Okay, so you can't say one region votes for one party for like 16 years and they did nothing for them, and a new party comes about and did something good for them, and you say they shouldn't appreciate it. Well, they should appreciate it.
What are you talking about? They didn't do nothing for them.
What did they do?
Okay, listen. For those 16 years, those people in the government, they will tell you, we actually allocate money for this project, but they were never done. So that means they have interest to do it. It just happened that
whose fault is that? You don't do it. Whose fault is that? What are you talking about?
See,
are you trolling us? Are you trying to troll us? Or you're lying?
Wait.
You are trolling. You start trolling.
Wait, that's not true. The thing is, you
They
guys
have interest. Hold on, please. You listen to yourself. They have their interest. Money was being budgeted for the same contract. It's not being carried out, and you are saying they have what are you talking, my brother? Come on.
So listen, okay, here's the thing. Okay, listen. I know about this one. I think it's Lagos Ibadan Express. They will tell you that this project has been given. They always give out this project, correct? For the past 23 or 24 years. They've been giving out that project. That means the person in charge, whoever the president is, actually want to get it done. But the only thing that the problem is, it doesn't follow up to make sure that, oh, my minister.
So whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Whose fault? Yeah, it's the government
fault. Is it opposition? Is it? Hold on, please. Is this opposition problem?
Oh, man, see, here's the thing. You have to think. Don't let us be narrow-minded. Let us think.
It's not about narrow-minded, bro, my brother.
Because you're saying it like they don't have it in mind to do this, and I don't even care if they have it in mind or.
Are we talking of mind or carrying out the whole assignment? What is mind? What is mind is going to do for me? Is mind is going to put food on the table?
No, but what I'm saying is these people who are, the thing is, whoever get the job done, it doesn't matter. They're in that job.
It doesn't matter. The person will get the job done. It doesn't matter. What are you saying?
I don't think it really matters. They should.
Let me please rescue me. I will keep quiet. Let me just keep quiet.
Wait, we voted them in to do the job. You're making it seem like, oh, the Southeast, this is just because someone didn't do this or that and they're bad. Like I don't see it that way. I feel like this is the job that you're supposed to do. If you do it, it's good. Yeah, it's good. You should do it. But don't make it seem like, oh, do you think they're planning? You have about 5 million people from that side. Do you think they're planning it like this is who we voted for? This is who we want to vote for? The Southwest, do we think that, oh, this is the party that everybody should vote for? Do they do that? No, they don't. The North doesn't do that either. Everybody voted for the right people that they think will vote for them. I feel like we're just looking at this in a narrow-minded way, thinking that these people, this is who they voted for. Like they just want to distance themselves from the other people in Nigeria. I don't think it's a good way to look at it. No, I don't agree with that.
Oh, that's fine. That's the opinion. I can't threaten you. I will beat you for that. But to me, it doesn't cohere with reason. A government is there. You are supposed to do the job. You contracted. Let me finish, please. You contracted the job. Money was budgeted for it. You didn't carry out the process to the end. An opposition party came on board and they carry out the process. Then you don't want to acknowledge what they did. Is that fair? It's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair.
I'm not saying you shouldn't acknowledge them. So when you acknowledge people, does not mean that you're praising them.
Exactly.
They're supposed to do their job, correct? That's what we
initially. Yes. Yeah.
Yes. I know, like, it's good to say, like, oh, this party came in, they work for us, they do things for us. Great. Now they would think otherwise in the future, that okay, maybe this party is better because they actually do the job. They do what we voted them for. So let's vote for them. But I don't want us to see it like they put all their eggs in one basket because they feel like they put all their eggs in one basket because they feel, oh, this is how everybody were thinking. I don't think they're all thinking the same.
Oriola, I want you to be honest with me. What is the gain of Southeasterner voted for PDP for a long time? What is their gain? Just tell me one or two. What are they gained from the PDP?
I don't know. I can't tell you. See, the thing is, I can be in their shoes because they know that whoever go out and vote, they have a reason why they're voting for one particular people. or one particular
And so
person.
they don't get anything from Southeast. They don't get anything from PDP.
Yeah, now
In
they
your
know.
opinion.
Now they know, correct? Now they know. They have a different government in place and they do something for them. So now they know that it looks like this other party that we voted for, that we've been voting for the past years, they're not doing anything for us. Now they know.
But Oriola, they still don't learn.
How do you
Do
know
they?
that?
They
But
don't learn because
you are
hold
putting
on,
all of
please.
them together, though. You're
Hold
putting
on,
all of them
hold on,
together.
please. Hold on, please. With their pattern of voting this election, we can see that they have not learned anything because 95% of their vote they gave it to Peter Obi,
But
which
that's
is
a
Labour
petty
Party.
vote. That's a petty vote, man. They did that because they want their people to be president as well. You know, that's a petty vote.
There you go. There
But
you
you know,
go.
like next 4 years, just like I said previously, if he run again, he probably won't get that vote. They wouldn't even care for him. They would be like, we know you are people, but this guy is doing something for us. Let's vote for him. I feel like that's just petty vote. It just happened that he got whatever vote he got. In the next 4 years, he won't get the same vote.
Even if you get the same vote, it's not going to be the president. That's what I
Because
know.
you have to work with everybody. Like, that's what
You
I'm
have to
saying.
work, that is it.
You have to
You
work
have
with
to spread your tentacles.
you
You have
have
to
to be
spread your
friends with
tentacles.
everyone. Yeah, that's the thing about that. Like the law they have in place is more like you can't do it by yourself. You have to like at least have friends from other region for you to be able to actually accomplish your goal to be the president. Like you have to work with other people. There's no way like not everyone will be able to do it.
Oriola, can you imagine Buhari doing say Baba for 3 times in the north? Got almost 11 million votes. Three or 4 times, 3 times, and he couldn't be the president of the nation
Yeah.
until he liaised with the south.
Yeah, they brought him
Isn't
on
it?
board. Yeah, they know what they're
They
doing.
brought him on board.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the only way it can work. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't just you can't stay in one place and think that everybody would just fall in line. No, you have to work with everybody. You have to be friends with them. You have to join force and do stuff. I think just like the guy, is he Umaye or whatever their name? I think that's what he's doing. He's trying to be team. He's playing a teamwork now. Like he wants to make sure that I work with everybody. Like they see me that, oh, whatever my other friends want, I join force with them. So going forward, he's gonna expect something back from them. And I think somebody was saying that he could be the vice president after 8 years of Tinubu. This I agree with. Definitely it could be. Because if you work with other people,
And as I'm not from his state, and as I hear, he did some good job in the states, isn't it?
yeah. I think he has a
Yeah.
haircut, correct? Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a good man.
it did so much. Can you imagine? Wike commissioning projects every week?
Well,
Look at that.
that one is just show face, man. He doesn't have to do all of
Forget it.
that.
Oh my God.
He doesn't have to do all of that. He's expected to do that.
Come on.
He's expected to do that.
My guy, come on.
Wait,
Come
where
on.
you live? Wait, where you live right now? Do you see commissioning of every bridges, every streets, every
What are you talking
road?
about? This
Do they
is
do that?
Nigerian contest, my brother. This is Nigerian contest. They've been commissioning projects since before I was born. What are you talking about? This is our. This is. Come on now.
I understand you.
Thomas.
It's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
Thomas, let me do a support you there, my brother. If it's just to save face, I wish other state governors are just saving their face. They are commissioning roads.
The same thing,
and
doing the same road. God bless you. Midwest.
Supporting it would have been good now. That's what we are praying for. The whole of them, like anyone that become a president will be so annoyed and start developing everywhere to save his face.
God bless you. God bless you. My brother, you made my day. You made my day.
We're not disagreeing, guys. I'm just saying that it's not really something that I mean, you know how much he's spending on those events? I understand it's good if everybody does the same thing.
Come on now.
brother,
Are you talking about the event or the project?
My brother,
You
please
don't
let me put this one again. That money that is using to save his face, the one that went to Delta State is more than his own. So you can imagine, out of anger, he's saving his face in River State. Why Delta State that received the highest, there's nothing to commission. And those states that even receive, whether it's low or whatever, the people did not even hear.
Wasn't he supposed to do that?
No, what we are saying is that he did it to save his face, which is good. Now, the ones that received the highest could not even save his face.
Okay.
We need to thank him.
At least he do something. Yeah. At least he do something.
And Midwest, and nobody even know about this 15% derivation they are collecting. If we can say it, nobody know. Nobody
It's
knew.
a big amount of money. He even paid the area according to the explanation. It's not only the money. For the federal government keeping this money for a very long time, there is another money attached to it.
In addition, PDP have been keeping that money since a long time. They didn't give them, and this man came and gave them this huge amount of money.
No, in terms of economy, whether they like it or not, Buhari is the best president that ever ruled since we entered this.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. A lot of Nigerians might name you for that.
I beg, I have right to my own. If I'm a supporter of Obi, that does not mean I always say truth here. I'm not the type to support somebody who will become one-sided person. No, I don't do that.
Who said
you understand me?
On what metrics? Who said Buhari is the best on what metrics?
My dear, you see the problem we have in that country. Let me just clarify one thing to you. May God help us to have peace in our country. If Tinubu become the president, Nigeria have elected him. If court say Peter Obi won, we have nothing to do. Even people make riot or this and that. That's if whosoever become that president of that country, it's not going to find it easy because you are going to work with the same Nigerians. Look, let me answer your question. A president who was so generous, supported the state governors to loan money. Remember, the constitution is there. He cannot ask them what they spend this money for as far as they're on seat. So, okay, now, he gave them this South Side particularly, he gave them this money that PDP has been holding them, even when a South Side president has ruled. What else do you want? He is not holding any state, irrespective of the party you belong. He still allow the allocation to go to them. Go and find history and look at what happened to this Tinubu when he was in Lagos during Obasanjo. Then you will understand that this man is very fair. So when Obasanjo was, he denied Tinubu all the whole allocation.
Midwest, just say you admire Buhari, you're saying he's the best.
But the only aspect I don't like about him is the security. When you talk about economy, a lot of projects, there are a lot of federal projects in the state in Nigeria that they didn't even announce that it was the federal government that did it.
People are Nigerians richer than pre-2015 or they are poorer than pre-2015?
The challenges of 2015 and today is not the same. Germans are not poor people compared to that time. The British are poor people today. The highest number of people begging food in the United Kingdom and compared to that time, are they the same today?
Midwest people, okay, Buhari was
what are you talking about? Americans are queuing for food.
Waiting now. I believe you experienced Buhari between December 31st, 1983 and May 27, 1985. Now, look at the template. What did Buhari do to our economy that time? The way it crashed the same thing from 2015 to 2023, the same way he has crashed this. And this is the same way we were saying he did infrastructure. And where are the infrastructure today? See, my brother, let's say this.
See, my brother, see, let me look at where I'm trying to put before you.
No.
A tree does not make a forest. You work with people.
A tree cannot make a forest, but
we cannot make a forest. You work with people. If you allow, you give the chance for others to work, and you support them. You give them open hand. That is the best thing you can do.
Your ranking, you are so categorical. You are so categorical that Buhari is the best that we've ever had. Without metrics, I'm going to roll you out my own metrics. You understand? Before Obasanjo got to that place, for example, how many teachers, how many lecturers who even afford a car? How many of them? For I will give them now the telecommunication were so get used to today. How many people could afford telephone that time?
How many is Nigeria government owned company inside?
Forget about how many Nigerian
So
companies.
how many technology has Nigeria been able to apply to it?
That is not the issue, Midwest.
Why is it not an issue?
Look at it this way. Obasanjo gave provided an environment whereby you could attract direct foreign investment. So we have people like MTN now.
The difference it's not that those people were not knocking.
Wait.
During the days of the military, they were worried. They were worried.
Midwest, you judge the economy by the prosperity of the household.
Sorry, just a quick
No, let me even
just one.
No, let me make my point.
Please factor the effect of COVID-19 for the 3 years.
Okay, we can factor, but it's saying that Obasanjo is the best, that Buhari is the best. This is what I'm countering. You mentioned the prosperity of each household.
See, the same thing you see. Let me tell you, Ola, please let me quickly put this one in before I
give him land. Hold on, Midwest. Hold on. Let's Ola land. Ola, give it to us.
So listen to what you counter first. Now you judge the economy of the country by the prosperity of the household. Let me tell you one thing. If Buhari had been the president of Nigeria in 1999, for example, maybe you and I would not even have money enough to even migrate to where we are today. You understand? Now, the Obasanjo restore the middle class that Buhari destroyed. Because as at 1999, there was nothing like middle class in that country. This Buhari destroyed it when he took over from Shagari. And now, the like of Obasanjo go to that place, they restore middle class. You know, banking industry grew, telecommunication industry grew, and we have a lot of other aspects of that country. All those computer villages you see now, they just expanded. The fintech just developed, and although we know that the decree that IBB did, you understand, really helped the Nollywood and co. But due to the availability of telecommunication and the technology available, the Nollywood industry just grew, expanded. So, you know, there is a way that this thing escalated when you are talking of the macro impact. Now, the middle class grew. We were moving. All of a sudden, this guy came in 2015 again and repeated what he did in the 80s. All of it. Okay, the bag of rice, for example, that used to be less than $8,000 to 8,000 naira. You know how much they sell a bag of rice today, and how much is the household income? Then minimum wage was like, let's say, it was like 18,000 or thereabout. Let me just say 80,000. I think it was more than 80,000 under Jonathan. You could buy at least 2 bags of rice. But today, okay, sorry.
Ola,
but today, wait. But today,
you should also allow me to put this one before.
No, I will round up now. I round up now. But today, your minimum wage cannot even buy a bag of rice.
Yeah.
How do you come to that place? How much do you buy a ticket? How much do you buy a ticket to travel out of the country today?
But I don't want to argue with you. You see, anybody that is expecting a miracle, as far as the incoming president is concerned in Nigeria, that person should just go and, you better just go and, I don't know, try to calm down your blood pressure, because the circumstance Obasanjo met that country is different from the reality that is on ground today. When he came to power, the only source that gave Obasanjo money to do whatever he did was crude oil, and it still remains so. So now you cannot be praising him. Look, what Buhari came to expose is the rottenness of our people, whether governor, whether this, whether that, because he gave them opportunity to really develop their people. If, for example, my state got it right, your state got it right, this one got it right, not to like 50%, today we will be praising him. He gave them open hand for them to develop their people. This is why I said I love him for doing that. Not that he was perfect in every aspect.
Midwest, do you remember before Buhari came in?
Yeah.
States cannot even pay salaries. He gave them bailouts. You remember? Immediately he came in. I'm not praising Buhari. I'm not Buhari fan. So
okay. Now he supported state governors to really use their power for their people, so that development can be grassroots. He has been pushing for restructuring of local government. Your whole state governor said no. That means government will not reach to your people. So what are we talking about here? The man was having a mind to develop. Nigeria is so complex. Let Tinubu go in. That the only thing why I didn't support Tinubu as a person is not because of their same character, this one, that one. I look at his age. My brother, I look at the country is coming to rule.
That is my own opinion. Why I said no. If I wish we were able to get Osinbajo into this situation, this position, my brother, this is the man who would have thrown everything behind. When I look at him,
is the weak man. Is the weak man. Forget your Midwest.
That is your own opinion. That is your own. That is. I don't see him as a weak. I see as a smart person.
You need crazy person to rule. You need crazy person to rule Nigeria. Osinbajo should be selling ice cream in Ojota.
We thank God. Let us be expecting miracle because we have elected new person. My brother.
Midwest, where I'm challenging you is this.
Buhari did not perform very well on security. I think everybody.
Yes.
He did. No, he did. No.
The economic factor, it did not perform averagely too because of several factors.
Yeah, but that's a Osinbajo, right?
Own inability to understand economy and then the economic situation of the world.
Yeah, but that's Osinbajo.
What? Osinbajo is a vice president.
But he's in charge of the economy.
No.
That is fake.
What lies on the table of the president, not vice president. No matter what happens.
So what is he there for? They have to give him some task to do. What task was given to him?
I don't know. You know, you can tell us. I don't know what.
Yeah, I just told you. They gave him economy.
What I'm trying to tell, even if they give him a task to do, at the end of the day, everything he has to report back to the president. The buck lies.
Yes.
So yeah, but if he's doing a good job, if he brings something good to the table, I'm definitely sure the president will approve it. So he's definitely not doing anything.
But do you know whether he's the one that? I think Osinbajo is the one that told the president to pay that money to SASA governors and expose something about them.
And he
is part of it.
You don't know,
and he did.
But
correct?
at least the most terrible state in this country is Delta State. That Delta, oh my God. I don't just understand that state. With a lot of money like that coming from everywhere, nothing to show. Wiki has really exposed all the other South governors.
Okay.
Oriola, let me tell you something.
Olasa, if not for Wiki is in PDP. Just imagine if Wiki did not even make that announcement up to now. That is why I told you. They said there are a lot of many states are celebrating. They don't even know that it was federal government that sponsored all those things completely. And they praise their governor. The actual aspect, the government.
I see how my grudges against the way you rate this administration. Yes, the state government they should do better. The other time now you were saying it's because of the petroleum price. That was the reason Obasanjo was able to perform. See, I still disagree with this thing. We are talking of direct foreign investment. The crude oil price has nothing to do with direct foreign investment. We are talking of the policy that the government put in place that encourage direct foreign investment.
Wait, what? Can you name the foreign investment?
Or are they waiting now? All right, crude oil has nothing to do with MTN, Econet, and all those stuff. Crude oil has nothing to do with DSTV. Crude oil has nothing to do with those people that came to invest in our port authority. Crude oil has nothing to do with Dangote cement. The crude oil has nothing to do with a lot of things that they did there. And most of these things that Buhari is implementing today started during Obasanjo. When we talk of aviation reform, when we talk of Nigerian Railway Corporation, new bid that led to this thing we are talking about. See what the crude oil Obasanjo did was to pay off our debt and to rebuild our reserve, which was squandered under this guy, JEJ, Jonathan. So now, saying they pay state, they pay that. The question is this: they pay state, they do infrastructure. How come that our own infrastructure under Buhari now we continue getting unemployment? The question is this: for you to know who has performed, we should have seen Computer Village expanding explosively, giving people more job. We should be seeing other. To me, don't use crude oil. Crude oil, that is the rest.
Obasanjo too did not do something spectacular. Let's put it this way. Apart from paying, listen. As a good economics, you pay our debt almost how many $30 billion or something like that. And you left about 40-something billion there. You did not do. If Obasanjo had built second Niger bridge, he has constructed with all that money coming into Nigeria at that time. He has developed Nigeria, connect, do railway, a lot of stuff. He didn't do nothing. And you are just glorifying him. He didn't do nothing.
Remy Coca, he happened to be the first.
All this absolute power that we complain about, that was what Obasanjo was using, that led to this total mess to this democracy.
Removing governor as he wishes. He do everything.
Remy Coca, wait. I'm not saying Obasanjo is the best. I'm only countering what Midway said that Buhari is the best. Now, look at it this way.
Okay, on that basis, yeah.
It was the debt that Obasanjo paid that rebuilt our credit. That is the reason we are credit worthy now, that all these people that are borrowing madly now. And Obasanjo not rebuilt our credit by repaying our debt, nobody would have given up, because as at the time Obasanjo came to power, letter of credit raised by Nigerian banks were not being honored overseas. We didn't really appreciate how bad our economy was.
Ola, a very good economy like America and the rest of this super world, they won't pay such a huge amount of money like that.
Remy Coca, you are missing it.
No, listen, and a question for you. A question for you. They will continue to renegotiate that money, and then use what they have to develop their country.
Wait, why did Obasanjo pay the debt is what you should ask about. Nobody wanted to borrow some money because we have bad credit. We have bad credit rating, and it's just like when you say an individual go bankrupt and you have to rebuild your credibility. That is what Obasanjo did.
With all that credit, look at with all the money that is coming into Yar'Adua and Jonathan, with a barrel of oil over $100 that time, they still went on and borrow a lot of money. What are you talking about?
No, we are talking of what Obasanjo did. Forget about what Jonathan whatever did now.
I don't support we pay a huge sum of money, 30 billion.
Wait, Remy Coca.
It's not really.
Ola, the aspect you are
not supporting it.
Ola, you do know why you argue this thing? Please let me put my own here. Why I rate him one of the best. You see, a tree can never make a forest. You must give free hands for other people who are supporting you to also carry out what they perceive that can help the situation. And that is what Buhari did. He was so fair to the entire governance, no matter, irrespective of your party. Now, most of the debt we are owing today, some states, they borrow. Remember, if this money we borrow, it is our reserve that is going to bear the burden, whether it's owned by state or not, once it's foreign money. So he permit them, he make it easy, supporting them to develop their own people. He gave them, that is why he released this cash to them. It's very unfortunate. What Buhari has exposed is that, look, instead of blaming only president, blaming president, our enemy are close to us. Before we don't see it like that.
No, Midwest.
We don't see it like that. Our economic,
Midwest.
Our people.
You blame the president because most things that the state should be doing and local government should be doing are in the exclusive list. And if you want to really do this thing very well, you take a lot. Or out of 68 items in the exclusive list, the federal government should not hold more than 5 for their owning, so that they use that one to take all the revenue to the center. And who is in charge of that revenue when you want to look at it? The person in Abuja. So most blame will go to them, and people will forget about the small changes that are going to the governors. That's the politics there.
No, I don't think it's not a small change. Even with this money, some states are really doing fine.
Remy Coca, look at the big picture.
Look at what Ebonyi governor has done.
Look at the bigger picture.
You can't blame the presidency for everything.
Remy, look at the bigger picture. Don't let us just argue this thing for the sake of just arguing it emotionally. Let us just make it analytical. I am not arguing emotionally. You are trying to say there are some crumbs. No. Wait. Why do you think? No, when I say small money, it's relative. Don't just look at it because if I say 1 million, of course is a big money, but 1 million to 1 billion to another person is relatively small. So look at it from the relativity. Don't just look at it as the number. So now, what I'm saying here, what I'm trying to pass across here is this: people focus on Buhari because the largest percentage of our money will still go to Abuja and people are using some fraudulent censor from fraudulent constituency and local government to share those money. So people want to share as much as possible from the central. Look at how Lagos State fought before they could even bring this Lekki deep deep port to Lagos. See how they fought. See how Lagos State government fought because they can even say, okay, let us embark on Lagos Badagry Expressway. Look at how Lagos fought before they can even say, okay, we are going to bring airport in Lagos. All those things normally should be what state should be doing. Okay, some of us in America and United States and Canada, cities build airports, not the federal government approving. Cities build university, and city and provinces or say they handle education, but the federal government in Nigeria, it just break everything. When was the last time you hear about agri minister in the United States?
Is that Buhari? Is that Buhari doing?
No, that is why they focus on Buhari. See, if Buhari goes today, whosoever is in Abuja tomorrow, people will focus on him. Why do we talk of Obasanjo?
Why the senators and the rep will elect? Why can't they do their homework? Change this revenue sharing formula ratio. They are not doing their work.
Who told you they are not doing their job? Who told you?
They are not putting. In fact, they should do more.
Okay.
Everybody knows the truth. They should do more. They shouldn't stop.
Who took electricity out of exclusive list? Who will work on that?
I know. I think it's
the Railway Act. Who did that? If they are not legislators, they still when they still pass the law, they still require the president to still sign. Electoral Act, the new electoral reform. Who brought that electoral reform? It's still the same senator we are talking about. This guy, they pass a lot of bill that the federal government too commonly oppose. And don't forget that amendment of constitution is a major process because you see have to seek approval of the 2/3 majority of the state national assembly too before you can even do any alteration in the constitution. So what we are saying here is this: when you want, where the reason I'm responding to you Midwest is because when you are saying Buhari is the best, you have to benchmark Buhari against someone, right? It's relativity. So when you are saying Buhari is the best, I don't see someone that is overseeing the government whereby your minimum wage cannot buy a bag of rice. You are around the same minimum wage was buying 3-4 bags of rice before, and you tell me that the person is behaving. So if your minimum wage cannot buy a bag of rice, it means that there's hunger in the land. You can't tell me that when the hunger has increased in the land, that the person is the best since 1999. No, irrespective of your infrastructure, no matter what, if people are hungry, I'm sorry, you can't read that person because hunger can lead to fatality. So
Ola, I agree with you, but you are not getting my point why I gave him that credit. You see, for him, the way he was very, the way he favored our governors, he also exposed them. So for me, to cut everything short, we are hoping for a new leader now. And if we are hoping for a miracle, because we have just elected a new person, my brother, we have to think twice. Because the tree cannot make a forest. It's still going to work with Nigerians. You see how everybody is queuing now? They want to form this one should be Senate. I want to handle this position. I want to do this. I want to do that. You don't know whether their intention is even in line with the elected person. That's another question you have to know. He has exposed our people. Because, look, my dear, for him to release that money.
Obasanjo exposed governors too. Even
for him to
at least under Obasanjo, Alamesi went to jail. Under Obasanjo, Fayose was impeached. Dariye went to jail under Obasanjo too. Mustafa Tafa Balogun, went to jail under Obasanjo. See, they've all done their own. You understand? They have all their strength. Even as bad as Jonathan is, he still made sure that the airports put Ibori to jail. Even though we know it was personal tussle between the two of them. So see, to me, I'm not giving Buhari. Buhari has managed to divide us. In fact, to me, my own rating, where you will rate him as the best, I will rate him as the worst.
Well, not in all aspect. I said in terms of economy. Since we entered this
in terms of infrastructure, you want to say, not economy as a whole. In terms of infrastructure, development.
I don't even know whether we have infrastructure set, because those things I don't know whether we can manage them. It's just like governor and president infrastructure, because the government itself is not really there. We don't have institutions and professionals to manage them for us. So maybe once the governor is out, the next person may not even have interest. So you see everything dilapidating and why is building a new
I think there are structure there for us to manage, because those people that are giving you that give you that loan, they are not sleeping like so. They are not sleeping that way. So if you cannot manage, then they will take over. They will take over and they manage and they pay themselves back. So to me, it's not like before. So there are some kind of checks for us to be able to manage if we are really serious, right? So well, if you want to give infrastructure to him, kudos. I give him infrastructure to some extent, but saying is the best.
No, I'm not saying everything, please. Not everything. In terms of economy, my brother, I gave it to him because he was really fair. He did
infrastructure, not economy. Infrastructure, not economy. Infrastructure, two different things.
Okay. Yeah, in terms of infrastructure, he tried, but we end up in a lot of borrowing, but the governors cannot even account. It's very sad, my brother. If Wike is commissioning, and Delta receive the highest. No, my brother, you make comparison.
Midwest, all those borrowing is not even an issue if it become productive tomorrow. Believe me.
Because that is true.
Nigeria is producing less than 10 times of the capacity. Our GDP should be more than what we're seeing. Normally, if our economy bad today now, within the next 20 years, our GDP will even be tripled. So it will mean that our borrowing is nothing. Because our borrowing, our infrastructure and borrowing should reflect the impact on the economy. Now, if we happen to have electricity tomorrow now, all the rail network, all the road network, Second Niger Bridge, they will be put in use. So you'll be able to use that one for like logistics, for like transport network that is going to be robust for us to perform our to even build the value chain. You know, so it can be used. So if our economy, our debt, honestly, is nothing to worry about. To me personally, we have many countries that have borrowed their GDP, and they are still better than us economically. Where we have problem with the borrowing is that you borrow money and it goes to individual pockets. That is where we have problem. But if you borrow the money and you use it to do the right thing and you create job for people, to me, no problem. No problem. So because of what we've seen about Tinubu, I think no matter how, his government is even going to be better than that of Obasanjo, and not to talk of Buhari. So
let us be optimistic. The thing is, for me, a tree can never make a forest. So it's going to work with Nigerians. So that's why I said we should not expect any miracle, my brother. Even the global economy is under very severe challenge. The purchasing power, I don't know where
Midwest.
Yeah.
I sometimes I feel we are being not fair on the government of Nigeria. We know they are not doing very good.
Yeah.
But globally, things are not easy. I will tell you for fact in Australia now, my mortgage, as of last year, we were paying 1,300, 1,500 monthly as mortgage. My brother asked me, how much are we paying now? We are paying close to almost 2,300. Okay. With the interest rate has been increased in 3 months, almost 4 or 5 times in 6 months.
The same thing in Sweden, my brother. The purchasing power. If you go to market, we cannot eat. We don't eat the way we used to eat before.
So it's not easy in the diaspora. It's not easy too. It's not easy. Things are not easy, my brother.
Commodity item has increased globally, food item, because
so that is why I said even miracle. That is why, my brother, it's going to work with our people, so it will be jumping up and down. Look at what Buhari did. He allowed people to function. They failed. So I don't know. But I think the only thing if Tinubu is the president or the next president, he should just amend that law. There should be accountability in the part of the governors. And that will help us. It will go a long way to help every one of us. Because like the governors, the way I'm seeing them, with the Buhari administration and with what Wiki said, it has exposed a lot of things about them. I'm telling you the truth. You know, He's still going to work with all these various governors. You have to give them money. You have to share them something. You have to think of what to do in their place and hand over it to them. And at the end of it, my brother, let's hope for a different Nigeria.
Midwest. Let's just hope. It's 9 hours. I would like to round up now. I'm just waiting for us to hit that 9 hours. Thank you so much. You guys are very amazing. I even thought we were going to shut down early, but yeah, I think the session just take the live of his own. Ola, thank you so much for your input. Babati, Midwest, everybody that has left. It has been a nice session, and even so, we have some back and front, which is the beauty of the platform. Thank you so much. I will say happy Sunday to you guys. I don't know what time are you. Here is 4:48 Sunday evening. Happy Sunday to you guys. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
You're welcome. Yeah. Ola, yeah, take care, my brother. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. We have come to the end of this session again. One man we say another day, another dollar. So we've done it again. Yeah. I would like you to join us again tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. You know where we are going. We can't miss it. Let's listen to Oluomo and his band of merriment. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. God bless you all. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.